The world in the grip of winter. Chapter 1. Eternal night of snow. The wind howled, driving curtains of snow across the sky. In the darkness, towering trees wrapped in white stood like iron pillars, frozen and unshakable in the storm. To the east of Redwood Ridge, outside a nondescript cave, Xia Hong stood in a traditional long fist stance. He adjusted his breathing. His gaze sharpened. Then he punched. At 190 centimeters tall, he wasn't bulky, but his frame was solid and powerful. As he flowed through the set of punches, snowflakes swirled wildly around him. A moment later, a young boy with a tender face stepped out of the cave. Seeing Xia Hong practicing, his eyes immediately lit up with admiration. "Brother, you're about to break through to lumberjack level, right?" "Almost. I'll probably need one more month." "Fisk, that's insane." Father said geniuses who reach lumberjack level before 18 have only appeared 3 times in the 9 nearby camps. "You'll be the 4th. Xia Hong raised his head, revealing a refined, almost handsome face that didn't quite match his burly frame. Looking at his younger brother Xia Chuan's admiring expression, he felt a moment of satisfaction, but once he calmed down, he still shook his head. Lumberjack level isn't anything special. Rogel Camp has excavation-level fighters. Those are the real powerhouses. At the mention of excavation level, Xia Chuan's eyes immediately filled with longing. Rogel Camp has 5 excavation-level experts. They say they mine thousands of pounds of coal a day. With that much coal, I don't even need to burn wood for warmth, and they can forge sharp weapons. With those weapons, hunting low-level cold beasts is easy. Xia Hong nodded. It's a mid-sized camp with more than 500 people. If they didn't have that level of strength, the cold beasts in Redwood Ridge would have wiped them out long ago. It's a shame Father is injured. Otherwise, he'd have become an excavation-level fighter by now. If Great Xia Camp had coal, we might already be a medium camp. The standards for a medium-sized camp were widely acknowledged. A population above 500 excavation-level powerhouses and the ability to withstand waves of low-level cold beasts. Right now, Great Xia Camp had only 239 people and 13 lumberjack-level fighters. With that level of strength, they couldn't even withstand a slightly stronger intermediate cold beast, let alone a beast tide. One such creature could turn the entire camp into prey. Rogel Camp is too stingy. If only they'd sell us some coal. Coal isn't just fuel. It keeps people warm, lets them refine iron, and can be traded with giant camps for advanced supplies. Rogel Camp doesn't have enough for themselves, so why would they sell to us? Besides, our small camp has nothing valuable to trade. More importantly, if the other camps around Redwood Ridge also had coal, Rogel Camp's advantage in safety and weaponry would vanish. Safety attracted population. Superior weapons secured overwhelming combat power. With both, Rogel Camp was the undisputed ruler of the Redwood Ridge region. Selling coal would be handing over their edge for free. As a transmigrator, Xia Hong naturally saw further than Xia Chuan. He had arrived in this world a month ago. From panic at the start to gradual acceptance, he had gone through no small amount of mental turmoil. This world was full of crises. The threat didn't come only from the special creatures known as cold beasts. The climate itself was a deadly enemy, and there were all kinds of unknown phenomena lurking beyond human understanding. Here, winter was the only season. There were no springs or summers, no autumns, only an endless winter. On top of that, the winter here was far more terrifying than the winters on Blue Star. By Xia Hong's rough estimation, the temperature at night dropped to at least 70 degrees below zero. Ordinary humans couldn't possibly survive such cold. More absurd still, daytime was colder than night. In the day, even normal residents of this world would freeze to death without proper cold resistance methods. Fortunately, daytime only lasted 4 hours. Humans did most of their activities at night, which was why Xia Hong was currently practicing under the cover of darkness. During the day, when the cold was at its peak, the cold beasts became more active, more irritable, and several times stronger than they were at night. Whether for hunting or gathering resources, people usually chose to move at night. For most people, being thrown into such a dangerous world of eternal winter would have been enough to break them. But Xia Hong had not only adapted quickly, he even felt a hint of excitement. Because, in his previous life, he had been a patient with ALS. Born into a martial arts family, he lost both parents early. He started training in martial arts and fitness from a young age and lived a far more disciplined life than most people. Yet fate decided to play its cruelest joke on him by giving him an incurable disease. In the final phase of his illness, Xia Hong stopped practicing. As long as he could still move his hands, he buried himself in mobile games, right up until he was stuck in bed. When it became clear that he was about to lose even that final bit of mobility, he chose a sunny day to end his own life. When he opened his eyes again, he was here, in this world, living as the current Xia Hong. This world was undoubtedly dangerous, but this was his second life. For that alone, he felt thankful. Not only that, fate had even given him a strong, youthful body. He now stood 191 centimeters tall, weighing over 90 kilograms, with long arms and a narrow waist. He was only 16. According to the internet discussions he remembered from his past life, this was practically a perfect physique for martial arts. When he first awoke in this body, despite its youth and vitality, his strength was only around 2,000 gene. Don't describe the pain, just tell what action is happening as a storyteller manhwa explainer in a casual and Gen Z way, and what's happening in the panel without unnecessary lines for my YouTube manhwa explaining channel. Never add emojis. And I use an AI voice for narration, make it panel-wise, although it was the first time Xia Hong and Xia Chuan had heard the name Deceitful Monster. The fear on their father's face alone was enough to make their hearts sink. Xia Ding was too rattled to answer their doubts. Instead, he barked orders at the 12 members of the logging team, having them haul the 6 massive trees straight into the cave. Without wasting a second, he led the camp members to completely seal the cave entrance. Once the entrance was blocked, Xia Ding turned to the bonfire blazing in the middle of the camp. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face, but it didn't last long. Put out the fire. Everyone, wear everything you have and huddle together for warmth. If someone really can't stand it, we'll relight the fire, but only for 10 minutes at a time. What? Put out the bonfire. We'll freeze to death. Leader, that won't work. My son is still young. He won't survive that. The moment he mentioned extinguishing the fire, the camp practically exploded. Nearly 60% of the people shouted in protest. The remaining 40%, besides the loggers who already knew something was wrong, were the calmer ones, waiting for Xia Ding's explanation. Xia Ding raised his hand. Once the noise died down, he spoke in a low, steady voice. The deceitful monster from Redwood Ridge has appeared. Everyone at Iron Peak Camp and Shinju Camp is dead. If we put out the fire, we still have a chance to live. If that thing finds us, we all die. Just hearing the term deceitful monster didn't stir much reaction. Most people clearly had no idea what it was. But when they heard that everyone at Iron Peak Camp and Shinju Camp had been wiped out, shock spread through the crowd like a wave. Even Xia Hong's expression changed. Each of those camps had more than 300 people. There were 9 camps around Redwood Ridge. Robo Camp was the only medium-sized one. The other 8, including Great Xia, were all small camps. Among the small camps, some were stronger than others, and both Iron Peak and Shinju were stronger than Great Xia. The leader of Iron Peak Camp, Iron Eagle, was even a powerful excavation-level expert. And now Xia Ding was saying that all 600 people from those 2 camps were dead? Just how terrifying was this deceitful monster? Put on all your clothes and put out the fire. Dawn's almost here. We just need to endure 4 hours. If someone truly can't bear it, I'll decide whether to light the fire again. Don't panic. The people were still stunned, but Xia Ding's decisive tone left no room for argument. They began to move and quickly followed his instructions. Xia Hong rushed back to his family section of the cave and grabbed every piece of clothing he could find. He tossed the thickest beast hide coat at Xia Chuan without hesitation. You wear this. Brother, you should keep it. I'm stronger than you, and my body can take more. Don't argue. He stopped Xia Chuan from handing the coat back, then turned and ran to rejoin his father. The camp moved quickly. In less than 2 minutes, everyone was fully dressed and gathered at the center of the cave. Seeing that everyone was ready, Xia Ding gave a nod to the 4 people standing near the bonfire, each holding a beast hide in their hands, prepared to smother the flames. They moved in unison. The 2-meter-high bonfire was snuffed out in a few quick motions. The entrance of the cave was already blocked. Without the fire's light, darkness swallowed the entire space. And with that darkness came the cold. The moment the bonfire went out, the temperature inside the cave began to plummet. The change was clear enough for anyone to feel. There were more than 200 people in the camp, but they weren't just huddling in a random pile. The youngest children were placed at the very center. Around them sat the women. Outside them were the adult men, and on the outermost layer were the 13 members of the logging team. The elderly? There were none. Not just in Great Xia, but almost no camp had elderly people anymore. In an endless winter like this, ordinary old folks simply couldn't survive. As the leader's sons, Xia Hong and Xia Chuan weren't given any special treatment. They were placed among the outer layers with the other adults. Time crawled by. Within an hour, the temperature dropped to less than half of what it had been when the bonfire was burning. The children in the middle began to chatter their teeth uncontrollably. The women around them started to shiver. The adult men farther out were doing slightly better, though they were still trembling from the cold. The ones holding up the best were the 13 loggers on the outermost edge. "Leader, maybe we should light the fire." One woman finally couldn't hold back. Seeing her child's lips turning blue, she called out to Xia Ding. But Xia Ding cut her off before she could finish. "Let me tell you about the deceitful monster of Redwood Ridge." Everyone was freezing, but the moment they heard those words, all eyes turned towards Xia Ding in the darkness. They all understood he was trying to distract them, to help them endure a little longer. Even so, the secrets he was about to share were something they had wondered about for a long time. Xia Hong also focused all his attention on listening. That deceitful monster, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I only heard about it from an old friend at Rogel Camp. In fact, in all 9 camps around Redwood Ridge, only one person has ever seen it and survived. Who? The one who blurted out the question, of course, was Xia Chuan. Young and full of curiosity, he couldn't hold back. But he was only asking what everyone else wanted to know. Luo Feng of Rogel Camp. A wave of exclamations rippled through the crowd. Even Xia Hong couldn't help looking surprised. Luo Feng, the former leader of Rogel Camp, was said to be the first excavation-level expert in all of Redwood Ridge. More than 20 years ago, Rogel Camp had been just like Great Xia now, a small camp with just over 200 people. Under Luo Feng's leadership, it grew step by step into the medium-sized camp it was today. People were shocked because of his reputation, and because, according to the rumors, Luo Feng had lost his mind. 15 years ago, news had spread from Rogel Camp that Luo Feng had gone insane while cultivating and had personally killed his own son. The entire Redwood Ridge region had been shaken by the story. Could his madness be related to the deceitful monster? You guessed right. Luo Feng went mad because of that deceitful monster. Back then, he was leading a hunting team when they ran into the creature. There were 20 people in the team. He was the only one who made it back alive. But after he returned to Rogel Camp, one night, he suddenly went berserk for no reason and killed his own young son. When he finally regained his senses, his mind was already broken. Xia Ding paused for a moment, then continued. Before he lost his mind completely, he left a warning for the hunting teams of Rogel Camp not to go deep into Redwood Ridge again. He also told them what he knew about the deceitful monster. That's how a few people at Rogel Camp learned the truth, and that's how I heard about it. What does the deceitful monster look like? Again, Xia Chuan couldn't hold back his curiosity. Xia Ding was silent for a moment, then answered slowly. It doesn't have a fixed appearance. They say the deceitful monster can turn into anyone. Turn into anyone? Xia Hong's mind jumped immediately to the tales of immortal arts and 72 transformations. He knew this world was extraordinary, but hearing that still sent a chill through his heart. Then, there's no way to tell? Xia Hong asked. This time, Xia Ding actually sounded a little surprised at his question. There's no way, he replied after a brief pause. No matter what method you try, You can't tell it apart. If it turns into someone else, what does it do? Another key question, and the whole cave fell silent to hear the answer. Xia Ding's voice grew heavier. It turns into someone you trust to win your complete confidence. Once you fully trust it, you become a human post. A human post, standing there, unable to move. And then it uses a small knife to slice off your flesh, little by little. No matter how much it hurts, you can't die. You stay alive until the last scrap of flesh is cut away. A collective gasp echoed through the cave. For a moment, even the cold seemed to tighten. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. The torment alone was unimaginable, and death refused to come. Could such a twisted creature really exist? Fear spread in the darkness. No one spoke. The entire cave was deadly quiet. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out from outside. Why did you seal the cave so early? Open up, we're back. Every person inside stiffened instantly at the sound, including Xia Hong. Open the door. Didn't you hear me? Another shout came, impatience in the tone. In the pitch-black cave, everyone's eyes slowly shifted toward the blocked entrance. Then, almost in unison, they turned to look at Xia Ding. The shock on their faces twisted into pure terror, because the voice outside the cave was Xia Ding's voice.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Xia Hong couldn't help but feel deeply anxious at this moment. Two Xia Dings? Is the one outside a fake? Don't panic. It's the deceitful monster trying to lure us out. Stay quiet. The deceitful monster follows the light. Since we haven't lit a fire, it doesn't know someone is inside. It will leave soon. Xia Ding inside the cave seemed frightened too. Although he was comforting everyone, the panic in his voice was quite evident. Brother, what's going on? Xia Hong was bewildered, not realizing until Xia Chuan, who had quietly approached, called him, bringing him back to his senses. He first bowed his head and thought for a moment, then quietly asked Xia Chuan, "Did you notice anything unusual when Father came back earlier?" Realizing the importance of this question, Xia Chuan showed a tense expression and hurriedly recalled the scene when Xia Ding and the hunting team returned. But after thinking for a while, he still shook his head. Xia Hong let out a breath. It was within his expectations. When Xia Ding brought the hunting team back just now, he was indeed present, and there was truly nothing unusual. The one inside the cave should indeed be their father. But just as Xia Hong made this judgment, an unexpected event occurred. The Xia Ding, outside, actually pulled apart the branches of the cave entrance. It wasn't yet dawn, but at the moment the entrance was opened, a faint light came in. The cave, without any fire, in such a pitch-dark environment, even the slightest light was enough to illuminate the fear on everyone's faces clearly. And seeing the scene outside the cave, everyone's fear was magnified several times. Because standing outside the cave was not only Xia Ding. The 12 members of the hunting team, led by Xia Ding, were also prominently present. At this point, everyone was dumbfounded. Xia Hong and Xia Chuan, the brothers, were even more stunned, their pupils contracting in shock. They had just greeted the 13 members of the hunting team outside the cave. Now, the identical 13 appeared again. How could they not be shocked? Xia Ding came inside. The Xia Ding inside the cave hurried with the 12 hunting team members towards the entrance, blocking everyone's front. The two Xia Dings looked at each other, first sharing a glance of horror. Then came fear and rage. Among the crowd, Xia Hong, although silent, kept his eyes fixed on the two Xia Dings and the people behind them, not daring to miss any subtle details, no matter how slight. At this point, one thing was 100% certain. The deceit from Redwood Ridge was standing right in front of them. Among the two Xia Dings, one must be the deceit. According to the Xia Ding inside the cave earlier, the deceit from Redwood Ridge kills by deceiving trust, so identifying the real one would certainly help. That's why he tirelessly tried to tell them apart using the faint light from all angles. Unfortunately, after checking again and again, he hopelessly discovered that there were no differences between the two. From appearance and clothing to small expressions and various tiny details, the two Xia Dings, including the hunting team members behind them, were exactly the same, indistinguishable. And amid his distinguishing attempts, the two Xia Dings had each begun fighting with the 12 team members behind them. The originally spacious cave quickly became cramped with over 20 people fighting inside, and the camp occupants retreated to the back of the cave. Though Xia Hong retreated, his gaze never left the two Xia Dings, fearing that once out of sight, he wouldn't be able to tell which was inside or outside the cave. When the first Xia Ding came back, it was nearly dawn, blocking the entrance, extinguishing the fire, and in this fight, after so long, the light outside the cave became more and more apparent. The white light was bone-chilling. Those who hid in the inner cave showed increasingly deep fear on their faces, and their bodies gradually trembled. Although Xia Hong maintained a calm expression, his heart grew heavier. Daytime in this world is even colder than nighttime. Moreover, cold beast activity is also more frequent during the day. If the entrance remains open, even if they luckily withstand the low temperatures, it could very well attract cold beasts, resulting in everyone's death together in the end. They must find a way. A solution must be found. And just as he was anxiously hastening through his thoughts, the two Xia Dings spoke out. Hong, Chuan, it's almost daylight. Take everyone and seal the entrance. I'm here. The deceit won't harm you. At this point, it's still pretending? Hong, Chuan, don't listen to him. Help us drive it away first. Drive it away and then seal the entrance. Named Xia Chuan, almost reflexively, he rushed to the left. The one on the left was the Xia Ding, who came back to the cave first. Evidently, Xia Chuan was also watching the two Xia Dings closely, able to tell them apart. However, just as he rushed 2 steps, he was abruptly pulled back by a hand. Brother, don't act rashly. Is he real? Are you 100% sure? Upon hearing Xia Hong's question, Xia Chuan was momentarily stunned. Internally, he leaned towards the Xia Ding who returned to the cave first. After all, that Xia Ding not only helped the entire camp extinguish the fire, seal the entrance, but also informed them about the deceitful monster. But when asked to confirm 100%, he dared not say for sure. For regardless of the two Xia Dings or the two teams of hunting members, whether in appearance or action nuances, there were truly no differences. Even the strength they displayed during the fight was identical. The deceit will turn into someone you trust, deceiving your trust, and once you fully trust it, you'll become a puppet at its mercy. This phrase flashed through Xia Hong's mind, making his heart skip a beat, rising into his throat. Whether the Xia Ding who returned to the cave first is genuine or not, at least this statement Xia Hong can now confirm is true, since the deceit bothered to stage such a scene. It proves it indeed needs to completely win over everyone's trust at the camp. Faced with 2 options at the moment. 1. Follow what the Xia Ding in the back says and seal the cave first. 2. Help the Xia Ding who returned first to defeat the Xia Ding who came back later. In such life-and-death stakes, the decision made represents the absolute trust of the camp. This means once they choose wrong, these people would all turn into puppets. They would die. At this point, realizing this, not only Xia Ding, Xia Chuan, and a few others of the camp turned tense. Many turned their gazes towards Xia Hong. Placing their hopes in him wasn't just because of his identity as the leader's son. Besides Xia Ding and the 12 hunting members, Xia Hong was the strongest in the camp. The people fighting at the entrance evidently realized this too. Both Xia Dings wore anxious expressions, seeing that everyone had entrusted the choice to Xia Hong. They hurriedly spoke up to prove their honesty. Hong, I returned to the cave first. I'm real. Don't believe him. Pure trust in him will lead us all to death. Hong, I'm the real one. That deceit, is best at beguiling people. First, it turned into me, returned to the cave, intentionally leaked information to you. Just to gain your trust now, you absolutely cannot trust him. Hong, last month when you were knocked out by an icicle, I helped apply medicine. Chuan, remember the stone dagger I helped you sharpen last night? But such statements only made everyone more confused. Both could voice out things about Xia Hong and Xia Chuan, even clear about their long-standing injuries. Xia Hong alone, upon hearing the different things each Xia Ding said about him, and Xia Chuan, his body quivered slightly, pulling Xia Chuan's right hand abruptly. Xia Chuan looked back puzzled, meeting Xia Hong's gaze. Instantly, Xia Chuan's pupils also shrank sharply. Evidently, he realized something as well. He then walked to the front and spoke to the two Xia Dings. Father, we brothers cannot tell who is real and who is fake. Can we each stand on one side, get a closer look, and then make our decision? All right, come on. The two Xia Dings replied in unison, clearly confident. Xia Hong took a deep breath, patted his younger brother Xia Chuan, signaling him to go to the left, while he walked towards the Xia Ding on the right. The two brothers stepped forward simultaneously, arriving in front of the two Xia Dings at almost the same time. Xia Hong widened his eyes, scrutinizing the Xia Ding on the right from head to toe. As if not examining carefully enough, he even walked around him to inspect from the back. Xia Ding's face was full of honesty, his expression confident, allowing Xia Hong to circle around him, even straightening his posture for a clear view. However, the moment Xia Hong stood behind him, his eyes were instantly tinged with a bloody glow, and his expression turned ferocious immediately. Do it! A sudden shout stunned everyone. They saw Xia Hong and Xia Chuan both raise their hand axes, aiming at the Xia Ding in front of them, and swung down fiercely. Bang! The hand axe collided with the head. One would expect brains and gore, an utterly gruesome scene. In reality, though, Xia Chuan's axe hadn't even landed on Xia Ding's head before the opponent caught it barehanded. Yet Xia Hong, being stronger, managed to strike Xia Ding's head with the axe, firmly splitting the head in two. However, horrifyingly, Xia Ding's head had no pus or brain matter coming out, instead splitting like a piece of wood, cleaved but still attached to the neck. Even more chilling was that with his head split open, Xia Ding's eyes were still moving, examining Xia Hong with interest, even revealing a smile on his face. Yet that smile looked sinister no matter how one looked at it. Chuan, retreat. Xia Hong didn't have time to pull out the stone axe, and shouted to Xia Chuan on the other side, retreating rapidly towards the camp's crowd. Hearing this, Xia Chuan also quickly withdrew, directly abandoning the stone axe and retreating backward. Everyone in the camp had just been scared stiff by the brothers' actions, and now seeing Xia Ding's appearance, how could they not understand? Clearly, the Xia Ding who came back later on the right was the fake one. What about the one on the left? Why did Xia Chuan launch a sneak attack? Is he fake too? Amid the crowd's suspicion, the Xia Ding on the left moved. He walked up to the Xia Ding on the right, reached into the split head, gently stroked twice, and then pressed both sides, closing it back together. The split head miraculously sealed itself. Moreover, that Xia Ding even twisted his neck a bit, then turned to look at Xia Hong standing in front of the camp people with a sinister smile. This eerie scene couldn't help but send chills down the spine of the camp members. The Xia Ding on the left stepped out and spoke to Xia Hong. Interesting. My two creations look exactly like your father and didn't show any flaws. How did you two figure it out? His voice sounded like with chips rubbing together, hoarse, harsh, and strange. Assuming one of you is real and one fake, the fake one definitely wouldn't know so much about us, nor about father. But both of you seem to know everything, so... Xia Hong paused here, his expression becoming gloomy. Of course, Xia Ding couldn't have revealed everything to them. This deceitful monster knew so much about the camp and Xia Ding. There's only one possibility. Quite clever. That Xia Ding was running in the opposite direction of your camp before he died, trying to lure me away. Seems he cared a lot about you people. I'll kill you. Beside him, Xia Chuan, upon hearing about his father Xia Ding's death from the deceitful monster's mouth, suddenly lost control and charged at the monster barehanded. Xia Hong quickly stopped him with sharp eyes. Calm down. To say Xia Hong wasn't hurt was a lie. The problem now is that there's no time to be hurt. The two Xia Dings already closed in, and those 24 logging team members followed expressionlessly, clearly planning to attack. Everyone, fight desperately, and there may still be a chance to survive. Xia Hong did not hesitate, letting out an angry roar and rushing forward directly. Even though he said so, Xia Hong had no assurance in his heart. With 26 logging-level fighters, even if over 200 people in the camp fought for their lives, the hope wasn't great. What's more, about that deceitful monster capable of transforming into Xia Ding, he knew nothing. Surely, its abilities go beyond transformation. Could it be, having just transmigrated for a month, is this the end? The answer was apparent. The people in the camp indeed followed his charge with a loud roar. But those two Xia Dings were almost one punch per person. In a short while, they killed at least 20 people. Blood splattered, wails rose. Soon, a thick scent of blood filled the cave. Bam! Xia Hong was kicked, slamming fiercely against the cave wall, reverse blood gushing from his mouth. Watching the bloody massacre inside the cave, a deep despair rose in his heart. Throughout this month of transmigration, he self-assumed his diligence, constantly thinking about enhancing his strength. Because no matter if it was Father Xia Ding or previous logging team members, they constantly reminded him of the outside world's danger. But with steady power growth and the Z-calm life inside the cave, he gradually thought this was merely a slightly colder otherworld. It wasn't until now that he truly realized the world's danger far exceeded imagination. His self-claimed efforts were negligible before the deceitful monster. Brother, save me? Xia Chuan's hoarse, low-sobbing voice reached his ears. Turning his head, Xia Hong was suddenly furious, overwhelming anger surging in his heart. That Xia Ding, with a sadistic grin, was choking Xia Chuan's neck, pressing him against the wall. Seemingly indulging in some play, the monster deliberately eased off some strength, not instantly breaking Xia Chuan's neck, gradually increasing force, causing Xia Chuan growing suffocation and pain. Since transmigrating to this world, for a month, because his father Xia Ding often went out, only returning at night, and even when back, spoke little. Therefore, Xia Hong did not have deep feelings for Xia Ding. In contrast, he valued his brother Xia Chuan, whom he lived with day and night more. The monster's grip grew stronger, Xia Chuan's throat constantly compressed. Blood seeped from eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, his expression turning more twisted. At that very moment, Xia Hong harbored no fear of death, only a self-hatred for being powerless, and a desperate yearning for strength. If only I were stronger, a bit stronger. The slaughter within the cave continued. Already 5 to 6 dozen corpses littered the ground. Many went madly running towards the cave exit, but neither their speed nor strength matched the enemy, often getting slain before even reaching the exit. Encountered catastrophic damage, system reconstructing the camp, gifted a basic building, small bonfire, please collect attentively. At this moment, a voice resounded in his mind. Xia Hong felt that as someone who lived twice, he had never heard a sound so beautiful. The small bonfire, asking for fire. Small fire pit can greatly increase the temperature in a 10-meter radius, with a deterrent and destructive function against primary monsters. But at the same time, it strongly attracts the cold beast. Daily consumption. Wood 2, first ignition is complimentary. No consumption for 10 minutes. Xia Hong didn't have time to carefully check the so-called camp system, and just focused on quickly searching for what he needed among a large amount of information. It has a deterrent and destructive function against primary monsters. This is what he wanted. Xia Hong turned his head to look at Xia Chuan, who was almost on the verge of death, forcing himself to stand up and stare intently at the fake Xia Ding. A tiny spark suddenly appeared in front of Xia Chuan. The fake Xia Ding looked down at the flame in front of him, frowning as he sensed something was amiss. But the spark was weak, seemingly non-threatening. However, in the next second, the spark exploded violently, and a more than 3-meter-high crimson flame surged up suddenly. The flame seemed ready to spread like wildfire, rapidly expanding its range, engulfing not only the fake Xia Ding around Sichuan, but also 2 other nearby, fake logging team members who were directly consumed by the fire. What is this? What kind of fire is this? In just an instant, the fake Xia Ding, swallowed by the flames, let out a terrified, heartbreaking scream. Meanwhile, the other 2 fake logging team members didn't even have time to make a sound and were directly turned into 2 plumes of black smoke. The body of the fake Xia Ding twisted and moved constantly within the flames, apparently trying to escape, but the flames clung to him like a leech. His previously intact body was incinerated into a crimson skeleton in an instant, and then even the skeleton was burnt to ashes, turning into a plume of black smoke like the other 2 fake logging team members, and completely dissipating. Meanwhile, Xia Hong had already supported Sichuan and turned to watch the campfire still burning in place. His face suddenly filled with hope. "Brother, what is this campfire?" "I don't know, but we are saved." The fake Xia Ding remained undying even when his head was split open. But when encountering this small fire pit, he was reduced to ashes in an instant. "Everyone, stop fighting. Come to the fire pit quickly." Xia Hong turned his head and shouted at the people still desperately resisting inside the cave. Someone had already noticed the scene of the fake Xia Ding being burned to death, and with this shout, all the remaining survivors quickly gathered towards him. Soon, all the more than 100 people left in the camp had withdrawn from the battle and gathered behind Xia Hong. Casualties in the camp were heavy, while on the deceitful monster's side, except for the 3 accidentally burned to death by the small fire pit. The remaining 23 were completely untouched. Another Xia Ding led the remaining 22 fake logging team members towards the fire pit. However, they stopped more than 10 meters away from the fire pit. Watching the fire pit, the fake Xia Ding's eyes were full of dread. But seemingly unwilling to let Xia Hong and his group go, he opened his mouth with a cold smile after a moment. "Little thing, how long can your fire burn?" "For a very long time." Xia Hong also sneered and turned back to Sichuan and others, saying, "Bring over all the wood from the back and expand the flames." The camp's wood was conveniently placed on the side against the wall. Hearing this, everyone quickly moved the wood from that side of the wall. As the wood was continually added, the fire from the small fire pit also kept expanding. Moreover, Xia Hong and others intentionally guided the wood towards the group of fake Xia Ding. Soon, the firelight illuminated the entire cave, and the group of fake Xia Ding, as the flames spread, the dread in their eyes intensified, and they continued to retreat. The standoff with the group lasted for over an hour, until forced to the cave entrance by the flames. Seeing everyone still relentlessly bringing more wood, the fake Xia Ding finally showed a look of resentment on his face, gave Xia Hong a deep look, and then turned to leave with the remaining fake logging team members. It was already dawn, and Xia Hong and the others dared not leave the vicinity of the fire pit, only able to watch the departing group from afar. When they could no longer see them, confirming that the others had indeed gone far, Xia Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a strong sense of exhaustion surged through him. "Brother, this bonfire seems problematic." "I know, it only works within a 10-meter radius. The fire elsewhere is no different from the ones we previously kindled." Xia Hong's back was already soaked in cold sweat. He had realized it when the flames exceeded the 10-meter radius. The fire in the cave had been spread to 50 or 60 meters, yet beyond the initial small fire pit's 10-meter range. The increase in temperature in the other areas was the same as their previous fires. Thinking back on the small fire pit system description, Xia Hong roughly understood. The small fire pit only worked within a 10-meter radius. Even if other means were used to expand the fire, it wouldn't be effective. Similarly, only the small fire pit had a deterrent and destructive effect on deceitful monsters. The other fires they ignited were utterly useless. What he did afterwards was merely bluffing to scare the deceitful monsters. Fortunately, the opponent fell for it. After surviving, there was not a shred of joy in the cave. because disasters are often accompanied by endless pain. At this moment, many people had realized that the real Xia Ding and his people had met with misfortune. Those 12 logging team members were 12 families. Combined with the massacre just inside the cave, at least 70 lives were lost. The entire cave was filled with wailing and crying. Is the leader really dead? Is my husband also dead? My son was killed. Mother, wake up. Aside from the sadness welling up within him, Xia Hong felt a stronger sense of frustration. From beginning to end, about that deceit from Redwood Ridge, he knew nothing. He didn't even know what the opponent's true form looked like. Initially, after the two fake Xia Ding were exposed, it was the one ambushed by Xia Chuan who took the lead, and the one he had split open was just acting in a muddled manner, not appearing intelligent. After the first one was burned to death by the small fire pit, the muddled one came out to lead and speak. This was enough to prove that the two fake Xia Ding were not the real body. In other words, that deceit from Redwood Ridge had never even shown up, yet it inflicted such severe damage on them. Additionally, how those two Xia Ding and the 24 fake logging team members were created and controlled by the opponent was entirely unknown to him. The opponent easily made a move, and they suffered heavy casualties. The crucial point is that after sacrificing so many people, they did not obtain even a shred of useful information about the opponent. This sense of powerlessness made Xia Hong feel extremely frustrated. Of course, more than that, there was fear. He turned around and looked around the cave, seeing most people still immersed in sorrow. Xia Hong took a deep breath, walked to the cave entrance alone, picked up stones and wood nearby, and began to seal the entrance. After all that had happened, it was already dawning and the temperature was dropping rapidly. If it didn't seal the entrance quickly, people would freeze to death. Moreover, if they accidentally attracted the cold beast, it would make things even worse. Xia Hong's actions also served as a reminder for the others. Xia Chuan was the first to step forward and help, followed by a second and a third. In the end, regardless of men, women, or even children, everyone came to help. Xia Hong glanced back at the camp's people, and despite the cold, a faint feeling of warmth rose in his heart. Moving the entrance was quickly sealed by over 100 people working together. Although there was firelight in the cave, once the entrance was closed, it became much darker. The sense of security brought by the enclosed space somewhat alleviated the pained expressions on the faces of the camp members. Yet their expressions remained bewildered, and their faces were full of confusion. "Brother, what do we do next?" Xia Chuan's voice immediately directed everyone's gaze to Xia Hong. From initially discerning the true Xia Ding, to later leading the desperate struggle for survival, to finally creating that life-saving small fire pit. It could be said that without Xia Hong, almost no one in the camp would have survived. At this moment, it was only natural for everyone to pin their hopes on him. Xia Hong naturally felt the reliance in their eyes, feeling the pressure multiply. In fact, he had no choice but to step up. Xia Ding and the logging team of 13 people have been confirmed dead. In the massacre, just now, 72 more died. He just counted, and now only 154 people are left in the camp. Among these, only 53 are adults. The reason these older people stayed in the camp, instead of going out with Xia Ding for logging and hunting, was due to their weak abilities and only normal human strength. Among the remaining 101, 25 are about his age, including himself, and the rest range from 3 to 12 years old. He was originally the strongest person in the camp. Plus, being the son of the former leader Xia Ding, continuing to lead the camp's people to survive naturally became his responsibility. Xia Hong shook off his chaotic thoughts, glanced around the cave, and quickly made his first decision. "We can't stay here. Pack up, and when night falls, we'll move." The deceitful creature from Redwood Ridge already knew the camp's location and could return at any moment. Staying here would surely lead to death. "Brother, which cave number are we moving to?" "To the west, to number 4. In this world, humans are almost constantly evading from birth to death. Evading daylight, evading ice tides, evading cold beasts, evading deceitful monsters. In this long-standing state of evasion, humans have developed the habit of having multiple hiding places. The same goes for the Daxia camp. Having lived in Redwood Ridge for decades, the Daxia camp has long established 6 hiding places, all of which are caves. The 6 caves are spaced only 500 to 600 meters apart, surrounding the eastern slope of Redwood Ridge in a circular layout. They are currently in cave number 1, and number 4 is the furthest from it. So, to be safe, Xia Hong chose cave number 4. Naturally, no one objected, and they all turned around to pack their things according to Xia Hong's orders, preparing to move away at night. Taking advantage of this gap, Xia Hong focused his attention on the camp system that he hadn't had the chance to examine closely earlier. Camp, Great Xia, Level 0. Lord, Xia Hong. Camp population, 154. Resources, wood 15, coal 0, iron 0, silver 0, gold 0. Build, small fire pit, level 1. Daily consumption of wood 2, placed. Small fire pit can significantly increase temperature within a 10-meter radius, deterring primary monsters but also strongly attracting cold beasts. Special function. Every 10 units of wood burned generates a special small torch, similar in function to the small fire pit, and can be carried. Resources required to upgrade small fire pit. Wood 200, iron 50. At the bottom of the open interface, there are also 8 grayed-out options. Wooden mannequin, green bamboo fence, marking stone, medicine decoction pot, yellow earth, polishing stone, small wooden table, rough iron chain. Xia Hong's heart stirred slightly, and he chose the wooden mannequin. Suddenly a message appeared. Wooden mannequin, not constructed. Resources required for construction. Wood 100, iron 20. Sure enough, the other 7 buildings all required resources to unlock. Of these, 6 buildings require wood, coal, and iron for construction. The small wooden table requires silver, and the last rough iron chain requires gold. Having witnessed the power of the small fire pit, naturally Xia Hong was envious of these buildings. But the reality was, not to mention gold and silver. In this world for a month, he hadn't even seen coal. Just to upgrade the small fire pit to level 2 requires 200 wood and 50 iron. Xia Hong's heart moved slightly, and he walked to the side of the cave wall. On the ground were 3 trees roughly over 30 meters long and more than 3 meters thick. Although Xia Hong had never gone out to log, he had seen the nearby forest from the cave entrance over the past month. The trees in this world grow terrifyingly fast. Not only do they grow terrifyingly fast, but they are also outrageously dense. Due to the low temperature, a layer of ice crystals formed on the bark of all the trees, greatly increasing the difficulty of logging. With a fundamental strength below 5,000 pounds, there's simply no possibility of logging. This is why logging has become a mark of strength. Each time Xia Ding went logging, he essentially picked the thinnest trees. It's not that he didn't want to choose thicker ones. They simply couldn't cut through the thicker ones. Even with good luck, if they managed to cut it, they probably couldn't carry it back. Xia Hong looked at the 3 trees on the ground, his eyes contemplating. These 3 are probably about 15 units of timber, which means that upgrading the small fire pit to level 2 requires at least 20 such large trees and 20 units of iron. Thinking of this, Xia Hong shook his head and quickly stopped his thoughts. Forget 20 trees. Even according to what Xia Ding and the logging team members said earlier, without 5,000 pounds of strength, even cutting a tree is a problem. Not to mention iron. Among all the camps around Redwood Ridge, probably only Rogel Camp has it. For now, surviving is the top priority. We must also intensify training. Although I originally planned to gradually reach 5,000 pounds in a month, now it must happen as fast as possible. Xia Hong murmured softly to himself, feeling a strong sense of urgency. 15 units of wood are only enough to sustain the small fire pit for 7.5 days. In the evenings, they can manage, but during the day, without a fire for warmth, the camp members could freeze to death. Though they had endured daylight before, the 4 hours of daylight today were exceptionally grueling for the camp members. On one hand, because they had just experienced disaster and lost many loved ones, their spirits were already low. On the other hand, The anticipation of moving at night left them with a sense of unknown anxiousness about the future. Nonetheless, this daylight at long last passed. Xia Hong pried open a crack at the cave entrance and looked outside. It was already nightfall. Although it was dark, the ice crystals and snowflakes adorned the land in a silvery attire, making visibility fairly good. Of course, most importantly, once night came, the temperature rose. Xia Hong turned his head to look at the camp members behind him, all carrying packs. The 154 people were divided into 3 groups by him. The first group of 40 consisted of adults, both men and women. The second group comprised 76 children and 13 adult women. The third group included him, Xia Chuan, and another 23 young adults. Adults leading split 12 people to carry those 3 trees. All children in the middle, you 13 women, take care of them. Xia Chuan, along with you 23, will stay at the rear with me. Keep the formation steady. If anything happens, blow the bone whistle first. Don't shout to avoid attracting trouble. Do you understand? Understood. Hearing everyone's unanimous response, Xia Hong then waved to signal the departure. Over 100 of them gradually walked out of the cave. After the last group left, Xia Hong turned back to look at the small fire pit. With a thought, the small fire pit was extinguished and its status in the camp system reverted to unplaced. After handling the fire pit, Xia Hong quickly jogged to the back of the group. The group set off westward, their white bee skin clothing blending with the snow, as if becoming part of this harsh and relentless icy world. Heart of the camp, the world, was a frozen wasteland, the cold wind biting to the bone. Under the starlit night, the people of Great Xia Camp trudged arduously westward. From number 1 cave to number 4 cave, it was actually less than 2 kilometers. Yet even this less than 2 kilometers took over 100 people from Great Xia Camp a full 2 hours to traverse. The main reason being the snow accumulation on Redwood Ridge was astonishingly thick. Outside the cave, even the thinnest snow was more than half a meter high. In some places, it was 5 to 6 meters thick, and several people in the front line of robust individuals had already fallen off snow slopes and ended up bruised and disfigured. When encountering deeper snow, the team had to stop, relying on the robust individuals at the front to physically carve a path before they could continue moving. Additionally, the weather was cold and visibility was poor at night. Considering the children in the group, Xia Hong could only deliberately slow down the pace. Though the pace was slow, quite a few people got injured. But in the end, they reached their destination without any major risks. Number 4 cave was on the west side of Small Hill, with its entrance covered by dense leaves, now overlaid with a layer of snow, even crystallized with small icicles. Some children in the group had lips turning blue from cold. Xia Hong picked up a stone axe, chopping through the entrance in no time and quickly organizing everyone to enter. This cave was approximately 100 square meters, more spacious than the previous one. Xia Hong entered the cave and started a fire straight away, then instructed Xia Chuan to reseal the entrance. This puzzled Xia Chuan, as the temperature at night was higher than during the day, and the cold beasts were not so active. Generally, there was no need to seal the cave. However, he quickly understood. Everyone gather around. I have something to say. Xia Hong gathered everyone around, then pointed solemnly at the fire pit and said, "Right now, the most important thing in the camp is this fire pit. It has an intimidating effect on deceitful monsters, but also attracts cold beasts. Henceforth, regardless of whether it's night or day, the entrance must be sealed upon entering or exiting. Understood?" The previous incident in the cave where the imposter Xia Ding was killed and turned to ashes was witnessed by everyone, making them fully trust Xia Hong's words. They all nodded affirmatively. "Chuan, how much food do we have left now?" Hearing this, Xia Chuan's expression immediately turned a bit somber, replying, "We have about 700 pounds of crystal fruit left and only 60 pounds of cold beast meat." Upon hearing these figures, everyone instantly became anxious. That includes Xia Hong. In such a harsh world, farming is naturally not a concept. Perhaps it exists, but the current Great Xia camp surely has no contact with it. In Great Xia, including all the human camps around Redwood Ridge, the staple food is a fruit that grows on a tree called ice flocks. These fruits are fist-sized with crystalline skins, soft and glutinous inside, and a sweet taste, each about half a pound. A normal person needs 2 a day to barely maintain subsistence. 700 pounds sounds like a lot, but is insufficient for 154 people. Even if being frugal and giving only 1 per person per day, these 700 pounds would barely last 10 days. Regarding cold beast meat, perhaps in some large camps, they can use it as rations, but in Great Xia camp, cold beast flesh like wood is absolutely considered a strategic resource. In this world, humans rely on cold beast flesh to cultivate. Previously, Xia Ding implemented a distribution system in Great Xia camp. Logging team members each received 1 pound a day. Ages 15 to 18 could get half a pound every 3 days. Officially, that's the story, but the reality was different. Previously, the camp had 2 little cold beast flesh. At least in the past month since Xia Hong came through, he only saw Xia Ding bring back 1 bone spur frost wolf cold beast, and it was just a juvenile, only 100 pounds or so. With too many people and too little meat, the available cold beast flesh mainly went to the offspring of the logging team members. Both Xia Ding and Xia Chuan also received some before, but Xia Chuan gave his share to Xia Hong, using his brother's impending breakthrough to the logging realm as the reason. This deepened Xia Hong's bond with Xia Chuan significantly in just a month. Despite being blood brothers, this is a world where death can come at any moment. Cold beast flesh, a type of strategic resource that can enhance power, is invaluable. Yet Xia Chuan was willing to give it to him, highlighting the purity of this younger brother's character. While Xia Hong was pondering these thoughts, Xia Chuan, from the rear, approached the fire pit carrying a clump of azure meat. Cold beast flesh is blue. Xia Hong was slightly taken aback, but he quickly realized Xia Chuan's intention. Everyone, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. My brother is the strongest, and now he's just a step away from the logging realm. I suggest we give him these 60 pounds of cold beast flesh so he can break through sooner, ensuring our camp's safety. What do you all think? As expected, Xia Hong's guess was right. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but reconsidered and remained silent. Though it might seem selfish, Xia Chuan's words were sensible. Yet human nature is complex, and after Xia Chuan spoke, the room fell silent, with no one voicing their thoughts. Especially those, the offspring of the previous camp's logging team members. Hong, we trust you, but can you swear that after breaking through the logging realm, you won't leave us behind? The speaker was a robust young man, Yuan Cheng, straightforward and honest. His father, Yuan Gang, was second only to Xia Ding in camp strength. Information about the speaker flashed in Xia Hong's mind. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked around, observing the reactions of the others. At times like this, resources should indeed be concentrated to enhance Hong's abilities. But that flesh was earned by my father's blood and sweat. Without logging realm combat power, we can't even collect wood, and once these 3 trees are gone, we'll freeze to death. I believe it should be given to Hong. That's right, give it to him. Only the offspring of the previous logging team members spoke up. From this, you can pretty much see the dynamics in Great Xia camp earlier. Xia Ding and the logging team members were at the top, responsible for resource procurement and determining resource distribution. Their families were the second tier, enjoying resource priority and having a say in camp affairs. Everyone else fell into the third tier, waiting for resource allocation. Xia Hong sorted out his thoughts and gently raised his hand to quiet them. Upon seeing his gesture, everyone instantly fell silent. Evidently, Xia Hong's performance during the earlier camp attack and their relocation had established his authority in their minds. Cheng, if I intended to leave, I do so regardless of any oath, so I can't guarantee anything to you. Xia Hong paused after responding to Yuan Cheng, before continuing with a more serious tone. Trust is the foundation between us. I'll say just this. If you are willing to give me this flesh, one day in the future, I will repay you 100-fold. If you're willing, express it now. If not, I'll continue as before." As Xia Hong finished speaking, silence initially filled the cave. But soon, the first voice broke the silence. "Hong, I trust you." Then came the second and the third. "I trust the leader too. I, Yuan Sheng, am willing to give my cold beast flesh to Hong." "Exactly. Only by strengthening the leader can we continue to survive." Voices of support and trust echoed through the crowd. A smile appeared on Xia Hong's face. Receiving the chunk of cold beast flesh from Xia Chuan, a sense of determination gradually emerged in Xia Hong's gaze. In this extremely cold and apocalyptic world, only a camp built on mutual trust and genuine sincerity can truly survive, and strength will eventually follow. In breaking through the logging realm by the campfire, everyone at the Great Xia camp was either lying down or leaning against something. A small number of the youngest ones, exhausted from the previous journey, had already fallen asleep. The majority of the people were wide awake, their eyes fixated on the left side of the fire, at a tall man wearing only a beast skin skirt with a bare upper body. Looking closer, one realized that they were not staring at the man, but at the piece of meat he was holding. The meat in the man's hand was clearly freshly roasted, still sizzling with aroma. Almost without exception, those awake were constantly swallowing their saliva. The man was naturally Xia Hong. Having just arrived in a new environment, others might still need time to adapt, but he could not afford that luxury. He had to quickly enhance his strength and break through to the logging realm. 5 pounds at a time should be no problem. Cold beast flesh contained incredibly strong energy, and eating too much at once could cause someone to explode. Xia Hong had eaten it before, so he understood. From his past experience, 5 pounds at a time should pose no issue for him. As the meat entered his stomach, the first wave he felt was satiety. As the feeling of fullness continued to swell, his blood began to boil, and a strong burning sensation suddenly erupted in his abdomen. Next, sweat began to pour crazily from his forehead, shoulders, back, lower limbs, even palms and the soles of his feet. The muscles in his arms gradually bulged, while veins across his forehead, the back of his hands, and his legs began to protrude. Xia Hong's breathing became heavy, even carrying a burning sensation. His exhaled breath was unusually visible to all in the camp. Suddenly, Xia Hong moved. He clenched his fists, retracted them, then fiercely thrust his waist, a straight punch forward, his fists like cannonballs. Though the punch hit nothing, the air vibrated continuously. If someone were to meet the punch, the outcome could be imagined. Watch closely. This is long fist, rising like a gale and striking like lightning, with the lead hand followed by the rear, both hands alternating as one relentless force. Once we have enough cold beast flesh, regardless of gender, everyone in the camp will practice with me. Xia Hong demonstrated the grand ancestor long fist while explaining to the people in the camp. Crystal fruit can only satisfy hunger. To train, one must have cold beast flesh. It's easy to understand. Eating enough just maintains basic bodily functions. But forging the body and improving physical functions requires eating meat. The cultivation method in this world is simple and brutal. Consume large amounts of cold beast flesh, and through venting, continuously absorb the flesh's energy, which steadily enhances bodily strength. In truth, no one in the camp doesn't want to train. But when survival is a problem, cultivation becomes even more of a luxury. Even now, with Xia Ding teaching them the long fist techniques, they could only lie quietly and listen. It's not that they don't want to get up, it's to move less, to conserve energy. Chuan was this long fist taught to Hong by Uncle Ding. Watching the still vigorous Xia Hong in the field, Yuan Hong showed a hint of envy and turned to ask Xia Chuan beside him. Xia Chuan's face was full of pride as he whispered, "This is something my brother created a month ago. I tell you, practicing this long fist speeds up the absorption of cold beast flesh energy." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong's pupils shrank sharply. He had also eaten cold beast flesh and knew what that meant. Absorbing the energy of cold beast flesh would increase strength. And this process is cultivation. Increasing the speed of energy absorption means increasing the speed of cultivation. Really? Of course it's true. My brother taught me, and I tried it myself. Great. Then once we have cold beast flesh, I want practice too. Don't worry, didn't you hear? My brother just said, once we have enough flesh and blood, he'll teach us. In the following days, at the maximum body limits, Xia Hong regularly consumed 5 pounds each day, and indeed his strength increased steadily. Before the camp was attacked, his basic strength was already 4,000 pounds. Over the next 5 days, his strength increased by nearly 100 pounds each day. Great Xia Camp's tool for measuring strength was a set of brown circular wooden stakes. There were 12 stakes in total, 5 of 100 pounds, 2 of 500 pounds, and 5 of 1,000 pounds. Everyone in the camp watched Xia Hong measure his strength each day. For the first days, 4,100 pounds, to the 7th days, 4,900 pounds. The crowd's enthusiasm grew, and as they looked at the sealed entrance, a glimmer of hope gradually rose in their eyes. In the past, when Xia Ding and the logging team were present, the entrance could be opened in the evenings for ventilation. Now sealed in year-round, they felt even more stifled. Critically, the crystal fruits were running low. Even with minimal rationing, there were only about 700 pounds. Among 154 people, over 500 pounds had been consumed in 7 days. The remaining amount was not enough to last 3 days. All their hopes could only be pinned on Xia Hong. So on the evening of the 8th day, when Xia Hong approached the brown stakes, everyone's gaze focused intently on him. Fully aware of the camp situation, Xia Hong understood their feelings. He said nothing, quietly stacking the 5 1,000-pound stakes together. Slowly crouching down, he wrapped his arms around the bottom stake. Taking a deep breath, he began to exert his strength. 5,000 pounds is a weight unimaginable to the average person. But for the people in this world, 5,000 pounds is just a basic requirement. Lifting a 5,000-pound object doesn't necessarily imply only a force of 5,000 pounds can be exerted. Take Xia Ding, whose basic strength was over 7,000 pounds. But, as Xia Hong observed when Xia Ding swung his axe, the force was definitely over 10,000 pounds. Force depends on personal technique, physique, and even the situation, but basic strength doesn't lie. Why does one need over 5,000 pounds of basic strength just to log outside? Xia Hong had already asked Xia Ding this question. Xia Ding didn't answer. He merely tossed him a stone axe and told him to chop down a tree. The trees retrieved by the logging team from the outskirts of Redwood Ridge. At the time, Xia Hong's basic strength was just over 2,000 pounds, and when he chopped down, his tiger's mouth cracked, his elbow joints even fractured directly. Understand that these trees were chopped down by Xia Ding and the logging team outside and brought back to the cave. They had been left for days, with the crystallized outer bark already dissolved. A basic strength of 2,000 pounds couldn't even break the surface. Xia Hong immediately realized that both people and trees capable of surviving in such an extremely cold environment cannot be judged by common sense. Besides, a glance at the towering forest on the side of Redwood Ridge reveals that, compared to humans, these trees actually thrive better. 5,000 pounds is only the first step. Xia Hong shouted lowly, eyes wide with determination. He forcefully exerted his strength upwards, muscles all over his body bulging, and his blood seemed to boil. Under the hopeful gaze of everyone in the camp, the 5 1,000-pound stakes slowly lifted off the ground until they were raised above Xia Hong's head. Brother, you've broken through. Head strong. 5,000 pounds. Ha ha. The leader is amazing. Hong, you've reached the logging realm. Bang. Xia Hong dropped the stakes onto the ground, causing a loud boom, then turned back to look at the crowd, finally showing a long-missed expression of relaxation. Once it's dark, I'll go out to find crystal fruit. Ice Shaw, Vermilion Frost, Goldlin, the great Xia camp has finally birthed a new logging-grade combat power. The mood of the people immediately improved quite a bit. Xia Hong's mood, needless to say, was even better. He initially thought it would take more than 10 days, but he broke through in just 8 days, showcasing the potential of his body. As nightfall approached, Xia Hong didn't delay. He walked over to the fire pit and, under the astonished eyes of the crowd, pulled out a charred stick from within. The stick was entirely pitch black, about half a meter long, thin at the bottom and thick at the top, with the thick end having a white tip. Small torch. For every 10 units of wood burned in the fire pit, one can be generated, and it can be carried with you, similar in function to a small bonfire. The special function of the small bonfire remained despite spending 8 days in the cave, using the wood sparingly, but in total, they burned 13 units, thus generating 1 torch. Since he had to go out, it was natural to make thorough preparations. Its function is similar to a small bonfire, meaning it has the effect of deterring and wounding deceitful monsters. However, it also attracts cold beasts. Soon, it was completely dark. Xia Hong tied the torch to his back with a rope, fastened 2 hand axes to his waist, and then pulled a 3-meter-long stick from the side of the camp wall. Peering through a fingertip-sized gap in the cave entrance to look outside, he confirmed it was entirely dark. Xia Hong then turned back and gave Xia Chuan a final reminder. Remember the code I taught you. I will return before daylight. Once I leave, seal the entrance immediately. If anyone comes, if they can't match the code, no matter who it is, do not reveal yourself, understand? Having experienced the massacre just 8 days ago, Xia Chuan was all too aware of the importance of Xia Hong's instructions and nodded firmly. Xia Hong didn't say much more and tore open a gap to slip out directly. Xia Chuan swiftly sealed the entrance, but through the last sliver of a gap, saw Xia Hong's departing figure, a trace of worry in his eyes. Just how large Redwood Ridge is, not even Xia Hong, nor Xia Ding, knows. The Great Xia is, after all, just a small-sized camp. Though they've been exploring consistently over the years, their range of activity is primarily the slope east of Redwood Ridge, mostly revolving around the 6 caves there. The approximate range is about a 5-kilometer radius. The most crucial area within these 5 kilometers is the periphery of Redwood Ridge to the west, for no reason other than the sheer number of trees in Redwood Ridge. Not only are there many, but they also crazily extend outward. It should be that, with 9 human camps surrounding Redwood Ridge and continuous logging over the years, it should naturally shrink. However, as per Xia Ding's observations, not only has Redwood Ridge not shrunk, but it has been continuously expanding outward over these years. The trees grow larger and more numerous. The rapid growth of resources is beneficial to humans. But the problem is, these trees are not just resources for them. They are equally critical to the cold beasts. Most cold beasts reside on the trees. Apart from hunting, cold beasts also enjoy consuming the fruits from the trees. So the expansion of Redwood Ridge is, in fact, quite deadly for the surrounding camps. As the trees constantly extend, the activity range of those cold beasts get closer to the neighboring camps, increasing the danger for humans. Of course, these are not matters for Xia Hong to consider at this stage. Though it was nighttime, the snow covering the ground moderately maintained visibility. Unconsciously, he had reached the edge of Redwood Ridge. In sight, ancient trees that could be considered towering giants in his past life seemed sparse and ordinary here, even small. Upon a brief glance, even the thinnest trees on the outer edge had diameters of 3 to 4 meters, with lengths of 30 to 50 meters found everywhere. The inner trees were more terrifying, with diameters of 5 or 6 meters, even exceeding 10 meters. Looking up, the tops could not be seen, reaching unknown heights. On the snow-covered giant trees, thousands of sharp icicles hung, combined with drifting snowflakes, forming an exquisite and unparalleled ice-snow scene. However, at this moment, Xia Hong was not in the mood to appreciate this. After a long search, he selected a tree 3 meters thick. Xia Hong nervously approached, brushed away the snow on the surface, revealing a layer of ice crystals beneath, and under the ice crystals, the tree bark faintly glinted with a red light. Seeing the red light, he looked up and scanned the treetop carefully. After confirming nothing was there, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Red frost tree, should be no cold beasts residing here. As per Xia Ding, the eastern edge of Redwood Ridge has the most red frost trees. Due to the fragility of red frost tree branches and the large size of cold beasts, they seldom choose to dwell there. Differing from red frost, the gold frost tree, yellowish in appearance, has very sturdy branches and thick trunks, making a favorite for cold beasts who frequently rest atop them at night. Additionally, some cold beasts even nest and dwell there. Considering the gold frost tree's limited numbers, cold beasts stable enough to reside there usually possess considerable power. Xia Hong marked the small red frost tree with his hand axe, memorized the route, and continued deeper. The camp's food and wood supplies were nearly depleted. Leave this tree to chop down upon the return journey. The urgent task is to find crystal fruits. Ice trees favor sunlight and grow faster in brighter locations. They typically grow in more open areas. Recalling the features of ice trees, Xia Hong surveyed the forest, selecting a tree after confirming it was free of any threats, and climbed up. The tree's surface, coated with snow and ice crystals, was not only bone-chilling but also extremely slippery. After exerting much effort, Xia Hong finally reached the top. Upon reaching the treetop, the view indeed improved greatly. Soon enough, Xia Hong spotted an open area about 200 to 300 meters to the west. The eastern edge of Redwood Ridge, 800 steps belong to our great Xia's territory. If you ever join the logging team, remember this rule well. If you cross into someone else's territory recklessly and get killed, you can't blame anyone but yourself. Recalling Xia Ding's previous words, Xia Hong leaped off the tree and headed toward the open area to the west. 800 steps roughly equate to a distance of a league. The open area belongs to Great Xia territory, so crossing over shouldn't pose a problem. Theoretically, given how crucial of a resource the ice tree, capable of producing staple food, is, the camp should remember its location, saving the trouble of finding it each time. In reality, they did remember, but the sudden demise of Xia Ding and the logging team was unexpected. There were originally 13 individuals capable of venturing out from the camp, and most knew the ice tree's location. Unexpectedly, before they had a chance to inform Xia Hong, all 13 perished. Thankfully, the tree wasn't far. Xia Hong found it without much difficulty. Though he was eager for food, Xia Hong approached cautiously and calmly. As he passed each tree, he thoroughly searched the treetop with a careful gaze. Though it was nighttime, the typical resting time for cold beasts, it didn't mean they wouldn't wake up. Up to now, Xia Hong hadn't seen a cold beast, only learning about a couple from conversations between Xia Ding and the logging crew. Although he hadn't seen any alive, based solely on the amount and frequency of cold beast flesh acquired when Xia Ding was still around, he could deduce that their power was undoubtedly fearsome. 13 logging-grade individuals took a month to successfully hunt down a single juvenile bone-piercing frost wolf. That already spoke volumes. Xia Hong had to be cautious. With his current strength, encountering a cold beast likely spelled death. Luckily, the journey went without a hitch. After more than an hour, Xia Hong finally reached that open area. Upon reaching the destination and looking forward, Xia Hong's face immediately lit up with joy. Amid the open ground, a 40-meter-tall, silver-coated towering ice tree stood quietly, densely packed with crystal fruits dangling above. Luck is truly on my side. This would likely weigh over 1,000 pounds. Xia Hong did not let the joy overcome his senses and directly climbed the tree to pick the fruits. Instead, he first chose a nearby red frost tree and climbed to the top. There, he meticulously observed the crown of the ice tree. Upon this inspection, his expression darkened considerably. Long-tongued snow made at first glance. This ice tree appears no different from the other trees nearby. The trunk is covered in white snow, and the canopy is also adorned in a silver dress, with thousands of icicles hanging from the branches like curtains. But upon closer inspection, you'll find that there are dozens of icicles over a meter long, bizarrely standing upright on a sturdy branch. Xia Hong stared intently at that part of the trunk and immediately identified it. That's not an icicle at all, but rather a giant white creature resting on the trunk. A tongue, at least 4 or 5 meters long, was hanging down from its mouth. Its tongue was also white, with a layer of frost on the surface, so unless you looked carefully, you would think it was just a particularly long icicle. And those upright icicles were actually the spines on its back. In the darkness of the night, if you didn't look closely, you would definitely miss it. It was fortunate that Xia Hong was out for the first time and was particularly cautious, allowing him to notice it. In the darkness, it was unclear how big the creature really was, but with that long tongue and the spines on its back, Xia Hong recognized it. Long-tongued snow mane, only 2 meters in length, should be juvenile. The cold beasts on the outskirts of Redwood Ridge aren't numerous in variety. Among them, the most common are the bone spur frost wolf and the long-tongued snow mane. According to what was heard from the members of the logging team, the long-tongued snow mane is a lower-level cold beast resembling a wild boar. The body of a long-tongued snow mane is extremely large, weighing 300 to 400 pounds even as juveniles, with adults typically over 1,000 pounds. Snow manes possess immense strength, favoring attacks with the spines on their back and forehead. But more importantly, their several meter-long tongues are not only long, sharp, and harden or soften at will, but also almost impossible to defend against. If you encounter a juvenile snow mane, there is still a chance to hunt it with a very strong archer and the assistance of a dozen good hand from the logging realm. Otherwise, if encountered in the wild, don't try, just flee. Remembering what he had heard before, Xia Hong took a deep breath, calming down as much as possible. Although he was tempted by the snow mane's tasty meat, he had to face reality. Fortunately, it was nighttime and the snow mane was fast asleep. If it were daytime and he encountered an awake one, he might not have survived. Stay quiet and don't disturb it. Pick some crystal fruits and then leave. The most notable trait of long-tongued snow manes is that once it's nighttime, they become extremely lethargic. As long as you don't attack them, they generally won't wake up. Though the members of the logging team wouldn't lie to him, Xia Hong naturally wouldn't gamble with his own life. So he picked up a stone from the ground and climbed up a tree, hurling it toward a tree 100 meters away. The stone hit the tree, causing only a slight shake, not much disturbance. Yet, due to the vibration, icicles began falling from the tree. The sound of icicles hitting the ground was exceptionally clear in the silent, dense forest. So Xia Hong held his breath and carefully observed the snow mane. The snow mane remained indifferent to the loud noise, continuing to slumber deeply. This sight truly allowed Xia Hong to relax. Gently pick the fruit. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Just as Xia Hong was about to climb down from the tree, whoosh! A sound of an arrow slicing through the air suddenly came from across. In the night, though Xia Hong couldn't see the sharp arrow, judging by the sound's origin, he could almost confirm it was aimed at the snow mane on the tree. Roar! Sure enough, as the sound of the arrow disappeared, an enraged roar suddenly erupted from the ice tree. The sound was earth-shattering, causing the entire tree to tremble, scattering ice fragments from the branches, while snow on the ground exploded into a flurry. Even the tree Xia Hong was on shook violently. Are you crazy? Is this someone from the Sure camp? Xia Hong screamed internally, unable to move a muscle. In earlier years, the camps around Redwood Ridge, led by Rogel Camp, had divided up their territories. To the west of Great Xia's territory in Redwood Ridge is the Sure camp's territory. At this moment, Xia Hong wasn't concerned with the Sure camp crossing the border. He was merely curious where the Sure camp mustered such courage to engage a long-tongued snow mane. Though unsure of the Sure camp's specific strength, he figured it was similar to Great Xia, a small camp at best with perhaps a few more logging rail powerhouses. Could such strength hunt a snow mane? It wasn't long before Xia Hong realized he was mistaken. The Sure camp seemed to have quite a bit of capability. Sure Dong, I hit its left eye. Aim for its right eye with me. The rest of you, hurry and snare it with ropes. From the west side of the ice tree came a sharp voice. 17 people followed, all clad in bee-skin skirts, wielding stone axes, except for the first one in line, who wielded a gleaming saber. Iron weapon, probably bought from Rogel Camp. Xia Hong gazed at the saber with envy in his eyes. Under extreme cold, both stone and iron undergo significant changes. Great Xia once had a semi-iron weapon, Xia Ding's axe, being called semi-iron because only the blade's edge was iron. The rest was stone with a wooden handle. Yet even as a semi-iron weapon, its sharpness far exceeded that of a stone axe. Xia Hong had once exchanged blows between a stone axe and that iron axe. The stone axe was damaged, while the iron axe remained intact. Considering the iron was only on the blade of the axe, no wonder that gleaming saber was so formidable. Apart from Xia Hong's envy, the people from the Ashur camp under the ice tree had already engaged that snowmane. The snowmane's left eye indeed had an arrow lodged in it. The snowmane probably hurt from the pain. After descending from the tree, its roaring ceased, but its breathing was notably heavy. The only remaining eye on the right was bloodshot and locked onto the Ashur camp's group. Its hind legs scraped the snow twice before lunging forward suddenly, faster than a white arrow off the string, fierce as a crashing mountain. Looking at the snowmane's huge body, it was unimaginable that its speed was so fast. The enormous size combined with extreme speed, even dispersing the chill, meant this strike's impact was devastating. Quick dodge. Set the snare fast. That sharp voice sounded again, and Xia Hong's gaze turned to a tree on the west side. The person commanding must be an archer. Another named Shi Dong, also an archer, should be hiding on the other side. The person gave commands while frantically shooting arrows with another archer. Though the arrows didn't hit the snowmane's vital spots, they successfully slowed its charge. As the snowmane was being obstructed, 14 individuals under the ice tree scattered, avoiding the snowmane while setting up over a dozen snares on the ground. The leader wielding the saber even tossed a snare right over the snowmane's neck while dodging. The snowmane couldn't stop its momentum and crashed into the ground full of snares. The snowmane's limbs and head were swiftly snared. Pull hard, a sharp voice commanded from behind the tree, and the 14 scattered individuals quickly regrouped, divided into 5 groups, and forcefully pulled the ropes from the ground, running in 5 directions. Roar! The snowmane roared angrily, but unfortunately staggered, yanked, and toppled over, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang. Meanwhile, 2 arrows shot like meteors from behind the tree, straight into the snowmane's blood-red right eye. Plunge! Both arrows hit the mark. The snowmane let out a more painful and furious roar. Got it! Ha, well done, boss. This beast, the pain will kill it too. The laughter of the Ashur camp's people contrasted starkly with the snowmane's furious, painful cries. Despite their joy, the people of the Ashur camp did not approach while the snowmane continued to thrash. The distant 2 archers remained concealed, persistently shooting arrows to finish it off. As time went by, the snowmane's thrashing movements grew smaller and smaller until it finally lay still. The people of the Ashur camp seemed to finally relax. The leader wielding the saber threw several rocks from afar, confirming the snowmane's death before finally speaking to the rear of the forest. Boss, it's dead. 2 middle-aged men emerged from behind the tree on the west side, leading everyone towards the snowmane's body. Seeing the group begin to gather their prey, Xia Hong, still hiding in the tree, furrowed his brows slightly. Powerful and cunning, it's certainly not true to say one isn't envious of this snowmane. But circumstances are stronger than people. Even though the Ashur camp has crossed the boundary, Xia Hong currently neither has the energy nor the strength to deal with it. Not only can he not meddle, but he also must avoid any contact with the Ashur camp at all costs. In fact, according to what Xia Ding said before his death, the relationship between Ashur and Great Xia's camps had always been fairly decent. But times have changed, and Great Xia is now extremely weak. Once outsiders notice the true situation, their fate will be out of their control. After understanding this, Xia Hong's expression calmed down as he continued to observe the crowd. At this moment, the group from the Ashur camp had reached the side of the snowmane. Tisk tisk, this looks like it weighs 400 or 500 pounds. We're in for a fortune. Enough to last the camp 2 or 3 months. The leader used 300 pounds of cold beast meat to trade for a bow at Rogal Camp. Some of you were against it, but now you see the bow's power, right? All right, stop the chatter. Move it quickly. This is Great Xia's territory. It won't be good if they find us later. The sharp commanding voice from earlier was clearly that of the Shi's leader. As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately fell silent. Then one person stepped forward, ready to pull out the arrow lodged in the snow mane's eye. However, just as he grasped the arrow, a sudden change occurred. The snow mane, which had been lying motionless, suddenly flipped over. The snow mane flipped so fast that the man was caught off guard and didn't even have time to let go. He was lifted directly into the air. By the time he tried to let go, the snow mane had already charged forward, smashing him into pieces. That's right, it didn't send him flying. It shattered him directly in midair. This beast actually played dead. Retreat quickly. Everyone withdraw, scatter, and run quickly. Despite their terror, the people of the Shi camp reacted quickly, especially the leader with the sharp voice, who instantly decided to have them scatter and escape. The crowd immediately followed his words, scattering in all directions. However, they were too close to the snow mane. After shattering one person, the snow mane didn't pause and charged fiercely toward the first person who had spoken. At the same time, it tilted its head, baring its bloodthirsty jaws at the second person who spoke. A long, icicle-like tongue suddenly shot out from its mouth. Splurt! The tongue was as fast as lightning, incredibly sharp, and nearly in an instant pierced through that person. Piercing through the person wasn't the end. The tongue even turned in midair, racing toward the leader of the Shi camp. Leader, watch out! The leader was fleeing for his life and didn't have time to check behind him. Not far from him, two people who noticed the leader was in danger charged toward him almost without hesitation, shielding him from behind. The only person from the Shi camp with a knife was among them. He used his knife to block the snow mane's tongue at just the right moment. Clang! Seeing that the blade withstood the tongue, the man immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, the tongue quickly maneuvered around to his right side. With a swift loop, it pierced through another person who wasn't holding a knife. How long is this beast's tongue? The man with the knife roared indignantly. Shut up, fool! No one make a sound. This beast is already blind. Retreat slowly, keep silent, and it won't find us. But the sharp voice immediately yelled angrily, interrupting him. The leader clearly saw the key point and reacted quickly. Unfortunately, the man with the knife was really too close to the snow mane's tongue. The snow mane's tongue had already wrapped around the man with the knife before striking the second person. Once it achieved its second target, the tongue suddenly softened and swiftly turned to the left, like a moving rope wrapping around the man with the knife's neck. The man with the knife seemed to realize something and quickly threw the heavy knife in his hand towards the leader. The next second, accompanied by the snow mane's low roar and exertion, the man's head fell directly off his neck. This terrifying scene sent a chill through everyone's hearts. As the leader caught the knife in the air, seeing his subordinate's tragic death, he was extremely angry but suppressed his emotions, not daring to make any sound. The others, like him, stood silently, not daring to utter a sound. Under the ice tree, a deathly silence enveloped the area. And at this moment, Xia Hong, hiding in the trees, didn't dare to move. He even breathed cautiously, not daring to be careless. It's important to know that everything that happened occurred in the blink of an eye. Originally, he was ready to come down once they took away the prey. Who would have expected that in just a few moments, the Shi camp had already lost 3 people? This snow mane not only has a strong vitality, but also terrifying strength. More importantly, its cunning nature is extraordinarily beast-like. Not only does it play dead to feign weakness, but it also knows how to lure enemies into a trap. It hadn't moved at all until the 2 archers appeared. And this long-tongued snow mane is only a low-level cold beast. How powerful and cunning must the mid-level and high-level ones be? At this moment, Xia Hong realized why only Rogal Camp near Redwood Ridge has a proper hunting team, while Great Xia and other camps can only assemble logging teams. Swish! Just as he was reflecting on this, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air suddenly emerged in the snowy night. Xia Hong looked up. The arrow struck a large tree 50 meters away, and the immense force shook the ice shards off the tree, creating a louder noise upon hitting the ground. The snow mane, drawn by the noise, bounded a few times in place before charging towards the source of the sound. Xia Hong immediately understood and looked down at the people from the Shi camp. Sure enough, it was another archer hiding in the distance who had shot the arrow. Once the snow mane moved away, the people from the Shi camp quickly fled wildly to the west, not even bothering with the corpses on the ground, obviously in a state of utmost panic. The snow mane, finding nothing under the tree, soon turned around and came back to the ice tree. Its nostrils were still seething, its limbs pounding the ground from time to time. Clearly, its fury had not fully subsided. Xia Hong at this moment didn't dare move, even though the snow mane had lain down under the tree unmoving. He didn't dare check it out. Sure enough, half an hour passed, and the snow mane suddenly raised its head. Even though it had no eyes, its ear-turning and body-turning movements showed it was using its hearing to judge the surroundings. Xia Hong saw this and felt profoundly relieved that he hadn't moved earlier. The snow mane stayed for a while longer before crawling back to the ice tree. Its climbing speed was slow and even a bit clumsy, but after finding a sturdy branch, it lay on it, gradually blending in with the ice crystals on the tree. And Xia Hong, even after an hour, still didn't move. It's not out of fear, as the snow mane is very likely asleep. Leaving now wouldn't be much of a problem. But leaving just like that, Xia Hong felt somewhat unwilling. From its last tree-climbing movement, it wasn't hard to see that this snow mane, after a bout of ferocity, was already in very poor condition. Moreover, its two eyes were blind. That's 400 to 500 pounds of cold beast meat. If he doesn't take this chance, Xia Hong would undoubtedly feel at a loss. But judging from the snow mane's strength and cunning earlier, seizing the opportunity wouldn't be an easy task. The 3 dismembered corpses from the Shi camp lying on the ground were clear evidence of that. Xia Hong pondered for a long time and suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up. Snow mane, frost wolf, even though it was almost certain that the snow mane was asleep. When Xia Hong climbed down from the tree, he still tried to be as quiet as possible. Upon reaching the ground, he first moved cautiously toward the south. He stopped only when he reached a large oval stone, 2 or 3 meters in diameter. After observing the surroundings, Xia Hong dug a man-sized pit in the snow with his bare hands beside the stone. After digging it, he lay down to test the size. Once confirmed okay, he walked 50 meters away from the stone and took out a piece of black stick he'd been carrying on his back. This was certainly not an ordinary small stick. Small torch. Each fire heat burning 10 units of wood can generate one of these, portable, with a strong attraction to the cold beast. He took it before heading out, unexpectedly proving useful. Whether it works or not, it all depends on this thing. Xia Hong glanced back at the ice tree, inserted the small torch into the ground, then took out a firestone and struck it twice hard. Immediately, sparks flew. The white tip of the small torch caught the sparks and ignited at once, raising a crimson flame over 1/2 meter high, identical to the flame that had burned the deceitful monster in the cave earlier. The moment the flame rose, Xia Hong dashed swiftly toward the stone. Once next to the stone, he quickly crawled into the pit he dug earlier, then used his hands to shovel the surrounding snow onto himself, burying himself completely. When fully covered, he left only his eyes exposed above the snow, starting to observe the torch without moving. Xia Hong still trusted the system's items. After all, the scene of that deceitful monster being burnt, wailing in pain, still lingered in his mind. But how strong the attraction of this flame was to the cold beast, he was not entirely sure. Would that snow mane be drawn in? Xia Hong's question was soon answered. Step, step, step. In a short, while a cautious, testing footstep came from behind. The footsteps came closer, and though Xia Hong dared not look back, the probing steps already told the tale. As expected, When the snow mane with ice spikes on its back passed within 10 meters of him, Xia Hong held his breath, not daring to even move his eyeballs. That snow mane's eyes had two black arrows stuck in them. It seemed to be in too much pain to pull them out. Unable to see, the snow mane moved very slowly, pausing after every few steps. But strangely, the closer it got to the torch, the more excited it seemed, even quickening its pace. When it finally reached the torch, the snow mane suddenly stopped. It brought its face close to the tip of the torch, and though it clearly made contact with the flames, there was no sign of being burned. Instead, as its body was bathed in the firelight, its breathing became steadier. It even seemed a bit, somewhat, enjoying it. In the snow, Xia Hong's eyes were filled with confusion and perplexity. The snow mane had an expression of enjoyment on its face. But as he continued his close observation of the snow mane's body, Xia Hong's expression shifted from perplexity to gravity. The group back at the Dashur camp had done more than just blind the snow mane. Its body was riddled with arrows and sword wounds. Even from 50 meters away, Xia Hong could clearly see that the snow mane's bleeding wounds were not only staunched by the firelight, but were also healing rapidly before his eyes. Xia Hong even had an illusion. The snow mane's presence seemed to grow stronger with the firelight's shine. Could this torch heal the cold beast? Could it even help it train and grow stronger? For a moment, Xia Hong felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. Originally, he intended to use the torch to attract the snow mane, keeping it moving. The snow mane was already injured, and as long as it didn't get proper rest in the tree, it would bleed itself to exhaustion and death in no time. By then, he could easily pick up the spoils. Unexpectedly, he had now provided it warmth. He could not pick up anything now, instead helping it heal, putting himself in danger. Given the circumstances, Xia Hong no longer thought of scavenging. He only hoped the torch would quickly extinguish, that the snow mane would leave, allowing him to walk away. But at this moment, again something unexpected happened. Roar! A hoarse, deep beast roar suddenly sounded from behind. The enjoying snow mane immediately turned, its expression becoming incredibly wary. Boom! A cold beast shaped like a wolf leapt down from a tree, landing less than 10 meters from the snow mane. The cold beast had a blue mane, a body about 2 meters long, a collar of reverse thorns around its neck, and a mouth full of dense fangs. Its bloodthirsty eyes fixated first on the torch, then issued a low growl at the snow mane in front of it. It's a bone spur frost wolf. Xia Hong instantly recognized the cold beast species. The two most common cold beast types around the outskirts of Redwood Ridge, snow mane and frost wolf. Both had appeared. Xia Hong felt a bit heavy-hearted. Encountering two kinds at once on his first expedition, he didn't think it was simply good luck. Clearly, as Redwood Ridge expanded, the activity range of cold beasts also continued to widen. The Great Xia Camp was only about 5 kilometers from here. If these cold beasts moved a bit further out, they might wander into the camp at any time. If these cold beasts stumbled upon it, it would be nothing short of a disaster for the camp now. Boom! A loud noise pulled Xia Hong's thoughts back. Over there, the snow mane and frost wolf were already entangled in a fight. Evidently, the snow mane, even with both eyes blind, was unwilling to give up the torch. And the frost wolf was determined to have the torch as well. So naturally, they clashed. The snow mane's size was larger than the frost wolf's. And just as Xia Hong observed, after spending a little while by the torch, the snow mane's injuries had nearly healed, and as it clashed with the frost wolf, it didn't fall behind. But once more, Xia Hong gained a new understanding of cold beast intelligence. After 2 collisions, the frost wolf immediately changed its fighting strategy. It relied on its nimble body to continually dodge left and right from the snow mane's charges. Sometimes it even lay down, drilling under the snow mane's belly. And with each successful dodge, it used its claws and the ring of spikes around its neck to leave several deep wounds on the snow mane's abdomen. The snow mane, having been healed by the torch, quickly became covered in scars again, with its abdominal wounds continuously oozing out dark green blood, turning the surrounding ground green within moments. This wasn't the end. After a while, the frost wolf suddenly stopped its paw assault. Not only did it stop, but it began moving in circles around slowly on the ground, paws retracted, using only its pads to walk on the snow. The frost wolf actually realized the snow mane was blind. The eyes Xia Hong exposed in the snow were filled with astonishment. If the snow mane previously played dead to lure enemies because of a survival instinct that triggered an intelligence beyond its usual capabilities, then now, the frost wolf's actions fully demonstrated that. Creatures like cold beasts truly possess intelligence, and it is definitely not low. This completely overturned Xia Hong's previous understanding of beasts. Finally, after several laps, the frost wolf seized a perfect opportunity and with a sudden burst of force from its paws, launched a fierce pounce from behind, pinning the snow mane beneath it and biting into its neck. The snow mane writhed and struggled on the ground, once again bringing forth the tongue that had previously wreaked havoc onto Sure Camp. But unfortunately, the frost wolf was too fast. Even with its jaws locked on the snow mane's neck, it managed to dodge the snow mane's sharp tongue. After missing over 10 wild stabs, the snow mane switched tactics, softening its tongue to entangle the frost wolf, attempting to strangle it. However, the frost wolf had a collar of spikes around its neck. Those spikes were just as sharp as the snow mane's tongue, impossible to entangle. The two cold beasts continued their ground tussle for more than 100 breaths. The battle ultimately ended with the snow mane bleeding to its death from exhaustion. The frost wolf rose, spat out 2 mouths of dark green blood. The ferocity on its face gradually faded, replaced by a certain smugness as it gazed at the still burning torch. It walked over to the torch, placed its head directly on the fire, showing the same look of enjoyment as the snow mane just now. But soon, it scanned the surroundings, its expression becoming wary. It glanced at the snow mane corpse on the ground, then again at the torch. With almost no hesitation, the frost wolf picked up the torch with a sideways tilt of its head, sprinted into the snowy depths of the forest. With the snow mane defeated and the frost wolf retreating, the surroundings of the snow suddenly fell into silence. Only a pair of eyes beside the large stone were at this moment full of astonishment and joy. It didn't even want to spend the effort to drag away its trophy. Xia Hong quickly realized that the reason must be the torch. Obviously, in the eyes of the frost wolf, the torch's importance far exceeds that of the snow mane. The frost wolf hurriedly grabbed the torch and ran, worried that other cold beasts might come to snatch it. Xia Hong naturally understood this, so after the frost wolf walked away for a bit, he quickly got up from the snow pit, rushed forward to lift the over 400-pound snow mane, and ran towards the direction beyond the eastern ridge without looking back. After the lengthy battle between the frost wolf and the snow mane, who knows if any other cold beast would come, not to mention that the snow mane lost so much blood. The smell was strong in this area. If he ran slowly, there might be unexpected incidents. Moreover, having lingered here so long, dawn was breaking soon. He had to hurry back. Dashing swiftly along the way, there was excitement with no danger. Xia Hong soon saw the camp cave. As he approached the cave entrance, he did not burst in recklessly, but first called out. The storm from all directions is no match for the rain of Redwood Ridge. Rain at Dragon Gate Mountain, and the snowfield tiger descends. Xiachuan's thrilled voice came from inside, and then the branches blocking the entrance were soon removed from inside. To welcome him were not only Xiachuan, but also Yuancheng. When both saw the huge snow mane corpse on Xia Hong's back, they immediately opened their mouths wide, dumbfounded, even forgetting to speak. He got a bargain. Let's go inside first and seal the cave entrance before talking. The three entered the cave. Before the entrance was sealed, exclamations were already echoing from inside. What is this? Leader, did you go hunting? This was hunted by the leader. I've never seen such a big cold beast. Is the leader that strong? Even when the logging team was here, they never brought back such a large prey. In an instant, everyone in the camp looked at Xia Hong with different eyes. There was admiration, respect, reliance, and even more hope. Strength warrants respect. This is an iron rule everywhere, especially in this world full of peril, where one's life could be lost at any moment. As someone at the camp said, even when the logging team was here, they never saw a prey this large brought back. And this was Xia Hong's first time venturing out. It wasn't me who hunted it, just luck. Xia Hong explained briefly to everyone, but seeing the expressions on their faces, it was clear they didn't believe it. After a moment of thought, he restrained himself from explaining further. After all, during this special time, giving the people at the camp a bit more hope isn't a bad thing. Let there be misunderstandings. However, seeing Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng's eyes full of fervor, he couldn't resist and gave each of them a flick on the forehead. Don't overthink it. I don't have that ability. The strength of cold beasts far exceeds your imagination. If this snow mane was alive, we'd all be just a snack for it, even if the whole camp took it on. Others can be naive, but not Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng. The camp already lacks a core strength, and Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng are among the elite. They are expected to break through to the logging realm after him, and probably will venture out with him soon. If they remain naive, it could lead to their deaths. After some explanation, they finally learned how the snow mane came to be. However, their eyes were still filled with fervor and admiration when looking at Xia Hong. Even without personal experience, they could both imagine how dangerous that situation was. Bringing back this snow mane, Xia Hong's image in their minds naturally grew even more heroic. The people at Assure Camp are too much. In the past, when they were short of people for hunting and came to our camp, Uncle Ding and Father would agree and even personally take people over to help. Now, they actually dare to hunt across borders. But Yuan Shen quickly grasped the key point in Xia Hong's words, stood up, and angrily criticized the people from the Assure Camp. Beside him, Xia Chuan also showed an indignant look, obviously having opinions too. In reality, hunting on others' camp territories and gathering resources is considered a very severe and atrocious act in Redwood Ridge. The reason is simple. There are many trees on Redwood Ridge, numerous cold beasts, and even more unknown precious resources. The problem is the humans in the surrounding camps. Their strength is too weak. Because of their weak strength, they don't dare to venture far into Redwood Ridge. All camps only dare to operate in a small, limited area on the outskirts of Redwood Ridge. So when dividing territories early on, except for the medium-sized Camp Rogue, other families already had very small territories. In such a situation, when you go to another camp's land to gather resources, it impacts others. Judging from the previous actions of the Assure Camp, it's clear this wasn't their first time crossing borders, which implies they knew the location of that ice tree very well. It's very likely they had already harvested several crops of crystal fruit from the ice tree. Given the current situation, if they want to cross the border, let them. We don't have the ability to deal with it now. First, we need to ensure the camp's survival. Once our strength grows, naturally, they won't dare to come over. Xia Hong could understand their anger, but given the current dire state of the camp, there really was no energy nor the standing to deal with such matters. Yes, the territory must be defended, but the premise is survival. You too? Answer me honestly. If the cold beast flesh is fully supplied, how long will it take to break through to the logging realm? Upon hearing Xia Hong's question, both glanced at the snow mane on the ground simultaneously, their breathing becoming heavier. Brother, if I'm fully supplied, I should only need about a month. Actually, Xia Hong was clear about Xia Chuan's situation. When he taught Xia Chuan Long Fist previously, his strength had already reached over 2,000 pounds. He only grew slowly due to limited cold beast flesh supply. On the other side, Yuan Cheng also spoke up. My strength is already at 3,000 pounds. It shouldn't take a month. If the leader is willing to teach me the long fist, I am confident I can break through in 20 days. Xia Hong's eyes lit up. Yuan Cheng's strength was better than he thought. Not just you. I'll teach everyone in the camp. After Xia Hong finished speaking, he looked back at the snow mane meat, starting to calculate. Based on Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng's current strength, the daily limit of cold beast flesh should be around 3 pounds each. Assuming it takes both a month to break through, that's only 180 pounds, which means there would be more than 200 pounds extra. Soon, Xia Hong had a plan and asked Yuan Sheng and Xia Chuan to gather the other 22 people in the camp of similar age to them. Currently, the camp has a total population of 154, excluding 53 middle-aged, 76 under 12, leaving these 24 at roughly Xia Hong's age. Everyone, I won't say any pleasantries. This snow mane wasn't hunted by me. It's as if heaven believes our camp's fate shouldn't end and blessed us, so we must seize this opportunity to quickly enhance the camp's strength. The prey was brought back by me alone, so I will take 100 pounds exclusively. Yuan Sheng and Xia Chuan, who are about to break through to the logging realm, will each get 90 pounds. Including the previous camp stock, I calculated there's still over 170 pounds left. You 22, tomorrow, I will give each of you 1 pound, then compare basic strength. The top 5 will get 30 pounds each. Upon hearing this, everyone showed excited expressions. They did not expect that even such a bounty brought back solo, Xia Hong would be willing to share with them. The outside world is dangerous. Relying on me alone, there is no way for so many in the camp to survive. Xia Chuan, Yuan Sheng, you must break through as soon as possible. The same applies to everyone else. The next time there's cold beast flesh, whoever breaks through fastest will get the priority quota. Hearing Xia Hong's solemn words, everyone nodded slightly. Xia Chuan and Yuan Sheng clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with determination. The regular cast, there is a convention among the camps surrounding Redwood Ridge. If a person hasn't broken through to the logging realm by the age of 25, their cultivation value diminishes significantly. It's not to say that past 25 there is no hope, but beyond this age, potential declines rapidly. The same resources invested will yield less improvement than for someone under 25. The resources in question, of course, refer to cold beast flesh. In Xia Hong's view, this convention is obviously based on the scarcity of resources. Previously, having never seen a cold beast, he didn't understand it. But after venturing out and witnessing the might of the frost wolf and snow mane, he realized that for these weak camps around Redwood Ridge, every pound of cold beast flesh is hard-earned, so it must be maximized in value, especially for the Great Xia camp. By concentrating resources to allow a few to break through first, the more people who can venture outside, the more resources the camp will have, which can then help more people enhance their strength, allowing the camp's overall strength to increase rapidly. The next night, under the witness of everyone in the camp, the competition began. Naturally, Xia Hong first handed out a pound of meat to each of the 22 participants. A pound of cold beast flesh isn't enough to sustain their cultivation, but it could quickly satiate them and unleash their maximum basic strength. After eating, the faces of the 22 turned rosy, shedding their previous listless look, entirely different from the over 100 who hadn't received cold beast flesh. Xia Hong handed over the responsibility of overseeing the competition to Xia Chuan and Yuan Sheng, while he seized the time to eat cold beast flesh and began cultivating. The crushing defeat of the Dashur camp and the terror of the cold beasts filled him with urgency. The Dashur camp had 16 logging-level warriors, including 2 archers with perfect aim. Yet with such a luxurious lineup, they failed to hunt a low-level cold beast and even lost 3 people. Although this was partly due to their carelessness, the strength and cunning nature of the cold beast is an undeniable fact. The impactful collision of that snow mane, while it was alive, Xia Hong estimated, wasn't far from 10,000 pounds. A force of 10,000 pounds is the standard for earth-digging realm strength. Throughout all the camps near Redwood Ridge, only Rogel Camp and the leader Iron Eagle of Iron Peak Camp have an earth-digging realm strongman. Xia Hong looked down at the cave floor, held his breath, clenched his fists, and punched the ground. Bang! Now with a strength of 5,000 pounds, such tremendous force hitting the ground only produced a not-so-loud sound. The ground remained unwavering. Only a bit of dust rose near his fists. The so-called earth-digging realm refers to those who, at this stage, can use brute force to break open the ground and extract underground resources. Over years of extreme cold, all lands have become exceedingly hard, not to mention this cave area, which is all stone. The difficulty of survival here is truly hell level. The land being too hard means farming is impossible. Humans can only rely on those trees that survive the extreme cold and can bear fruit, like ice trees, for food. Could those trees be used as food, transplanted back to the camp? Xia Hong had asked Xia Ding this question before. The answer was no, because those trees need sunlight to grow. Sunlight is only available during the day, but the low temperatures during daylight are fatal to humans. Moreover, not only are daytime temperatures extremely low, but the area of activity for cold beasts increases, their temper becomes more violent, and the most deadly are those deceitful monsters that might appear at any moment. A few years ago, RoboCamp tried to transplant ice trees to the ground near the camp cave. But within days, the ice trees attracted a massive gathering of cold beasts, eventually causing significant casualties in the camp. People discovered then that cold beasts, when unable to hunt food, would also use the crystal fruit from ice trees to satiate their hunger. Thus, transplanting ice trees became almost impossible. Not necessarily. If the camp strength is enough that it doesn't fear cold beasts, transplanting ice trees as close as possible could still be doable. The current Great Xia camp is naturally far from reaching that strength standard, and it was just a thought. Despite the myriad thoughts in his mind, Xia Hong continued his cultivation. After 4 sets of long fists, with his bee skin clothing nearly soaked with sweat, he finally released the burning sensation that had risen in his body from consuming the cold beast flesh. After slightly clenching his fists and feeling a slight increase in strength, Xia Hong furrowed his brows slightly. Having broken through to the logging realm, my capacity for cold beast flesh has increased by 2 more pounds. Now I can eat 7 pounds a day, but the improvement efficiency seems to have slowed a bit. Everything gets harder as you progress, an objective rule. Xia Hong didn't think much of it. Just as he finished his practice and was about to stop cultivating, Yuan Sheng and Xia Chuan walked over with 5 people. Yufeng Lin Kai, Qiu Peng Luyang, Su Ning. Xia Hong only glanced up, immediately reciting the names of the 5 people in his mind. Only got a Su Ning did he pause a bit. There are only a bit more than 100 people in the camp, and only about 20 in the same age group, whom Xia Chuan basically knows. In reality, the outcome didn't entirely come as a surprise. Xia Hong knew that those descendants of the logging team members would definitely win. The reason is simple. Compared to others, the descendants of the logging team members had previously been given cold beast flesh, providing a foundation of strength. And indeed, it was so. Yufeng is the son of the former logging team member Yufan. Lin Kai is the son of Lin Yu. Qiuping's father is the only archer in Great Xia. Qiuping's son, Lu Yang, is the son of Lu Ting. Among the 5, only Su Ning was not a descendant of former logging team members. This was precisely why Xia Hong paused when he saw him earlier. Not being a member of the logging team implies he hadn't eaten cold beast meat before and had never trained. Under such conditions, for him to still make it to the top 5 wasn't simple at all. Xia Hong turned to Yuan Sheng and inquired, "What's their strength for each of them?" Yufeng is exactly 2,000, Lin Kai 1,800, Qiu Peng 1,700, Lu Yang 1,500, Su Ning 1,100. Looking at Su Ning's eyes, Xia Hong's gaze immediately lit up. The first time consuming cold beast flesh, the improvement range can't be too large, which means Su Ning's basic strength itself is quite terrifying. This kid might just give me a bit of a surprise. Su Ning was clearly somewhat self-deprecating in nature. Seeing Xia Hong frequently glancing at him, he immediately grew a bit nervous, slightly evasive in his expression. Xia Hong understood. Among the 5, only he wasn't a descendant of logging team members, and with a strength gap from the other 4, feeling a bit self-conscious at this age is quite normal. So he deliberately shifted his focus and instead took out the 5 pieces of cold beast flesh he had prepared earlier and distributed them to the 5. From today, I will take time to teach you the long fist technique daily. You've previously eaten cold beast flesh and absorbed it using traditional methods. Given your current physique, you can only manage half a pound per day, or even less. Practicing the long fist technique can enhance your absorption efficiency of cold beast flesh, allowing for quicker strength improvement. So if you want to get stronger fast, learn seriously and carefully. Next time, when the camp gets more cold beast flesh, just like this time, the closer someone is to the logging realm, the more they will receive, understood? The five accepted the cold beast meat. Their expressions were immensely invigorated. Hearing Xia Hong's advice, they all lifted their heads, faces solemn, and responded in unison. Yes, leader. Recalling the people from the Ashur camp, looking at the five in front of him, although knowing there's still quite a gap, Xia Hong felt some confidence welling up inside. It's been over 10 days since the logging team was wiped out. As the leader, he's finally formed the first wave of a small core team. The Great Xia camp has also slightly regained some vitality. Cutting timber and picking fruit. Good news, Grand Ancestor Long Fist is divided into 4 paths. Small fight, grand fight, free fist, and united battle. In his previous life, Xia Hong mainly practiced this set of fist techniques. Small fight focuses on short strikes, mainly defensive. Grand fight combines fists, kicks, and waist into one, focusing power on a single point for offense. Free fist does not adhere to a fixed routine, aiming to heavily wound the enemy. Head, fingers, palms, fists, elbows, shoulders, knees, legs, hips, and arms can all be weapons, valuing timing for decisive strikes. United battle integrates battle techniques suitable for multi-enemy engagements. Long fist was acclaimed in the past life as the most practical martial arts routine for good reason. It not only covers attack, defense, and killing, but all 4 strategies can be applied to weaponry. Xia Hong had already mastered the 4 routines in his past life, making it easy to teach Yuan Sheng and the other 5 men. After teaching for a while, and through observation, Xia Hong gained a general understanding of the 6 men's conditions. Yuan Sheng and Yu Feng both have the most robust physiques, each over 2 meters tall. Although they appear less robust due to long-term hunger, it's believed they'll recover quickly once properly nourished. The small fight techniques, with minimal movements and lower posture requirements, are evidently more suitable for the 2 of them. Lin Kai, Chiu Peng, and Su Ning have more balanced body types, with long reach in fists and kicks, and are more agile than the first 2, thus suited for the grand fight combining fists, kicks, and waist. The smallest and most agile Liu Yang, with exceptional timing perception, leans towards free fist. Having learned the fist techniques, the 6 were naturally excited and immediately began practicing, utilizing the energy from the cold beast flesh in their stomachs. Having finished teaching the 6, Xia Hong, after nightfall, grabbed a stone axe and headed out of the cave again. The original plan was to go out and find crystal fruit last night, but unexpectedly ran into Ashur camp's hunting, albeit returning safely with the snow mane. Not a single crystal fruit was picked. Before having hunting ability, cold beast flesh is a rarity. Crystal fruit is the staple food, thus Xia Hong had to go to the ice tree to pick some. Additionally, the camp's wood is nearly depleted, having only 15 units of wood left after moving from the original cave. Lasting for over 10 days is already quite remarkable. The small fire pit consumes 2 units daily. If the camp hadn't conserved by not lighting fires at night, that little wood wouldn't have lasted until now. Compared to the first time, entering Redwood Ridge this time, Xia Hong was much more familiar with the route. Relying on memories from the last time, he quickly found the location of the ice tree. Xia Hong approached, surveyed the surroundings, confirmed it was safe, then climbed the tree, took out a leather bag, and began picking fruit. All the fruits on the tree were mature crystal fruits, each about the size of a fist, weighing around half a pound. Xia Hong quickly filled over 1,000 pounds, and the leather bag in his hand grew heavier and heavier. Finally, when the bag was completely full, Xia Hong stopped. With the crystal fruit picked, the next task was woodcutting. Carrying the crystal fruit, Xia Hong began heading back. Only when almost exiting Redwood Ridge did he start searching for suitable trees around. It sounds like just cutting down trees, but in reality, it's not that simple. Ice tree is definitely not to be cut. Firstly, there might be a cold beast on it. Secondly, they're a food source for the camp with already limited numbers. Cutting them would be akin to cutting off one's own livelihood. Golden frost trees are also out of the question. Principally, they're too sturdy for his stone axe to cut through. Additionally, cold beasts love to sleep on them at night. Disturbing them would not end well. That leaves only the red frost trees as targets. The outer area of Redwood Ridge indeed has mostly red frost trees, accounting for about 90% of them. But the problem is, these red frost trees are all too large. Wherever you look, there are trunks with diameters of 4 or 5 meters, even 6 or 7 meters, with heights of 50 or 60 meters seen everywhere. Deeper inside, Xia Hong even saw ones with diameters exceeding 10 meters, and some even more exaggerated. Seeing these towering giant trees, Xia Hong wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. It could be foreseen that as the camp system advances, the resources required for upgrades will definitely increase. So these seemingly inexhaustible trees should be great news. But the problem is, he can't take any of these trees with him right now. He'd love to choose a thick one to cut, but let's not mention whether he can chop it down. Even if he could, he wouldn't have the strength to carry it back. After searching for over an hour, just as Xia Hong's fear of giant objects was about to flare up, he finally found a suitable red frost tree. Over 3 meters thick, more than 20 meters long, similar to the ones burned in the previous cave, bringing it back shouldn't be a problem. Xia Hong set down the full sack of crystal fruit, took the stone axe from his waist, first scraped off a layer of ice from the bark, then spat into his hands and diligently began the task of cutting the tree. Scrape, 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 scrape. 3 hours later, bang! The giant tree fell, sending up a spray of snow. Completely soaked and suffering from backache and exhaustion, Xia Hong walked forward, looking at the felled red frost tree, a disbelieving expression on his breathless face. Only now did he realize why Xia Ding and their logging team of 13 only managed to bring back 5 or 6 trees each time they went out at night. Having just broken through the logging realm, Xia Hong took 3 hours to cut down just one tree, and almost to the point of exhaustion. He could clearly sense that his body couldn't undergo such intense activity again in a short time, meaning a single logging realm can only cut down 1 tree per night at most. This still assumes ensuring safety, and the red frost tree is already the easiest to cut in the outer area. Before heading out tonight, Xia Hong hadn't ruled out the idea of gathering the 200 units it would needed to upgrade the small fire pit in one go, leaving the additional 50 units of iron for later. But only after cutting the trees did he realize how hard those 200 units of wood would be. The moment the giant tree was cut down, the camp system's resource bar changed. Resource: wood 5, coal 0, iron 0, silver 0, gold 0. After an entire night's effort, almost worn out, he managed just 5 units of wood. The only way to increase efficiency is by raising the number of people. Once Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng break through, the pace should pick up. Slowly, no rush. Xia Hong comforted himself with a few words, rested for a while before getting up, tying the bag of crystal fruit to the tree, then hoisting the tree back to the camp. After encountering the snow mane, and now seeing Xia Hong bringing back a tree along with over 1,000 pounds of crystal fruit, the camp members didn't react much. Of course, now that the depleted wood and food supplies were replenished, everyone's hearts felt more at ease. Xia Hong understood that without improving their strength, there wouldn't be significant changes at the camp. So in the days to come, aside from utilizing the remaining cold beast flesh to train, he made nightly excursions. Of course, not every outing was fruitful. The ice tree he knew the location of was emptied after picking from it 3 times. The next time it matures remains uncertain, so Xia Hong began expanding his search area. Fortunately, over the next period, he discovered 2 more trees laden with crystal fruit. In total, he made 6 trips to pick all the crystal fruit from the 2 trees, bringing the camp's crystal fruit stockpile to over 7,000 pounds. With more food, not only did everyone's stomachs get full, but smiles gradually appeared on their faces, no longer as gloomy as before. Besides crystal fruit, Xia Hong cut down a tree each night and brought it back. After 20 days, the wood resource climbed from 5 all the way to 87. Although possibilities for gold, silver, coal, and iron remained at 0, the ability to obtain would pose no difficulty anymore. Xia Hong remained quite pleased. Thus, following a steady routine until the 24th day, dragging a tree back to the camp, Xia Hong heard good news just as he walked into the cave. "Brother, I've also reached the logging realm." Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng both broke through at the same time. Seeing them each lift a 5,000-pound wooden stake in turn, Xia Hong let out a heavy sigh of relief. Logging realm, 3 of them. Though compared to other camps, the strength is still weak. It's finally a start. Moreover, during this period, the improvement of Yu Feng and Lin Kai's group of 5 was also notable. As long as they follow the plans and gradually recover to their former state, it's only a matter of time. The next evening, just after nightfall, Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, looking excited, strapped their stone axes to their waists and followed Xia Hong. I'll say it again, Redwood Ridge is dangerous. You must listen to me outside and not act without permission. Tonight, the main purpose is to familiarize you with our territory, and each of you must single-handedly chop down a tree. Understood, leader. Detecting the seriousness in Xia Hong's tone, Xia Chuan didn't call a brother, but, following Yuan Cheng, addressed him as leader for the first time. Xia Hong nodded, gave some instructions to the 5 behind him, and led the way out of the cave, while Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan closely followed. Now that Xia Chuan was also out, the camp was naturally under the care of Yu Feng's group of 5. The camp was well hidden, and as long as no special situations occurred, safety should be assured. Though it was night, under the light reflected by the snow, Xia Hong could clearly see Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng's excited expressions. In fact, they weren't the only ones. Xia Hong was also excited the first time he went out, because they were always in the cave, sealing the entrance during the day. When Xia Ding was around, they could open the entrance for some fresh air at night. Since Xia Ding was gone, for the past month or so, besides him, everyone in the camp had barely seen daylight. People in this world must be cursed. When Xia Hong first crossed over and learned about this world, he had this feeling. Always in the cold, unable to see the light, forced to hide in the shadows, with a vast difference in strength against cold beasts, and also the mysterious, deceitful monster claiming lives. The plight of humanity in this world is simply unimaginable. This was beyond a hell-level situation. The real 18 layers of hell might not be worse than this. He didn't know if there were any humans living well, but at least what he saw now was this hellish scene. The Rogel camp might be doing okay, right? Lost in his thoughts, Xia Hong had already reached the outskirts of Redwood Ridge. Tonight's task is twofold. 1, to familiarize you with the environment here, including where the cold beasts are, how to identify them, the local wood types, and the extent of our great Xia camp's territory. The other, you two have to cut down a tree each tonight and bring it back. The excitement on their faces hadn't faded, and Xia Hong didn't dampen their enthusiasm. He led them around the perimeter, explaining as they went. After over 20 nights, Xia Hong had become thoroughly familiar with the 500-meter perimeter. The location of 3 ice trees and 7 golden frost trees confirmed to have cold beasts lurking. The area with the densest distribution of red frost trees, and the spot with the most small red frost trees. After explaining each spot, Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng stayed silent, listening and remembering everything carefully, until they reached the location of the 3rd ice tree, and an unexpected situation arose. There was someone near the 3rd ice tree. Unlike Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, Xia Hong was always on alert for surrounding activity as they walked. So, 100 meters from the 3rd ice tree, he noticed movement over there. There's someone ahead. Tread lightly and don't make a sound. Let's take a look first. Xia Hong crouched down first, with Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng following him, moving silently through the snow to the back of a tree, gradually nearing the 3rd ice tree. Though visibility was decent in the snow, it was still night, and they got about 30 meters from the ice tree before Xia Hong saw clearly over there. Upon seeing, His brows furrowed and his expression turned a bit grim. From that distance, he couldn't make out their faces, but he saw there were 4 people, and one of them was carrying a large knife. They were from the Shur camp. It was the 5th time Xia Hong had seen people from the Shur camp intruding on his territory. Indeed, after the Snow Main incident, in just over 20 days, Xia Hong had encountered a Shur camp people 3 more times in his territory. In this time frame, he found 3 ice trees in total. The first was on the west side, closest to the Shur camp. The second was over 100 meters north of his usual entry point into Redwood Ridge. The third was this one, further east on his territory. The entire Great Xia territory was only 500 meters wide, and Xia Hong usually entered from the middle. The previous 4 times he found a Shur camp people on the west side, but this time they were on the east side. This meant that not only did the Shur camp people come in boldly, but their level of incursion was also getting excessive. The 4 of you from the Shur camp, you've crossed the line. This time, Xia Hong chose not to ignore it. He stood up and walked towards the ice tree, loudly reprimanding them. Upon hearing Xia Hong, Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan realized those 4 were from the Shur camp and immediately stood up in anger, following behind Xia Hong. Thieves always feel guilty. The 4 from the Shur camp, originally picking crystal fruits from the tree, jumped down nervously when they heard the reprimand, turning back to stare tensely at Xia Hong. Xia Hong, approaching them, also continuously scanned the surroundings. The Shur camp has 2 archers. He didn't know if they were around. May I ask who you 3 are? One of the 4 stepped forward to inquire about Xia Hong and his group's identity. From the voice, it sounded like a middle-aged person. Xia Hong moved in closer to clearly see the 4 people, all appearing middle-aged. The person who stepped out held the only knife among them. The previous owner of that knife had already been beheaded by the Snow Main. Great Xia Camp, Xia Hong. You're the son of old Xia Ding. Just as Xia Hong recognized them, they recognized Xia Hong. The man with the knife recognized Xia Hong's features immediately. So young, coming out at night, at the logging realm already. Old Xia Ding has a good son indeed. The remaining 3 seemed to know Xia Ding as well. Whether they were intentionally flattering or genuinely surprised by Xia Hong's youth, they all spoke up. Don't dodge the main issue. You crossed the line picking fruit, didn't you? Hey, you. The last person to jump down from the tree was clearly irritated when Xia Hong wouldn't drop the boundary issue. He even took 2 steps towards Xia Hong. However, before the person could say more, the man with the knife stopped him with a hand. Nephew, I'm Wang Ming. I knew your father Xia Ding. If you're willing, you can call me Uncle Ming. Recently, our camp has encountered some problems. The gap in crystal fruits is too big. As a last resort, I brought them here tonight to borrow some food from you at Great Xia. We'll repay as soon as possible. What do you say? Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Xia Hong's expression turned gloomy. They were toying with him. Xia Hong merely stared at Wang Ming, silent for a long while. But it was Xia Chuan behind him who couldn't contain his anger anymore. Stealing is stealing, don't say it's borrowing. Brother, don't waste words with them. When the areas were divided by Rogel Camp, it was said that trespassing on others' territory was equivalent to murder. I'll go back and notify father to come with reinforcements right now. Hearing Xia Chuan's words, the faces of Wang Ming and his group instantly darkened. Originally worried that his younger brother, being young, wouldn't be able to keep calm, he didn't expect him to be so clever. Judging from the expressions on the faces of Wang Ming and the other 3, there should only be 4 of them who came over tonight. Xia Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, scanning the 4 people, finally focusing on a large knife in Wang Ming's hand, contemplating whether to keep the 4 of them here. His daring to come out tonight was naturally not without backing. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Hong's surveying stance appeared to Wang Ming as if he was considering whether to notify Xia Ding to come over. 3 so young, going all out wasn't something Wang Ming feared. But if they couldn't be captured in a short time, or if one managed to slip away and truly called Xia Ding and those people over, it would become a situation of mutual destruction. Wrong. If Xia Ding really brought over more than 10 people from the logging realm, even with this large knife, the 4 of them would face a dead end tonight. After thinking it through for a moment, Wang Ming quickly made a decision. My two worthy nephews, there's no need for this. We'll leave the crystal fruit here and depart. We will never trespass Great Xia territory again. Farewell. Having made his decision, Wang Ming didn't hesitate any longer. He waved to his companions to put the picked crystal fruit on the ground, said farewell, and swiftly withdrew with the three others towards the west, without looking back. Xia Hong watched them walk away until they disappeared, then turned back after a while and gave Xia Chuan a thumbs up. Good job, kid. Xia Chuan chuckled. We definitely couldn't win a fight, so we just had to flaunt the tiger's skin and scare them away. Hearing this, Xia Hong raised his eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. Currently having a direct confrontation with the Shi camp was clearly unwise. Ever since Xia Ding and the logging team had an accident over a month ago, they hadn't shown up around Redwood Ridge for such a long time. The people from the Shi camp must have already noticed. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to plunder so blatantly across the border. If time goes on, there's no guarantee they won't figure something out. The previous 3 times Xia Hong encountered them, their numbers were all above 7, so he could only choose forbearance. But tonight, only 4 of them came, and they didn't have an archer. Such a great opportunity wasn't something Xia Hong would miss. I believe after this incident, the people from the Shi camp won't be so rampant for a while. But we still need to find a way for Yu Feng and the others to advance as soon as possible. Such bluffing can only be used once or twice at most. Using it too often will backfire. Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng had already picked up the crystal fruit from the ground. Sensing it weighed over 1,000 jin, smiles appeared on their faces. On the first outing, having such a harvest was indeed something to be happy about. All right, remember the position of the 3rd ice tree well. Next we'll go cut trees. Tonight you two, each cut down one and bring it back. The 2 immediately agreed and quickly followed after Xia Hong. East of Redwood Ridge, on the northern side of the slope where the Great Xia camp is located, there's a small mountain about 100 meters high. The mountain is in a vertical spire shape, about 50 to 60 meters wide, the top completely covered with white snow. Only the trees extending out were pressed by snowflakes. The rest of the mountain was formed by dark and deep stones. Not only are the stones black, but coated with a thick layer of crystals on the surface, clearly formed after years of freezing from the chill. On the east side of the mountain, a long vine is hanging down. At this moment, 4 figures were rapidly climbing up along the vine. Despite being over 100 meters high, the movements of the 4 were very quick, reaching the top in just a few minutes. The mountaintop is a 50-meter wide platform without a single tree. After reaching the top, the 4 went straight to the center, brushed away the snow on the ground, revealing a 5-meter wide square wooden board came into view. The leader, experienced, lifted the board, revealing a 3-meter diameter hole underneath, for which a flash of firelight shone through. The 4 jumped into the cave one after another. The last one pulled the board back, covering the hole again. Below the opening was a super large 30-meter wide square-shaped space. This space, from top to bottom, was about 30 to 40 meters with a layer in between separated by wood and stones. On part of the stone ground, a bonfire more than 2 meters high was burning. Around the bonfire, 300 to 400 people gathered, chatting and laughing. A few young children were playing nearby. The people here were evidently in better spirits than those at Great Xia. The moment the 4 jumped down, someone from the crowd laughed and welcomed them. But upon getting closer, seeing their empty hands, that person showed a puzzled expression. Old Wang, why did you come back empty-handed? Bad luck. Don't mention it. Where's the boss? Something to discuss with him. Practicing archery on the bottom layer. All right, we'll go over first. After briefly responding, Wang Ming swiftly headed toward the east side of the cave. The east side stone wall extended slightly inclined toward the bottom. Wang Ming walked down following the slope, soon arriving at the bottom of the cave. The space on the bottom floor wasn't much different from the top, with a smaller bonfire burning as well. Near the bonfire were 2 people facing a wooden board on the wall, holding bows and shooting arrows. Boss, there's a situation at Redwood Ridge. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, the 2 simultaneously put down their bows and arrows, turning to look at him. Both appeared middle-aged, and their physical builds were similar. Both were thin with hands full of calluses from gripping the bow. Not just the build, even their faces were about 70% similar. However, the one on the left had a scar about an inch long across his face. Along with a fierce expression and slightly dark complexion, he exuded an intimidating aura. The one on the right was 3 shades fairer than the former, with a gentler appearance. Wang Ming walked directly towards the person on the right. Clearly, the boss he referred to as the one on the right. As Wang Ming approached, the person's eyes narrowed slightly, opening his mouth in a composed tone. "What's the situation? I just went to the outskirts to pick crystal fruit and ran into 3 people from Great Xia. Old Ding. No, it's his 2 sons." Upon hearing Wang Ming's response, Shi Qing was first stunned, then showed an incredulous look and asked again, "Old Ding's 2 sons? Are you sure?" Wang Ming thought for a moment, nodded with certainty. "I'm sure. I got a clear look at those 2 kids. They look very similar to Old Ding, and the age fits too. They must be his sons." "How old are his 2 sons?" "Just the 13 of Great Xia. Where did they get extra cold beast meat to let his 2 sons train?" Shi Dong, who had remained silent, exclaimed immediately. But after speaking, he turned to realize his elder brother, Shi Qing's expression had turned grim. Though Shi Dong had a rash personality, he wasn't stupid. He immediately realized the key point. "Big brother, you suspect that last time, that Snow Mane was eventually snatched by Old Ding and his group?" Wang Ming slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. "That's right, that's definitely it. The 13 from Great Xia, their strength is far inferior to ours. Over the years, they could only rely on luck to pick up cold beast carcasses, not enough for their training, much less spare cold beast meat for 2 sons. It's definitely that Snow Mane." With an agreement reached among the 3, their faces all turned ugly. Last time hunting that Snow Mane cost them 3 lives. The one wielding the blade was Shi Qing's 3rd brother, Shi Hong. In the end, it was a rushed escape with nothing gained. Now learning that Great Xia Camp had gotten lucky instead, one could imagine their mood. Not only did they get lucky, it's very possible that when they were hunting that Snow Mane, the people from Great Xia Camp were hiding in the dark the whole time. Only after they retreated did they come out to reap the benefits. How dare they use such underhanded tricks from behind? When it's time to go to Redwood Ridge, I'll lead the group myself. I want to see what strength Great Xia has now. Shi Qing's tone was cold, his previously gentle visage instantly turning darker. Beside him, Shi Dong and Wang Ming were even more furious. Attempting to hunt why was the Shi Camp certain that the Snow Mane was a leftover picked up by Great Xia? The reason is simple, because the camps surrounding Redwood Ridge are all too weak. The only camp that can stably hunt and obtain cold beast flesh is the Rogel Camp, which boasts 5 Tumla-level experts. As for the other camps, if they want cold beast flesh, they can either purchase it from Rogel Camp with large amounts of wood, crystal fruits, or other scarce resources, or rely on luck. Luck, to put it plainly, means finding the corpses of cold beasts in the forest. Cold beasts prefer eating live creatures, and usually stop eating once the opponent dies after defeating other cold beasts. So if you can come across them, there will definitely be gains. But how often does such an opportunity arise? Perhaps deep within Redwood Ridge, there are many cold beast corpses, but the problem is they don't dare to venture inside, and picking up corpses on the outskirts is rare. A once or twice a year event is considered very lucky. Moreover, having been neighbors for many years, they are very clear about Great Xia's capabilities as a fellow small camp. Generally speaking, the limited cold beast meat should definitely be provided to the members of a logging team first, and only the surplus would be given to the juniors. Therefore, there's no doubt that Snow Mane was definitely a leftover picked up by Great Xia. Summer Hong was unaware of the Shi Camp's resentment. After driving the other party away that night, and having Xia Chuan and Yuan Sheng each chop down a tree, the camp entered a relatively peaceful development period. As the 3 of them went out each night, the reserves of wood and crystal fruits in the camp increased rapidly, visibly to the naked eye. The crystal fruits increased from 7,000 caddies to 12,000 caddies. With 154 people in the camp, that's an average of 1 caddy per person per day. Even if they didn't go out, these crystal fruits would last for over 2 months. As for wood, it rose from 87 units to 210 units. Food and heating were secured. The vitality of the camp naturally began to recover slowly. Although at night, they still had to seal the cave entrance. At least they no longer had to suffer from hunger and cold. But while others were happy, Xia Hong was well aware that the camp had only just resumed to the state it was before the logging team's accident. When Xia Ding was still around, the camp was never short of crystal fruits and wood. For a small camp like Great Xia, the most scarce resource is cold beast meat. Without cold beast meat, there's no way to train and become stronger. Maintaining the status quo would eventually lead to either being discovered by cold beasts or found by a deceitful monster, repeating past events. Moreover, crystal fruits are not unlimited. The crystal fruits on the 3 ice trees have been picked clean, and when they will mature again is unknown. If the existing crystal fruits are exhausted and the 3 trees haven't borne fruit, they'll have to go hungry again, and without the only food source of crystal fruits, starvation is possible. Redwood Ridge certainly has more than those 3 ice trees. Xia Hong believes there are definitely larger ice trees with more fruit deep in the forest, but the problem is he doesn't dare to venture inside at all. So the crux of the problem is still the cold beast meat. The 30 caddies of cold beast meat from Yu Feng and his group of 5 are already used up. All 5 have made significant progress, but it's still a long way from breaking through to the logging realm. Xia Hong himself has also used up his 100 caddies of cold beast meat. Although his strength has increased considerably, he is still far from the tumbler level. If I can't continue to get stronger, not to mention upgrading the small torch, I won't be able to achieve anything with the other numerous builds within the system. We must find a way to hunt. Even if it involves some risk, it's worth it. So far, the camp system only has a small torch. To upgrade it from level 1 to level 2 requires 200 woods and 50 iron. Wood is no longer an issue now. But resources like iron are just a fantasy without strength. Chuan Chung, tonight when we go out, we'll try hunting. On the eve of nightfall, Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, who were preparing to go out, heard Xia Hong's words and their eyes widened with excitement. In fact, during their many previous outings, the two had already seen cold beasts. Of course, it was a cold beast sleeping on a tree. Previously, the two had suggested trying to hunt cold beasts a number of times, but were always refused by Xia Hong because of how strong the cold beasts were. Now, Xia Hong was actively suggesting trying to hunt. Don't get too excited so soon. As I've told you, cold beasts are strong. So this time it's just an attempt, and like before, you have to listen to me outside. Great Xia currently only has you two as logging realm combat strength, and I don't want anything to happen to you two, understood? Both of them, hearing Xia Hong's serious tone, quickly nodded heavily. After instructing the two again, Xia Hong took out 2 small torches from behind and gave them 1 each. Their eyes lit up as soon as they received the torches, quietly understanding something. Leader, you mean to use the torches like before, attracting cold beasts and letting them kill each other, so we can reap the benefits, right? The function of the small torch had already been explained to the two by Xia Hong. Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng's quick reaction was within Xia Hong's expectations. Yes, that's why it's just an attempt, all relying on luck. Xia Hong felt somewhat helpless. Using small torches to attract cold beasts was indeed a bit of a waste. The small torches, like the small fire, were meant to deter and harm deceitful monsters. To put it simply, small torches should be considered advanced items, as evident from the cold beast's obsession with them. However, the current strength of Great Xia Camp is too weak to even think about engaging with deceitful monsters, so they can only use them to lure cold beasts. Moreover, even if they lured 1 cold beast, it wouldn't be enough. They need to lure 2, and they have to fight to the death. The fighting has to end with 1 falling down or severely injuring 1. Only then might they be able to harvest their prey. Such hunting conditions are too harsh, making it inherently inefficient. But this was the only method Xia Hong could think of at the moment. It's a last resort plan. As night fell, Xia Hong swiftly led the 2 of them towards Redwood Ridge. The area under the influence of Great Xia Camp covers only around 5 to 600 meters. After so many days, Xia Hong and the two were already intimately familiar with it. Overall, there aren't many cold beasts on the outskirts. In total, they have confirmed and personally witnessed only 4 cold beasts. There were 2 snow manies, 1 frost wolf, and 1 goat-like creature Xia Hong didn't recognize and didn't recall Xia Ding ever mentioning. Not sure about that goat's strength, so let's avoid it for now. Based on the last situation, the frost wolf and snow mane are similar in strength, so this time our target remains these 2. They found where the snow mane and frost wolf each resided in the trees, and Xia Hong positioned the torch between them before instructing Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan to dig snow pits 50 meters away from the torch. Just as before, they lit the torch and quickly dispersed, hiding in their respective snow pits to quietly observe the torch. Xia Hong was somewhat tense, given the different circumstances. Last time, the snow mane was young and in a blinded and severely wounded state. This time, it's different. Previously, they had observed that the snow mane and frost wolf in those 2 trees were both full-grown and in peak condition, but what the situation would be like when fighting, he didn't know. In stark contrast, Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan were not nervous at all. Their eyes, exposed above the snow, only showed excitement. This was, after all, their first time seeing cold beasts. Even though the thoughts in their hearts were different, time passed nonetheless. The effect of the torch was indeed not disappointing to Xia Hong. It had only been 2 minutes after ignition. From the west, a series of heavy, muffled beast footsteps sounded. Thump, thump, thump. The battle of the Maine wolves as the sound of beast hooves arose. Xia Hong and the others hurriedly held their breath. From the west, a colossal creature, 2 meters tall at the shoulder and over 4 meters long, slowly approached the torch step by step. Its back was covered with spines resembling icicles, and 2 long tusks stood upright. Its fierce eyes, though focused intently on the torch, occasionally scanned its surroundings. Its massive size made each step scatter snowflakes into the air. Hiding in the snow pit, Xia Hong's heart thumped in rhythm with its footsteps. An adult snow mane. This must weigh over 1,000 pounds. Compared to the juvenile one from last time, this snow mane was noticeably larger. And from its tentative steps, it was apparent that this adult snow mane was much more intelligent than the last one. The snow mane slowly walked up to the torch. Like the last one, it first nosed up to the torch, feeling the warmth emanating from the flames. Within seconds, it clearly felt the benefits of the torch. Its pupils dilated, and its movements became light and relaxed. This system, what on earth has it given me? It can heal the cold beast, enhance the cold beast. Watching this scene, Xia Hong felt a slight heaviness in his heart. If a small torch is so effective, what about the small campfire in the camp? If the cold beasts discover it, they might go utterly berserk. Before gaining strength, the small campfire must remain hidden. Xia Hong reminded himself and continued watching. The snow mane stood by the torch for more than 10 breaths, its actions growing more excited, even resting its chin on the flame. The hair on its chin didn't burn. Instead, it became shinier. Xia Hong could even feel that the snow mane's aura became stronger than before it approached the torch. Afraid of alarming the captivated snow mane, Xia Hong dared not look east. But as the frost wolf didn't appear, doubt crept into his heart. Could it be the frost wolf is scared and didn't dare to come? He had tested before. The torch only burned for 15 minutes. By now, nearly 1/3 had passed. It seemed today's torch would be wasted. Fortunately, it was the first time, so waste was normal. However, just as this thought emerged, a tremor-like sound suddenly came from the snowfields. Xia Hong turned his eyes eastwards, but found nothing. Yet the disturbance in the snow was real. What was happening? By the torch, the snow mane also sensed the vibration, its gaze turning ferocious, the expression shifting from enjoyment to fury. It stared intensely in the direction of the disturbance, its pupils slowly reddening, and the high-standing tusks exuded brutality. Shh. The air was suddenly pierced by a sharp sound of a spike. Suddenly, a ring of spines sprouted from beneath the snow mane, rising rapidly from the snow, aimed directly at the snow mane's vulnerable abdomen. No matter how clever, the snow mane never expected spines to emerge from beneath its feet. Despite its swift, evasive movement to the side, a meter-long wound was still cut across its abdomen. As the spikes fully extended out of the snow, their owner revealed its true form. Xia Hong recognized the familiar cold beast, his expression turning rigid. It was not any special cold beast, but the very frost wolf he had seen before. Of course, it was an adult. The spikes that had just attacked the snow mane emerged from the collar of spines around the frost wolf's neck. This frost wolf not only knew how to burrow under the snow, but also approached silently, launching a surprise attack. While Xia Hong marveled at the frost wolf's intelligence, the wounded snow mane also sprang into action. Hisses! Green blood oozed from its abdomen, and the snow mane steadied itself, roaring furiously towards the source of the spikes. The sharp cry pierced the night, shattering many icicles on the surrounding trees. Its eyes burned with hatred, fixated on the frost wolf, its hind legs stamped down, and it charged with all its might, nearly reaching in an instant. The frost wolf clearly recognized the snow mane's rage and was unwilling to meet it head-on, retreating back into the snow and sprinting towards the torch that had flown away. What a clever move, missing a strike, and it immediately grasped the core conflict. Xia Hong could see it clearly. The frost wolf planned to snatch the torch and run. It wasn't just him who realized this. The snow mane, in its fury, also noticed. More than its abdominal wound, the snow mane seemed to value the torch more. Without hesitation, it quickly changed course, bowing its head deeply and charging towards the torch. At first, Xia Hong thought it was bowing to gather strength, but he soon realized it wasn't so. The snow mane's tusks plowed into the snow as it thundered forward, and the snow on the ground was completely upheaved. As it charged through, its limbs intentionally churned, tossing snow aside, revealing the ground beneath. This was deliberately preventing the frost wolf from burrowing through the snow. Before the frost wolf could reach the torch, the snow mane's tusks flicked it out of the snow. The frost wolf wasn't very large, but the massive force stopped it halfway, slamming it into a red frost tree behind. Even so, the frost wolf quickly stood up, its blood-red eyes fixed on the snow mane, bearing thin fangs as its ferocity surged to the peak, its hind legs suddenly propelling it towards the snow mane in a fierce lunge. The snow mane was least afraid of a brute force collision. Facing the lunge, it didn't dodge, but charged forward head-on. However, the frost wolf's lunge was a feint. As it neared the snow mane, it abruptly dropped its body low, dodging past the snow mane, and sunk its fangs into its back left leg. Hisses! The frost wolf had considerable bite strength. The snow mane cried out sharply in pain, trying to bite the frost wolf in turn. Failing once, it switched to trying to shove the frost wolf away. But the frost wolf, having gained an advantage, wouldn't let go easily, using its agile body to dodge constantly while maintaining its grip. Within a short time, it had the snow mane's back left leg bleeding profusely. As it made tearing motions, the white bones within became faintly visible. The snow mane, increasingly pained, realizing it couldn't shove the wolf off, rolled to the side. Then, with a frenzy of thrashing, its 1,000-pound body and inherent horrific strength, spurred by a will to survive, soon had the frost wolf battered and bleeding from nose and mouth. Even so, it held on steadfastly, refusing to let go. The snow mane's battering continued for over hundreds of times and persisted. Yet the frost wolf didn't release its grip. Whether due to blood loss or exhaustion, the snow mane's thrashing frequency dropped and its strength waned, until its back left leg was torn from the shank up to the hip, nearly revealing the entire leg bone. The snow mane finally collapsed. By this point, the area for dozens of meters around was in shambles. Even Xia Hong, 50 meters away, felt the impact on the snow covering the ground. If not for previously digging the snow pit far enough, the three might have been shaken out. Though shocked, Xia Hong managed to keep his composure, seeing it was his second encounter. Beside him, Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng were wide-eyed with astonishment, staring blankly, their eyes in the snow filled with amazement and horror. They originally thought that after breaking through the logging realm, they wouldn't say they could hunt cold beasts, but at least self-protection should be assured. Now they realized just how terribly wrong they were. And then, what happened next further astounded them beyond belief. Gotta having seen the snow mane feign death once before, Xia Hong naturally wouldn't be careless. Pretending to be dead is not a simple matter. Even in the past life, it was almost impossible for ordinary people to convincingly feign death. Simply closing your eyes and lying on the ground isn't feigning death, that's acting. To truly feign death, there are generally 3 steps. First, you need to stop breathing and your body can't move. This is fundamental. Second, you must be able to control your internal organs. Although a person is motionless, their blood vessels and pulse are still active. By controlling the internal organs, you can stop the heart from pumping, halt stomach and bowel activity, and pause the pulse throughout the body. The final step is breath holding. This breath holding doesn't refer to stopping breathing, but to cease emitting any breath. After normal creatures die, their bodies quickly decay, producing a very unpleasant odor commonly referred to as corpse chi. It's naturally impossible to emit corpse chi while feigning death, but at least you should be able to seal your living scent, confusing the opponent. Xia Hong hadn't observed Snow Mane up close, but judging from the cunning and caution of frost wolves, being able to trick them suggests that Snow Mane, as a kind of cold beast, must have a strong talent in feigning death. Last time, weren't the people at Assure Camp cautious? Humans in the logging realm always strive for extreme survival. If they could be tricked by ordinary feigning techniques, they'd have died countless times over. Just as Xia Hong suspected, the Snow Mane was indeed feigning death. At the moment when the frost wolf loosened its bite, the Snow Mane's 2 rigid and motionless pupils suddenly turned, exhaling harshly through its nose, its face becoming even more ferocious. Although its left hind leg was reduced to bare bone, the Snow Mane could still support itself on it, flipping over and charging at the frost wolf with the momentum of a mountain crashing down. The frost wolf realized it had been deceived and instinctively opened its mouth to bite again. But unfortunately, the Snow Mane didn't give it a chance, turning its back to crush it. The back of the Snow Mane is covered in spikes. The frost wolf's open mouth. One can imagine the consequence. Several spikes pierced straight into its mouth, unknown how deep they went, as the frost wolf let out a painful howl, dark green blood continuously oozing from its mouth. The frost wolf twisted and struggled on the ground, trying to get free, but the Snow Mane kept pressing in the direction it twisted, not giving it a chance, until the frost wolf's head was twisted to its tail. Having a large body size certainly has its advantages, but in life-and-death combat, any factor can become the key to determining victory or defeat. The Snow Mane's large body size meant it only needed half its body to pin the frost wolf, and when the frost wolf twisted to its tail, its head finally had a chance to catch a breath. The frost wolf suddenly twisted its head, biting down on the part of the Snow Mane's tail under its abdomen, where the left hind leg had already been torn nearly apart. This solid bite left the Snow Mane instantly sapped of strength. The frost wolf quickly scrambled out from under its body, then with a swift step darted into the depths of the dense forest. It actually ran without looking back. The ultimate victor of this battle was the adult Snow Mane. Last time, the frost wolf won. This time, it was the Snow Mane who triumphed. It seems that as low-level cold beasts, there's not much power disparity between Snow Mane and frost wolf, only differences in combat approaches. The Snow Mane has a large body, strong charging power, and excellent feigning death skills, whereas the frost wolf is adept at using terrain to its advantage, like surprise attacks, and is quick and agile. Most critically, it knows when to run if it can't win. Xia Hong watched as the frost wolf completely disappeared into the dense forest, then shifted his gaze to the limping Snow Mane heading towards the small torch, a trace of hesitation in his eyes. But the hesitation only lasted a moment. Xia Hong quickly glanced around, pointing to 2 of the trees, and spoke to Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan. See those two trees? When I start fighting the snowman, each of you climb one and stay there. Unless I call you, don't move." Having given his instructions, Xia Hong immediately rose from the snow, drew a stone axe from his waist, and swiftly charged towards the snowman. He had to hurry. The snowman was almost at the torch. That torch could heal the snowman and even make it stronger. In the winter snow forest, scents are not easily distinguished. In this absolutely silent forest, sound is the greatest tool for any creature to identify enemies and their surroundings. Though he was 50 meters away, the moment Xia Hong spoke, the snowman had already sensed him, but its instinct seemed to think the little crawler over there was no threat, so it kept moving towards the torch. Unfortunately, its left hind leg was too badly injured, making it too slow. Slow enough that Xia Hong had already reached its rear. The snowman, realizing danger, turned its head to glare fiercely at him. Facing a cold beast for the first time, especially an adult snowman. Even though he knew it had just gone through a life-and-death battle and its strength was significantly depleted, Xia Hong still felt a bit nervous. Stay calm, stay calm. No matter what, it's still a beast. Xia Hong took several deep breaths to calm himself, then looked directly into the snowman's eyes, gradually revealing a hint of fierceness on his face. This little crawler dared to look into its eyes, clearly angering the snowman. With pupils reddened, it pounced swiftly towards Xia Hong. Unfortunately, due to the severe injury to its left hind leg, its speed was too slow. Xia Hong's gaze sharpened slightly. Instead of dodging the charging snowman, he put the stone axe in his mouth, gripping it tightly, and spread his arms wide open. He expertly grabbed hold of the snowman's two long tusks. Despite the severe injuries weakening the snowman significantly, the abrupt impact still pushed Xia Hong back 5 or 6 meters. Bang! If he hadn't changed direction forcibly, bracing against a big tree behind him, dissipating most of the force, he would have been pushed much further back. 6,400 pounds of force, yet still unstoppable. In its prime, an adult snowman's full force charge must exceed 10,000 pounds. No wonder it takes reaching the earth-digging realm to hunt them. Despite the retreat, Xia Hong's hand still firmly clung to the snowman's tusks. The snowman raised its head and opened its bloody mouth towards the facing Xia Hong. Xia Hong saw this, his pupils constricted. He swiftly let go of his right hand, gripping the stone axe that was clamped in his mouth, taking the opportunity to swing to the left as the snowman swung its head. Thump! A 5 to 6 meter long, sharp tongue resembling an icicle shot out of the snowman's mouth. Xia Hong leaned aside just in time as the terrifying tongue pierced straight through the big tree behind him. This was not over. Missing its target, the snowman's tongue suddenly went limp, the portion that pierced the tree softening suddenly, curling towards Xia Hong's neck. The image of the person at the Sure camp, having their head sent flying after being entangled by the snowman's tongue, was still vivid in Xia Hong's mind. He certainly wasn't going to let the snowman succeed. In fact, just after catching the stone axe and dodging the long tongue, Xia Hong had already reacted. The moment the snowman's tongue pierced through the tree, Xia Hong released his left hand as well. Gripping the stone axe with both hands, his legs on the tree kicked forcefully, propelling his body high into the air, hacking down furiously at the snowman's tongue. Crack! Compared to the Sure camp's arrows and knives, the stone axe wasn't nearly as sharp, but depends on where you cut. The tongue is one of the most vulnerable parts of almost any creature's body. The snowman is no exception. The painful roar issued by the snowman after its tongue was severed clearly showed it. Seize the opportunity to strike when it's down. With the tongue severed, the part behind the tree naturally lost its function too. With no more worries, Xia Hong swung the stone axe at the snowman's open mouth in a frenzy. The fierce power forced the snowman to retreat uncontrollably, but due to its leg injuries, it retreated slowly and haphazardly. It was swaying left and right on pure instinct. Meanwhile, Xia Hong shouted loudly at the trees. "Come down and hack its right hind leg, quick!" Two figures leaped down from the trees, jumping towards the back of the snowman. The cold gleam from the stone axe flickered past Xia Hong's eyes, wide open from exertion. Got it. The great harvest, this snowman was actually extremely cautious. When dealing with the frost wolf, even when gravely injured, it did not use its tongue. Clearly, these cold beasts, having roamed the jungles for years, have rich experience in combat. They know how to keep their trump card and decisively refrain from using it unless it's a life-or-death situation. Unfortunately, Xia Hong had already planned strategically. Guiding the snowman to lean toward the big tree was to let its tongue pass through the tree, hampering its movement and attack its greatest weakness. Indeed, from the beginning, Xia Hong's target was the tongue. In the previous hunting process at the Sure camp, he witnessed the entire event. Even a large knife couldn't pierce the snowman's hide, let alone the stone axe in his hand. While the frost wolf could tear the snowman's abdomen with its claws and rip its leg muscles with its teeth, Xia Hong was not naive enough to think he could do the same. The tongue was almost the only place he could hurt it and potentially a mortal point. Moreover, during this period, his strength increased to 6,400 gene. So, Xia Hong took a gamble on this opportunity. The facts proved that his gamble was right. Cold beasts, while strong, are not invincible. Xia Hong tightly entangled it from the front, while Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng slashed madly with stone axes at its injured left hind leg from behind. Despite the snowman's strong will to survive, it ultimately fell with regret. The massive creature weighing over 1,000 gene collapsed with a crash, leaving Xia Hong and the other two almost exhausted. Yet, all three faces showed a spontaneous sense of joy and relief. This must be over 1,000 gene, right? At least 1,400, maybe even more. Yu Feng and the 5 of them should be able to break through. Quick, lift it. Let's head back to the camp first. Xia Hong wasn't overwhelmed with joy. After standing up, he immediately extinguished the still-burning torch, then instructed the two to carry the snowman's corpse and quickly return to the camp. Such a large prey could attract other cold beasts or humans, which would be fatal for the nearly exhausted trio. Fortunately, the journey was thrilling yet safe, and the three finally made it back to the camp. After exchanging the secret code, the entrance opened. When the snowman was finally placed down inside, illuminated by the bonfire in the cavern, Xia Hong's emotions settled, and he relaxed with a smile. Another one has been brought back. The leader is so strong, isn't he? We've never seen such a large cold beast when the former leader was here. This must be over 1,000 gene. Whether it was Yu Feng's group of 5, those a dozen of the same age, or everyone else in the camp, they all gathered around Xia Hong and the others. Looking at the massive body of the snowman on the ground, its sharp tusks and claws, after a burst of hushed discussions, everyone simultaneously looked at Xia Hong and the other two with eyes filled with admiration and even frenzy. This type of look was not unfamiliar to Xia Hong. As he often brought back resources to the camp, such gazes became increasingly frequent. Admiration and frenzy didn't concern Xia Hong too much. Any creature, upon seeing another stronger than itself, would naturally develop such emotions. What mattered more to Xia Hong was the deeper nuance he saw in their eyes. Hope. Hope is what drives people and gives them courage. When Xia Hong first arrived, he noticed it. People in the camp generally lacked hope. Even when Xia Ding was there, the camp had ample crystal fruit and no issues with heating, yet no hope could be seen on their faces. It is understandable, really. The crystal fruit offered satiety and heat provided warmth, but these only sustain life, preventing starvation and freezing. Yet, humans live for more than just survival. These people have been hiding in the shadows since birth, with the outside world, cold beasts, deceitful monsters, and even sunlight posing deadly threats to them. What they lacked the most were a sense of security and dignity. Both of these could only be supported by great strength. Cold beast flesh is their only hope to grow stronger. Previously, under Xia Ding's leadership, the frequency at which Great Xia Camp obtained cold beast flesh was too low, meaning too few people received it. But now, with Xia Hong as the leader for only a little over 2 months. Bringing back 2 snow manies surely stirred great excitement among them. Even if it isn't their turn now, the reformation of the logging team and its growing numbers would eventually bring more prey, and one day it might be their turn. This is why everyone's eyes showed admiration and frenzy towards Xia Hong, because Xia Hong gave them the most precious thing, hope. After skinning and deboning, a total of 1,270 gene remains. The camp's excitement reached a new peak as the weight of the cold beast flesh was announced. All eyes were fixed on Xia Hong, awaiting his decision. Most people actually knew they would not receive a share, but they just wanted to see how Xia Hong would distribute it. How to handle this snow mane was something Xia Hong had thought over long ago. Seeing everyone looking at him, he spoke directly. From now on, all cold beast meat in the camp will be divided according to a 3-5-2 ratio. Those who go out hunting will receive 30%. The logging realm reservists, meaning you phone and the 5 others, will receive 50%. The remaining 20% will be divided among those aged between 15 and 22 whose basic strength exceeds 1,000 gene. Additionally, regardless of age or gender, anyone whose strength exceeds 2,000 gene can join the logging team reservists. Moreover, going forward, any leftover, for instance, this time it's 1,270 gene, we take out 70 gene and let everyone in the camp share it as a treat. When they heard about the 3-5-2 ratio, the camp members were already showing signs of shock. Hunters only taking 30%. And upon hearing the last part, regardless of age or gender, anyone whose strength exceeds 2,000 gene can join the logging team reservists and share the 50%. They all fell silent. Finally, even the 70 gene leftovers were shared among everyone in the camp. Suddenly, those who thought they wouldn't receive a share all raised their heads, staring intently at Xia Hong. Then, can we also join the logging team in the future? Women too. Did I hear wrong? Do we get shared too? A few voices rang out among the crowd, and everyone looked at Xia Hong in disbelief. Seeing him nod to confirm they were not mistaken, smiles appeared on their faces, and some even wept with joy. Mighty leader! Someone, for the first time, shouted those 4 words. Subsequently, the crowd followed him, erupting in enthusiastic cheers. Mighty leader! Mighty leader! Mighty leader! Everyone was engulfed in frenzy. Some even directly knelt and bowed to Xia Hong. Whether it was the cheering crowd or those kneeling to worship him, Xia Hong did not stop them. He understood these people and their actions. Under Xia Ding, only the logging team and their direct descendants could receive cold beast meat in the Great Xia camp. The others didn't stand a chance. This was not due to Xia Ding's short-sightedness. He knew that the more warriors in the logging realm, the stronger the camp, securing more resources, thus maximizing benefits by allowing more people to cultivate breakthroughs. Xia Ding understood this principle, but the problem was he couldn't do it. Lacking hunting abilities meant that obtaining cold beast meat was a gamble, possibly luck, or essentially scavenging. In times of resource scarcity, only the logging team could be prioritized. But now it's different. Xia Hong's face was full of excitement. The biggest gain from tonight's hunt was not this 1,000-some gene snow mane. The greatest gain was the validation that hunting with small torches was feasible. Though it involved a lot of luck, it was verifiably feasible. Now, until he's strong enough to face low-level cold beasts directly, having a proven successful hunting method is vitally important. This means, around Redwood Ridge, it's not just Rogel Camp that can hunt now. Great Xia can do it as well. Found the rightful owner Xia Hong's approach was completely different from previous logging teams. Although it was based on abundant resources, the clueless people in the camp didn't care. They simply thought Xia Hong was capable and selfless. Since the cold beast meat was distributed that night, everyone in the camp who saw Xia Hong appeared fervent, then respectfully addressed him as leader. Respect, admiration, and it is no exaggeration to say, almost to the level of a follower. Xia Hong would not foolishly stop people from doing so. Special environments require special measures. For years surviving in the shadows, unable to see the sun, with not enough food to eat and clothes to wear. The extreme despair didn't even adequately describe the situation of humans in the camp. In this kind of world, giving them something to lean on isn't a bad thing. After all, when there's something to rely on, hope naturally follows. Of course, all of this must be built on the basis of sufficient cold beast meat. After deducting 70 pounds, divided according to a 3:5:2 ratio, Xia Hong received 120 pounds of cold beast meat. At his current level of cultivation, these would only last for half a month. Yu Feng and the other four also got 120 pounds each. Xia Hong calculated that, at their rate, the meat they received this time was not enough for them to make breakthroughs. Therefore, there is still a shortage of cold beast meat, and the hunting cannot stop. Luckily, as long as nothing unexpected happens, at least there won't be a shortage of small torches. Wood collection cannot stop. As long as small torches continue to flow, hunting is merely a matter of probability. When encountering strong ones, don't rush. As long as every time a cold beast is attracted, success is inevitable. The cold beast meat was distributed, and people began roasting meat around the campfire. Before long, the whole cave was filled with the aroma of meat, and those in the camp who had not eaten in a long time or had never tasted cold beast meat displayed expressions of ecstasy on their faces. Seeing the looks of satisfaction on their faces, something seemed to be lightly triggered in Xia Hong's heart. A meal of meat in a previous life was a simple thing, but here it became a luxury for these people. In his previous life, afflicted with ALS, he had an extreme dislike of the world, blamed it for being unfair, and even chose to end his own life. He thought it was unfair, but what about the people from the Great Xia camp? What about the other human survivors in this terrifying winter world? Do these people feel it's fair? Who could those living in the shadows blame? Perhaps I am here to do something for them. Meanwhile, at the Great Xia camp, while everyone was celebrating, on the outskirts of Redwood Ridge, Shi Qing, with a 12-member team from the Shi logging camp, searched several circles around the Great Xia's territory with an increasingly grim expression. 3 consecutive days, and not even a single hair to be found. Is Old Ding and his people no longer coming out to look for food? Shi Dong was impatient, frustrated by their fruitless search over several rounds. Nearby, Wang Ming, holding a broadsword, also frowned. However, after glancing towards the east side of Redwood Ridge, he turned and spoke to Shi Qing. "Big brother, how about we head over the slope?" As soon as Wang Ming's words came out, everyone fell silent. Even Shi Qing didn't respond immediately and remained silent. For camps as small as theirs, a common unspoken rule was to maintain secrecy among each other. Human nature in the face of resource scarcity is terrifying. Initially, there were dozens of camps around Redwood Ridge. When food was plentiful, there was no issue. But once crystal fruits and other food became unavailable, when they reached a dead end, people became potential food. Moreover, at night only those in the logging realm have the freedom to roam, and a person from this realm venturing into another camp could easily arouse suspicion. Thus, the weaker the camp, the more they kept hidden from each other. Of course, due to the Shi and Great Xia being neighbors, they had a general idea of each other's locations, even if they tried to remain hidden. However, if they did find the Great Xia camp, as Wang Ming suggested, it would stir up great animosity between them. It could even escalate into a never-ending struggle, unintentionally. No need. Old Ding helped us before, and I don't intend to do anything drastic to him. Just teach them a lesson so they won't have any more sneaky ideas in the future. Shi Qing shook his head, dismissing Wang Ming's suggestion. As small camps, despite competition, they were essentially just people trying to survive in humility. The fact that the snow mane was taken by the Great Xia angered him, of course. But to be fair, they hadn't directly harmed them. Besides, when they lacked manpower in their hunts, Xia Ding once helped them. Making a scene was unnecessary. "Hey, someone over there, is that Old Ding?" While deep in thought, Shi Dong suddenly pointed to the inner forest. Shi Qing and the others looked in that direction. Indeed, deep within the forest, Over 10 figures were slowly approaching them. Shi Qing, an archer with excellent vision, quickly identified 13 individuals. The logging team from the Great Xia camp, including Xia Ding, was precisely 13 people. Upon taking a closer look at the lead figure, Shi Qing immediately confirmed it. "It's old Ding. We finally found them. Come with me." They finally found the main party. Shi Dong, Wang Ming, and 10 others immediately followed behind Shi Qing. Sure enough, it was Xia Ding. Seeing the leader was indeed Xia Ding. The memories of losing 3 brothers in recent days and having the snow mane taken advantage of surged to the forefront of everyone into Shi camp, and their anger flared up intensely. "Old Ding, after being neighbors for so many years, how could you dare to betray me?" Unlike Shi Qing, who still showed some restraint, Shi Dong and Wang Ming were very direct and even aggressive. "Xia Ding, how many pounds of that snow mane's meat is left? Hand it over to us, or you'll face my arrows. We've lost 3 brothers, and you didn't even give a heads up before taking the snow mane. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't think about leaving." However, after these 3 finished speaking, neither Xia Ding nor the 12 people behind him responded. They just stared at them blankly. After a long time, a smile gradually crept on Xia Ding's face. However, to the people at his Shi camp, this smile seemed extremely eerie. Even though it seemed normal, it looked as though it was forcibly molded onto features that didn't quite fit. Shi Qing frowned, but before he could speak, his brother Shi Dong couldn't hold back and took 2 steps forward, angrily shouting, "What the hell are you laughing at? Are you deaf?" But even after being scolded, Xia Ding and his people still didn't react. Noticing Xia Ding's stiff expression and the 12 logging team members standing in the shadows behind him, Shi Qing instinctively sensed something was wrong. Whoosh! A sharp, needle-like sound suddenly pierced through the air. Shi Qing's face changed dramatically, and he quickly retreated while drawing and readying his arrow, shouting to the others, "Something's wrong, retreat now." However, it was already too late. The 3 slowest to retreat suddenly froze, standing still, motionless. Looking closer, their pupils were dilated, and they each had a tiny red dot at the center of their eyebrows. Blood started to trickle from these red dots. 3 bodies helplessly fell to the ground. Shi Qing and the others were filled with shock on their faces. "Found the wrong one, Xia Ding. How can his strength be this strong?" Shi Qing was deeply shocked inside, but his reaction was quick. Seeing Xia Ding and his 13 men already dispersing and pursuing them, he immediately ordered a counterattack. "Shi Dong, go to the left to find cover. Wang Ming, lead the team to block them quick." Xia Ding and his group's pursuit was not slow. Moreover, 3 of their people had just died, leaving only 10. Simply fleeing would only give the enemy the chance to defeat them one by one. The people at the camp cooperated well, and upon receiving the command, they immediately stopped fleeing. Wang Ming, wielding a broadsword, turned with 7 others. Shi Qing and Shi Dong quickly climbed a tall tree, one on the left, the other on the right. The swordsmen led a feigned attack, while Shi Qing and Shi Dong hid in the shadows to shoot arrows in a main assault. This was the usual formation used at the Shi camp to deal with enemies. On the other side, Wang Ming, who had already turned back, along with 7 others, blocked Xia Ding and his 13 men. He glanced inadvertently at the 3 corpses on the ground. His grip on the knife tightened slightly, as if it could give him a bit of security. Even now, they still didn't understand how those 3 people on the ground died. Xia Ding clearly didn't move, and neither did the 12 men behind him. Where did that sound, like a silver needle tearing through the air, come from? As soon as that sound occurred, the 3 people seemed to be cursed and died suddenly. And Xia Ding, when did he become so formidable? The unknown can breed fear in one's heart. Attack. Of course, it can also arouse a strong will to survive. Seemingly aware of their own dire situation, Wang Ming roared, transforming his fear into anger and madness, and charged towards Xia Ding with his sword. In the camp, he was second only to Shi Qing and Shi Dong in strength. Wang Ming, risking his life, was incredibly fierce and powerful. Ripping, the blade tore through the night sky, producing a sharp slicing sound, the vigorous force lifting the accumulated snow off the ground several meters high, reaching Xia Ding almost instantly. Wang Ming's eyes were wide with fury, and he slashed with almost all his might. Even if this doesn't kill you, it'll peel your skin off. That was Wang Ming's first thought when he sensed the blade contacting something. Unfortunately, the outcome was entirely opposite to his thoughts. Xia Ding simply sidestepped and evaded the strike. Not only did he evade, but he moved beside Wang Ming, pressing his hand on the sword, directly pinning it into the snowy ground and even several inches into the earth. How could he be so fast? Xia Ding, did he break through to the earth-digging realm? A fierce punch wind blew past his ear, interrupting Wang Ming's shocked suspicion. He knew Xia Ding had taken action. Having just used too much force, the momentum too full, even if he released his grip on the sword now, he couldn't evade Xia Ding's punch, so he didn't let go. In a death sentence like this, Wang Ming should feel fear. Yet he didn't, and instead showed a smile of success on his face. Whoosh! The sound of arrows piercing the air echoed, and from the tree where Shi Qing and Shi Dong were hiding came 2 waves, a total of 4 arrows, speeding towards here. The targets were clearly Xia Ding. The arrows took extremely tricky angles, the first 2 aiming at Xia Ding's left hand pressing the sword, and his right punch aimed at Wang Ming. The last 2 arrows flew straight towards his face. Having paired with the Shi Qing brothers for many years, the tacit understanding among the 3 had reached the point where they didn't even need eye contact. Wang Ming's frontal charge with the sword wasn't meant to harm Xia Ding, but merely to create an opportunity for Shi Qing and Shi Dong. Never could they have imagined Xia Ding's speed being so fast, not only easily dodging Wang Ming's slash, but quickly countering against his sword. Though the counter was successful, it also restricted Xia Ding's own movements. The 4 arrows almost sealed Xia Ding's retreat. Even if he withdrew now, he could at most dodge the 2 aimed at his hands. The 2 aimed at his face were unavoidable. However, the following scene stunned everyone. Xia Ding didn't dodge. His punch wind became even more fierce. Clang, 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 clang. All 4 iron-tipped arrows hit their targets, and astonishingly, one of the arrows in the second wave even hit Xia Ding's right eye, penetrating at least 10 centimeters. Boom! Yet even so, Xia Ding's fierce right punch still landed. Wang Ming didn't even have time to turn his head before his body was blasted onto the snow behind him like a cannonball, creating a loud crash. Though he had the logging realm strength, with a solid body, his skull wasn't shattered by the punch, but it did sink nearly a half. One blow, life taken. Wang Ming died just like that. And Xia Ding, with 4 arrows embedded in him, seemed unfazed, stood up, then turned his head. His unpierced left eye stared through the night at the 2 large trees behind, with that eerie smile fixed on his face. Whether it was the 7 entangled with the enemy or Shi Qing and Shi Dong hiding in the trees, at this moment, their hearts were filled with fright and horror. Run! He's not the real Ding. He's the deceitful monster from Redwood Ridge. At this point, if Shi Qing still couldn't see it, he might as well not be the leader. He shouted in alarm, drawing his bow and firing all 8 arrows from his wooden tube on his back in one breath. The targets were not Xia Ding, but the 7 logging team members being held. On the other side, Shi Dong did the same. The 7 logging team members were already in turmoil due to Shi Qing's words about the deceitful monster, but being obstructed, they couldn't retreat at once. Now, with over 10 arrows assisting them, the 7 thought they could retreat safely, and they seized the chance while the arrows flew towards the enemy, turning to flee. However, just like Wang Ming's earlier fate, the Great Xia logging team members did not evade the arrows. They allowed the arrows to hit their bodies, relentlessly continuing to pursue. Several were knocked down by the powerful impact of arrows hitting their chests, and those hit in just the limbs moved slower. The 2 slowest among the 7 were instantly caught. Don't even mention resistance. They didn't even turn around before being brutally hacked into pulp with stone axes by the people behind them. The five who had escaped turned their heads and saw this scene, not daring to slow down at all, swiftly escaping to the back, following frantically fleeing behind Shurqing and Shurdong. However, that Xia Ding clearly had no intention of letting them go. 13 people, each with arrows pierced in various parts of their bodies, pursued swiftly from behind, led by Xia Ding, with an arrow in his right eye bobbing up and down as he ran, creating a truly chilling image. Don't head towards the camp. If we lead them there, we'll all die. Even while fleeing chaotically, Shurqing wasn't entirely muddled, deliberately leading Shurdong and the other five in the opposite direction from their camp. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced his ears, causing Shurqing's face to tighten. This was the second time. How could he not discern? As soon as that sound echoed previously, 3 people inexplicably died. What exactly was it? Shurqing, anxious to the extreme, hastily turned his head to look around, forcing himself to calm down and locate the source of the sound. Suddenly, a dense, long streak of dim light reflected into his pupils, and Shurqing, who was fleeing madly, swiftly lowered his head while shouting to alert those behind. Duck down quickly. Something's up ahead. The closest to him, Shurdong, was the first to duck. 3 of the 5 behind also ducked. Only the last 2, whether because they didn't hear clearly or reacted too slowly, didn't duck and charged straight ahead, clearly seeing nothing obstructing them. Yet those last 2 froze abruptly like the 3 before them, followed by 3 mysterious red dots appearing on their foreheads. Blood oozed from the red dots, and the 2 fell simultaneously. Shurqing's heart was nearly bleeding with grief as he fled madly. A few days ago, while hunting snowmen, 3 were lost, including his biological brother, and now 8 more had died. The Dashur logging team had 16 members. Now, there were only 5 left. Crucially, even their lives weren't certain to be kept, because that deceitful monster was still chasing them relentlessly. Their stamina was waning, speed dwindling, but looking back at the monsters behind them, their speed showed no sign of slowing. The Dashur camp probably wouldn't last. Just as a sense of utter despair rose within Shurqing's heart, a sharp and youthful voice suddenly rang out from the right side. Finally found you. Let's see where you can run now. Wood puppet monster this sound, to Shurqing and others who were frantically fleeing, was like the celestial music. As the sound reached their ears, a breathtaking sword light also came into view. Though the sword light was dozens of meters away, it arrived in an instant, fully demonstrating its speed. The sword light sliced through the air, emitting a sharp shriek, signifying its sharpness. Both hearing and seeing it all happen in a split second. The sword light arrived abruptly like a streak of silver silk, also in just an instant. The sword was truly too fast, so fast that before Shurqing and the others could fully see, 2 of the 13 men who were chasing them had been decapitated by the sword light. Although it was night, this was the outer part of Redwood Ridge, where the trees were not as dense as in the inner layers, coupled with the white glow emitted by the snow on the ground. So Shurqing and others' vision was not significantly affected. The sword light stopped, and naturally, the person behind the sword light was also seen by Shurqing and his group. At a glance, including the leader, Shurqing, the first reaction of everyone was a bit of inferiority. He was a youth appearing only in his early 20s, wearing a brown fur bee skin coat. Around his neck was a smooth white fur neck warmer, evidently made from the tail of a cold beast. On his feet were a pair of glossy black bee skin boots. The inferiority felt by Shurqing and the others was not without reason. The 5 of them were wearing just bee skin skirts, and even those were the kind full of holes, shabby bee skin skirts. However, even such bee skin skirts, among the more than 300 people in Dashur camp, fewer than 50 could wear them. The vast majority of others wore dry leaf clothes. The so-called dry leaf clothes were clothes pieced together from larger leaves collected and sun-dried. Of course, it wasn't just Dashur camp. Around Redwood Ridge, aside from the slightly better-off Rogel camp, other camps were in this situation. No way around it, A complete piece of beast skin inherently represented proof of strength. Even Rogel Camp couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't damage the pelts of prey during hunts, let alone these smaller camps. So, the complete set of clothing the youth was wearing at this moment was enough to make these people feel ashamed. Not to mention, the shiny silver longsword in his hand had wiped out two deceitful monsters in an instant. Amidst the astonishment and suspicion, the youth moved again. His swordplay was like a dance. In an instant, amid sparks, the cold edge sliced through the darkness and brought out 7 or 8 sword lights in the air, almost with the speed of cutting through melons and vegetables, beheading all 10 remaining deceitful monsters behind Xia Hong. Recalling their own scene of escaping in disarray from the deceitful monsters, and then looking at the youth leisurely slaying the monsters, such a stark contrast made the inferiority in the hearts of Shi Qing and the 5 grow even stronger. After beheading 10 people, the youth did not immediately attack Xia Hong. He only looked at him calmly and slowly said, "The things you've done." Swoosh. Before the youth finished speaking, that familiar sound suddenly rose again. Shi Qing's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted a warning. "Be careful, sir." However, his warning it was a bit superfluous. Even before he spoke out, the youth had already turned to look behind him. His ears twitched slightly, quickly turning his gaze and locking onto the top of a large tree on the left side of the dense forest. In the tree, Lihu Luo Ming attacked together. As he shouted loudly, 2 figures swiftly came rushing from the right side, quickly heading towards the tree that his gaze was fixed on. At the same time, the youth no longer concerned himself with Xia Hong, and with a mighty push off the ground, rushed towards the tree. The speed of the 3 was incredibly fast. Shi Qing couldn't even have a clear look before the youth had already cut the tree in half. The entire upper half of the tree came crashing down with a roar. This scene caused the expressions on the faces of Shi Qing and his group to freeze instantly, especially when they discovered that inside the broken tree was a glint of gold. Their pupils trembled greatly, and they swallowed simultaneously. The toughest golden frost tree, chopped with one slash. They only ever chose red frost trees for logging. It's not that golden frost trees can't be chopped. They can. But the problem is, a golden frost tree would take them at least 10 continuous hours of chopping to fell. But what did they just see? The golden frost tree was cut down with a single slash. As they looked at the youth, their gazes instantly filled with reverence. And after the golden frost tree was felled, a shadowy figure leaped out like a ghost from its top, heading towards the inner layer of Redwood Ridge. But the youth and the other 2 reacted extremely quickly as well. The 3 swiftly formed a triangular formation, tightly enclosing the shadowy figure in the center. Think you can run? It's not easy to come across a low-tier craftsman deceitful monster. I can't let you escape just like that. Don't let your guard down. This is a wood puppet monster, and those I just killed were probably crafted by it using wooden corpses, and it might have other tricks up its sleeve, so be careful. Shi Qing responded quickly, listening to the conversation and glancing at Xia Hong, who had been stiff and motionless since the shadowy figure appeared. He roughly understood now. Craftsman deceitful monster, wood puppet monster, both likely referred to the shadowy figure. Xia Hong and those loggers were obviously controlled by it. Moreover, among the 2 names shouted by the youth earlier, there was one that Shi Qing knew and recognized. Luo Ming, the current leader of the Rogel camp and son of the former leader Luo Feng. Indeed, Shi Qing looked carefully once more. Among the 3, the one on the far right with a slender figure, squinting eyes, holding a long spear was indeed Luo Ming, whom he had seen a few times. The one on the left, called Li, who was quite burly, with almost similar attire to the young man, holding a coldly gleaming Yinling saber, watching the shadowy figure in the middle warily. The thing referred to by the 2 as wood puppet monster was also seen clearly by Shi Qing. The wood puppet monster, on the surface, looked like a decaying, slightly hunched old man in black. In its left hand was a 3-inch-long small knife, and in its right a loop of white thread, its pair of crimson pupils full of ferocity. Looking at the 3 surrounding it, it was also full of bloodthirsty desire. Wood puppet monster suddenly let out a roar, and a loop of thread in its right hand rapidly shot out dozens of transparent threads, seemingly merging completely into the night, disappearing instantly. However, the three surrounding it began frantically dodging left and right. Seeing this, Shurqin also understood that it was these transparent threads that had killed his companions earlier, but their own strength was too weak to see them clearly. The three who could see them were constantly evading in midair. Certainly not just evading, though. A mere few breaths, and the youth holding a sword seemed to have found a flaw, twisting his body and lunging at the wood puppet monster, his long sword clashing repeatedly with the threads in the air, sparking several flames. The long sword could sever those transparent threads. The wood puppet monster, witnessing this scene, its face suddenly darkened, its gaze locked tightly on the silver long sword in the youth's hand, as if realizing something. Luo Ming and Li Hu's weapons clearly were not as strong as the young man's sword. Continuing to dodge, while still advancing towards the wood puppet monster, their speed was too slow. The young man was already swinging his sword at the wood puppet monster when they were still several meters away. However, even if the two had not arrived yet, the young man's strength seemed unreasonably strong. The long sword swept horizontally, bringing out a fierce sword light, almost clinging to the wood puppet monster. Though it retreated extremely quickly, the storm-like sword intent closely followed. The young man's sword movements were like tidal waves, one surge after another, quickly driving the wood puppet monster back beneath a tree. At the same time, Li Hu and Luo Ming finally broke through the layers of thread blockade, arriving behind the young man. The three seized the opportunity, blocking all escape routes of the wood puppet monster from three fronts: above, middle, and below. The long sword sliced across the top, the spear thrust in the middle, the saber chopped down below. With a combined attack from three sides, the wood puppet monster had nowhere to flee. Moa Mountain Town 9 Luo Ming's spear was the longest, so it was the first to stab the wood puppet monster. However, the extremely sharp spearhead came to an abrupt halt after piercing the chest of the wood puppet monster, unable to advance even an inch further. Yet Luo Ming did not show any signs of surprise on his face. It was clear that he knew he could not penetrate the opponent's flesh. At the same time, Li Hu's Yinling saber also struck at the wood puppet monster's legs. Clang! Unfortunately, after the strike, it only produced a sound. It wasn't until the last long sword was about to slash across its body that the wood puppet monster's face finally showed a hint of apprehension. First, it turned its head to dodge, then the fingers on its right hand moved slightly. Boom! Crack! Suddenly, a sound of the earth shaking and mountains rocking erupted. The tree closest to the four of them began to shake violently. Soon after, the tree suddenly uprooted itself, as if coming to life, with branches swaying like human arms. Following this, the second, third, and up to the eighth tree nearby also came to life, all uprooting and using their branches to gather quickly toward the center. The countless branches of the 8 trees stretched towards the 3 men like snakes and monsters, quickly and completely surrounding them with no space to escape. Just moments ago, it was the 3 of them surrounding the wood puppet monster. In an instant, the roles of attack and defense had reversed. Luo Ming's face showed some panic, while Li Hu remained calm, simply casting his gaze at the young man with the sword, waiting for his decision. Getting entangled will be troublesome. First, break through these trees. Upon hearing the young man's words, Luo Ming and Li Hu immediately responded. One used a spear to pull and thrust, and the other swung his saber left and right, instantly cutting countless branches and vines. The young leader was even more extraordinary. As his sword light danced, he not only severed vines and branches, but even cut through the trunks of 3 or 4 large trees directly. However, the young man's eyebrows arched as he realized something and quickly turned to look at the spot where the wood puppet monster had just been, his face turning terribly grim. The wood puppet monster was nowhere to be seen. We were fooled. These trees weren't made into puppets yet. As if to confirm his words, the fierce trees lost their vitality at once, all branches and vines falling off and crashing to the ground. Seeing Luo Ming escape, the young man sneered coldly. "Leader Luo, don't rejoice too soon. To control 8 such large trees simultaneously, this deceitful monster is likely close to intermediate. Once it breaks through, there'll be no room for your camps around Redwood Ridge." Upon hearing this, Luo Ming's face turned tense and perplexed. Just as he was about to speak, Shi Qing led 4 others running over. When they reached the 5 immediately knelt and prostrated on the ground. Shi Qing from the Shi camp humbly thanks the 2 lords and leader Luo for the life-saving grace that will never be forgotten. Luo Ming was already not in the mood, but being impressed by Shi Qing, he still stepped forward to help him up, softly saying, "Leader Shi, it's polite. I'm not a match for that deceitful monster. Thank the 2 lords from Beishua camp." Remembering that Shi Qing didn't know the 2 men, he went on to introduce their names. "This is Lord Yang Ning, and this is Lord Li Hu." Beishua camp? Shi Qing heard the unfamiliar camp name and was a bit puzzled, but still quickly led the 4 to turn and bowed 3 times to Yang and Li, respectively. Though he had guessed earlier that Luo Ming's status was lower than the 2 men, hearing Luo Ming refer to them as lords still left Shi Qing in shock. Luo Ming is the leader of Rogel Camp, the only medium-sized camp around Redwood Ridge, and also the strongest earth-digging realm expert. Even he calls them lords. What level is this Beishua camp where Yang and Li belong? Large camp? Giant camp? Due to lack of knowledge, Shi Qing could only come up with these 2 guesses in his mind. In fact, neither the 5 of them nor Luo Ming noticed that when the word camp was mentioned, Yang Ning and Li Hu both slightly frowned, with a disdainful look flashing across their faces. But seemingly out of disdain, the 2 said nothing to explain. "Lords, may I ask, why do we call the wood puppet monster a deceitful monster, and what does it really want? Why will the camp around Redwood Ridge have no chance of survival if it advances to intermediate? I beg the lords to enlighten me." After helping Shi Qing and the others up, Luo Ming couldn't hold back and asked the questions in his heart. His questions made Yang and Li both slightly frown. Li Hu shook his head, disdain evident in his voice as he spoke. "I don't know how you've survived in the ice abyss for so long, being so ignorant." Yang Ning glanced around at everyone, including Luo Ming, taking in their bee-skin skirts, and a hint of sympathy crossed his eyes as he sighed. Living in such an environment, you can't blame them. Ice abyss is a term you're hearing for the first time, isn't it? Luo Ming, Shi Qing, and the others all nodded lightly. Indeed, they had never heard of the ice abyss or knew what it was. Ice abyss was indeed something they were hearing for the first time. Yang Ning and Li Hu exchanged glances, their eyes showing a look of realization. The ice abyss is a name given to this world by the great Lord Yang Zhuan, meaning ice abyss. This name has been universally accepted by all humans in the 9 towns at the southern foot of Moa Mountain, and henceforth, you must all remember it. When mentioning Yang Zhuan, both Yang Ning and Li Hu displayed immense respect, even reverence. To make 2 such powerful individuals show this demeanor, Luo Ming, Shi Qing, and the others felt not just shock, but also growing curiosity. "May I ask, where are the 9 towns of Moa Mountain that you 2 speak of?" Luo Ming initially wanted to ask about Yang Zhuan, but upon reaching the Yang character, he was intimidated by the sudden looks from Yang Ning and Li Hu, so he switched to asking about Moa Mountain and the 9 towns instead. Failing to add the prefix of Great Lord and calling his name directly is a capital offense in the ice abyss. Considering your lowly ignorance, I will spare you this time, but should you dare repeat this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Neglecting the title of Great Lord and directly calling the name is a capital offense. Luo Ming shivered slightly, able to hear the murderous intent in Yang Ning's tone, and quickly bowed low. It was out of ignorance that Luo dared to speak rudely, and I asked the lords for their forgiveness. Yang Ning saw his apology and did not pursue the matter further, continuing. The Moa Mountain Range is the largest mountain range in the southern part of the ice abyss, stretching endlessly. As far as is known, All our human camps reside at its southern foot. As for the 9 towns, saying this, Yang Ning paused, looked down at Luo Ming, and smiled slightly. They refer to the 9 largest camps in this region at the southern foot of Moa Mountain. 9 largest camps? Luo Ming, Shi Qing, and the others showed a trace of puzzlement on their faces. Eventually, Luo Ming tentatively asked, could those 9 be giant camps with a population exceeding 5,000? Ah! Luo Ming's question made Yang Ning and Li Hu burst into laughter. Their laughter was filled with contempt for Luo Ming's ignorance. This embarrassed Luo Ming, but he could only smile awkwardly on the side. Shi Qing, on the contrary, gave him a sympathetic look. Even though they were uncomfortable, they were still curious about the size of the 9 largest camps Yang Ning and Li Hu mentioned. After laughing, Li Hu explained, solving their doubts. The 9 towns at the southern foot of Moa Mountain each have a population of over 100,000. 100,000? Upon hearing this number, Luo Ming, Shi Qing, and the other 4 were completely stupefied, their minds swirling with tumultuous waves. And we are from one of the 9 towns, Beishua Town. Seemingly satisfied with their reactions, Li Hu said this with his head held high, his face full of pride, and his tone exuding self-assurance. Artisans, nightmares, fierce spirits, gods, demons. If a camp has more than 100,000 people, what kind of scene would that be? In fact, Luo Ming, Shi Qing, and the other 5 couldn't even imagine it. But they were all leaders, each in charge of a camp with hundreds of people. They knew very well what a camp with a population of over 100,000 meant. A massive amount of food, extremely high security costs, countless amounts of cold beast flesh. No, with more than 100,000 people, can anyone find a cave that big? Shi Qing couldn't help but ask about his biggest confusion. Humans couldn't be exposed to light, and 100,000 people had to hide somewhere. Can such a large cave be found? A summer insect cannot discuss ice, nor a whale frog the ocean. These 2 sentences popped into the minds of Yang Ning and Li Hu, and they gently shook their heads. Not all humans need to live in shadows. If one day any of you might luckily qualify to enter Beishua Town, you will understand. Yang Ning paused after speaking, and then added to himself, of course, for the few of you, this possibility is practically non-existent. Upon hearing this, the faces of Luo Ming, Shi Qing, and the other 5 darkened significantly. Compared to Shi Qing, Luo Ming actually understood Yang Ning's words better. Rogel Camp was the only medium-sized camp around Redwood Ridge. The other 8 camps had, on several occasions, mentioned wanting to merge into them, but he simply didn't dare to take them in, or rather couldn't take them in. Although he also knew that the larger the camp's population, the better. But the premise of expansion is strength. Strength means the ability to acquire more resources, to feed more people, and to hunt more cold beast flesh for cultivation. Unfortunately, the strength of Rogel Camp was far from sufficient to support its expansion. Rogel Camp had a total of 5 in the earth-digging realm, 47 in the logging realm. The cold beast flesh obtained each month was barely enough for their own people. If other small camps joined, there simply wouldn't be enough cold beast meat. Moreover, once merged, it would mean more ordinary people, and the demand for crystal fruits would rapidly expand, forcing them to increase the frequency of going out to find more ice trees, which is also risky. The most crucial point is that the strongest in small camps are only at the logging realm, unable to enhance hunting abilities. Their joining would not only fail to improve hunting capabilities, but also squeeze the original supply of cold beast meat in the camp. So when other camps proposed wanting to merge, not only Luo Ming himself, but everyone in Rogel Camp almost universally refused. Thus, the rule is that you need sufficient strength to expand, then use the population advantage to cultivate more strong individuals. This cycle allows the camp to grow stronger and larger. Blind expansion would only make the camp unwieldy, and eventually, even if not slaughtered by cold beasts and deceitful monsters, it could likely erupt into internal chaos, mutual slaughter. By analogy, Beishua Town, as mentioned by Yang and Li, indeed has more than 100,000 people, but absolutely would not randomly incorporate external personnel. The qualification they mentioned must be extremely stringent. Shirqing shouldn't even think about it. Even if Luo Ming has the strength of the earth-digging realm, Yang and Li, being so much stronger at such a young age, make Beishua towns might evident through them, and they likely wouldn't regard him highly. Furthermore, the two are leaders of their own camps. They couldn't possibly abandon their family and companions to join another camp alone. All right, there's no use telling you so much. Didn't Leader Luo just ask about the wood puppet monster? Let me explain it to you. Seeing that Yang Ning was about to discuss the deceitful monsters, Luo Ming and Shirqing immediately perked up their ears. Long ago, Ice Abyss was not like it is today. Back then, the day was not just 12 hours long, and the temperature was not as low as it is today. Among cold beasts, most were not as cunning and strong as they are now. Don't mention eating people. At that time, almost 99% of the cold beasts were merely food for humans. And those deceitful monsters did not exist back then. During that period, humans could move freely day or night. The Ice Abyss was rumored to have 4 seasons alternating hot and cold cycles, a pleasant climate. Humans wielded all sorts of powerful tools and were the undisputed masters of the Ice Abyss. The land was fertile and could be farmed everywhere, with more food than they could eat. Back then, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all perfect. People lived and worked in peace. Civilization thrived and prospered. During that period, not to mention camps with 100,000 people, there were also quite a few with 1 million or even tens of millions of people gathering. Upon hearing Yang Ning's description, Luo Ming, Shirqing, and the others were dumbfounded. 1 million or 10 million. They couldn't even comprehend such a concept. The words move freely day and night. To them, that was already a dream. 99% of cold beasts were merely human food. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all perfect. Living and working in peace, thriving and prosperous. What kind of dreamlike scenario would that be? It's hard for people to imagine things in their minds they've never seen or experienced, but that doesn't stop them from longing for and pursuing something beautiful. The world described by Yang Ning, in the eyes of Luo Ming and Shirqing, was no different from the immortal palace or heaven. Corresponding to today's Ice Abyss world, we generally refer to that period as the ancient Abyss era or the prehistoric civilization. No one knows what happened during the ancient Abyss era, what the prehistoric civilization encountered, or how our world became like this today. One theory is that humanity angered the gods, and the ancient Abyss was subjected to divine punishment. Others say it's because humans did too many things they shouldn't have, leading to the emergence of cold beasts and deceitful monsters, and eventually, both the climate and time changed, though the exact reason is unknown. But it's certain that after the ancient Abyss era passed and civilization collapsed, deceitful monsters and cold beasts became nightmares for humans. Though this explanation was lengthy, Yang Ning spoke with great emotion. Evidently, even he harbored a strong yearning for the ancient Abyss era, which he had never experienced. No one knows for sure how deceitful monsters came to be, but it's certain they all originate from the ancient Abyss era, because only from them can we find evidence of the ancient Abyss era's existence. Deceitful monsters are divided into 5 categories: craftsman, nightmare, fierce, god, and monster. And a craftsman monster is one of them. They were all transformed from many skilled craftsmen of the ancient Abyss era, each with peculiar and unfathomable methods of killing. For instance, the wood puppet monster appearing in Redwood Ridge was likely a puppet master from the ancient Abyss era, skilled in creating and controlling all sorts of puppets, favoring carved wooden puppets to mimic humans, gain their trust, and then control the puppet to kill from hiding. At this point, Yang Ning paused before adding, all deceitful monsters evolve by continuously killing. Still using this wood puppet monster as an example, the puppets it currently creates can only wield the power of the logging realm. But as it kills more people, both it and its creations will grow stronger. Beishua Town once hunted a mid-level craftsman monster, which we named the cloth-cutting monster. In its hand, it had a pair of scissors that could instantly cut dozens of earth-digging realm humans into pieces. It also had a set of needles and thread, which it once used before my very eyes to sew up all the 7 orifices of a cold resistance level strong individual. Not long after, the cold resistance level strong individual suffocated and died. Cold resistance level. Though they had some guesses when they first heard these 3 words, Luo Ming and Shi Qing both showed a look of confusion on their faces. Above the earth-digging realm is the cold resistance level. It's called that because people at this level can withstand the cold of the daytime and move about. Due to limited strength, Luo Ming, Shi Qing, and others have lived in Redwood Ridge for decades, never venturing out, nor having any opportunity to communicate with the outside world. Yang Ning's words undoubtedly opened their eyes wide, but at the same time, it also evoked greater worries. All 5 types of deceitful monsters inherently evolve through killing. Even the intermediate-level crafty deceit can be unstoppable, even by cold resistance level warriors. If that wooden puppet monster truly evolves to the intermediate level, there will be no human life path around Redwood Ridge, and they, too, would all be doomed. Luo Ming's expression was uncertain, and he stood in place for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and kneeling directly in front of Yang Ning and the other person, pleading, "Sirs, relying solely on these camps around Redwood Ridge, it's absolutely impossible to deal with that monster. I hope the 2 of you, for the sake of being fellow humans, will have mercy and help us. As long as you can kill that monster, whatever you want, as long as we can provide it, it's negotiable." Seeing this, Shi Qing realized Luo Ming was seeking a way out for all the camps around Redwood Ridge, and immediately led the 4 people behind him to kneel down as well. Hearing everyone's plea, Yang Li and the other person exchanged a glance, and both smiled. But soon, they put away their smiles. Then Yang Ning stepped forward and helped Luo Ming up. To be honest with Leader Luo, Li Hu and I are scouts from the Imperial Army of Beishua Town, and we came here by chance while mapping the surroundings of Beishua. As fellow humans, meeting is destiny, and we won't stand by and do nothing. But as you just saw, this wooden puppet monster is not only powerful, but also extremely cunning. If we don't come up with a foolproof plan, eliminating it is nearly impossible. So, if you want our help, you must first agree to one condition of mine. Any condition, as long as we can remove that monster, I agree. Good. Leader Luo is straightforward, so I'll be direct. During this period, your Robo Camp and all surrounding camps must act under our command. How about that? Luo Ming's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged, quickly responding, "I can guarantee Robo Camp, but the other camps." At this point, he turned to look at Shi Qing. Hearing Yang Ning's request, Shi Qing had already weighed the pros and cons. Seeing Luo Ming looking at him, he promptly nodded and said, "The Shi camp also has no issue. If that monster isn't destroyed, everyone's finished." Luo Ming gave Shi Qing a grateful look, then turned back to Yang Ning and continued, "Besides our 2, there are still 5 camps. I will persuade them one by one, and I believe after explaining the stakes, they won't refuse either. Leader Luo, it should be 4. Shi Qing's words left Luo Ming stunned. Originally, there were 9 camps around Redwood Ridge, but not long ago, 2, Iron Peak and Shinju's, were destroyed by that wooden puppet monster, leaving 7. Excluding their 2 camps means there should be 5 remaining. Shi Qing pointed to the corpses not far away. Seeing those bodies on the ground, Luo Ming immediately understood. It's 4. Great Xia must have also fallen victim to that monster. All members of the logging team from Daxia camp were made into puppets, and even Xia Ding couldn't escape, so it's almost certain it was obliterated. Seeing their goal achieved, Yang Li nodded and said, "Since that's the case, there's no time to waste. Leader Luo, notify the other 4 camps in the next few days to come to Rogal Camp to follow orders, organize all loggers into patrol teams, and in 10 days begin searching for that monster in the forest." Luo Ming nodded and agreed to the orders, inviting Yang Li to Rogal Camp for rest first. Shi Qing, on the other hand, needed to return to his own camp to arrange matters, confirming with Rogel Camp that they would meet at Redwood Ridge in 3 days, and then left. Luo Ming and Shi Qing's judgment that Daxia Camp was destroyed wasn't without reason. Small camps lack hunting abilities. To survive, they must have 2 things, crystal fruit and wood, both indispensable. To be precise, wood is actually more important than crystal fruit. Without crystal fruit, you could endure several days with an empty stomach. But without wood, not to mention getting through the day, you wouldn't even make it through the night. So, the importance of logging teams goes without saying. With Xia Ding and all his logging team members dead, it's almost certain that even if Daxia Camp wasn't killed by the deceitful monsters, they'd have frozen to death by now. Of course, what they hadn't accounted for was the variable that was Xia Hong. Not only was Daxia Camp not destroyed, but it was actually thriving more than ever. Using the term rapidly advancing to describe, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Leader, I broke through too. On a night returning empty-handed, Xia Hong was not in a good mood. But upon stepping back into the cave, he heard good news. Suning also broke through. Among the 5 who first received cold beast meat, aside from him, Xia Chuan, and Yuan Sheng, Suning was the last to break through. Seeing Suning's excited expression, Xia Hong patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "At least you won't have a bitter face any longer. From tomorrow, you can go out with me." Yufeng, Lin Kai, and others behind Xia Hong burst into laughter. Su Ning, embarrassed by their laughter, blushed. Among the 5 of them, Yufeng was the first to break through, followed by Lin Kai, Qiu Peng, and Lu Yang. Seeing his peers already heading out with Xia Hong, bringing back a tree every night and occasionally some game, he was inevitably anxious, resulting in days spent with a bitter face, focusing solely on training. Leader, I'm embarrassed. Eating the cold beast meat you risk your lives for every day, unable to help out, and unable to break through the logging realm. Wasn't I just a freeloading burden? Luckily, I broke through now and can finally be of help. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong furrowed his brow slightly. Are you saying, apart from us 8 in the logging team, everyone else in the camp who hasn't broken through to the logging realm is a freeloading burden? This question left Su Ning dumbstruck. Xia Hong didn't wait for his answer, instead turning to Xia Chuan, Yuan Sheng, Yufeng, and the others behind him, asking, "Do you all think this way?" Everyone could sense Xia Hong's displeasure, so they exchanged glances but remained silent, only using silence to answer the question. It wasn't just them thinking this way. Everyone in the camp thought this way. Ordinary people unable to break through to the logging realm, unable to go out, unable to acquire the slightest resource for the camp, yet constantly consuming the crystal fruit, and what they brought back, if not a burden. What are they? Even now, the cold beast meat they brought back was being distributed. Since Xia Hong's successful small torch hunts, where he repeated the tactic 4 times, catching 3 snow manies and 1 frost wolf, totaling nearly 5,000 pounds of cold beast blood and flesh. Yet, Xia Hong still hasn't changed the camp's meat distribution rules, keeping it at the usual 3-5-2 ratio, which had already sparked complaints among them. Their silent discontent was deafening. Xia Hong understood their thoughts. He had planned to solve the issue soon, and now was the perfect opportunity, one he wasn't willing to miss. Chuan, a few days ago, you mentioned to me that it was time to change the meat distribution rules. Now tell us, how do you propose we distribute? Xia Chuan, Yuan Sheng, and the others, upon hearing this, realized Xia Hong might change the meat distribution rules, and their eyes lit up with anticipation. Xia Chuan hurriedly opened his mouth and accidentally called him brother again, earning a glare from Xia Hong, who quickly corrected himself. Leader, we unanimously believe that it should be like before, where 9/10 of the cold beast meat is distributed to those of us who hunt outside, and the remaining 1/10 to others. This way we quickly become stronger, and the prey will become more abundant. From the other side, Yuan Qing couldn't help but speak up too. Additionally, the portion of crystal fruit, 2 per person each day, is too much. It should also revert to before. 1 per person each day is enough to sustain them. The 3 ice trees have not yet borne new fruits. At the current consumption rate, they'll only last a bit over a month. If the new batch hasn't grown by then, it'll be a big problem. In reality, everyone wanted to revert to the old system. Xia Hong had known it in his heart for a long time. Including himself, the camp currently has 8 people in the logging realm. It's not far from when Xia Ding was around. The logging team has been reassembled, so the old system should be reinstated. Not just Yuan Cheng and Yu Feng, even his brother Xia Chuan thought so. Xia Hong didn't answer immediately, but first looked around at everyone before slowly speaking. Let me ask you a question. What's your goal, the 7 of you? To survive. Xia Chuan was the first to answer. To survive, and to make sure my mother has enough to eat. To survive, and to make sure my younger brother survives too. To protect my sister and survive. Though the 7 gave different answers, the content was almost the same, essentially about survival and protecting loved ones. Since that's the case, then why do we go to such lengths every day, risking our lives to hunt, when we could just go out and find ice trees to pick crystal fruits? Xia Hong's question stunned everyone. Because you all know, only by becoming stronger can you survive, right? Everyone nodded. In that case, when I hunted the first snow mane, I shouldn't have shared it with you. If I had eaten all the cold beast blood and flesh myself, I could have quickly become stronger and continued to survive. Hearing these words, everyone's expressions suddenly froze. Then one by one they looked ashamed. My goal is to become stronger to survive, and it's the same for you, and even more so for them. As he said them, Xia Hong gestured to the other people gathered around the bonfire in the camp, and then continued. During this time, you've all been going out with me, and you should have noticed that the cold beasts are much stronger than us. So whether it's relying on me alone or on us 8, we cannot ensure our survival. Xia Hong paused, adding, even with 13, it wouldn't work, otherwise our father's group wouldn't have gotten into trouble, right? I share the cold beast meat with you because I know that to survive, relying on just one person's strength is far from enough. So I hope you break through quickly. This way, with more people in the logging realm, it will be safer when we go out. Logging, hunting, and the harvest will be greater too. Right now, I'm giving the main portion of the cold beast meat to the other young people in the camp, with the same intention as before, hoping the number of people in the logging realm in the camp increases and the team becomes larger. After Xia Hong finished speaking, seeing everyone deep in thought, he sighed lightly. In reality, this is all a matter of interest allocation. Self-interest has always moved people, especially when such interests concern their very lives. Was there any problem with Xia Ding's previous rules? Actually, no, but one must consider the situation. Back then, the Great Xia camp didn't have the ability to hunt, so cold beast meat was scarce. With many monks and little meat, Xia Ding had to prioritize supplying the logging team members. Now it's different. With the small torch that can lure cold beasts, the camp now has the preliminary ability to hunt. Cold beast meat isn't exactly ample, but it's much more than before. If they still stubbornly adhere to the old system, not only would it be unpopular, but it would greatly slow down the camp's development. I'll explain a simple principle. Xia Hong has now freed himself from the logging work. Now, every time he goes out, Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng handle the logging, while he specializes in scouting terrain and locating cold beasts. It can be foreseen that in the future, when there are enough members in the logging realm, the camp can split into 2 teams, one specializing in hunting and the other in logging. Even teams for picking crystal fruits and scouting terrain can be organized. Any organization that wants to increase its gains must have divisions of labor, delineate different departments, and let each perform its duties for maximum benefit. This principle was easily understood in the past life, but now Xia Hong must patiently explain it in terms they can understand. Cold beasts are powerful, but have you noticed, the more people break through among those like Yu Feng and Lin Kai, the higher our hunting success rate. Suning broke through today, so maybe our success rate will be even higher tomorrow. Just imagine, if there were 20, 30, even 40 or 50 people in the logging realm, wouldn't we be able to take down a snow mane or frost wolf by sheer numbers? Would you still fear not having cold beast meat? This sentence made Xia Chuan and the other's eyes light up. During this time, they followed Xia Hong out, and they all witnessed the steady increase in hunting success rates. Indeed, the more people, the higher the success rate. Especially Xia Hong's latter point, about having 40 or 50 people taking down cold beasts by sheer numbers, made them ponder deeply. During this period, they've only encountered two types of cold beasts, the snow mane and the frost wolf. Though limited, they're deeply familiar with these two types of cold beasts, including their traits and strengths. Snow manes are powerful, but at most only around 10,000 pounds. The frost wolf's advantage is speed, not strength. According to Xia Hong, if there were indeed 40 or 50 logging realm combatants, taking on these two types of cold beasts head-on wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, remember clearly what I'm about to say next. Xia Hong stood up, pointed towards those around the bonfire, and said solemnly, "You all just said you want to protect family members, be it brothers, sisters, or mothers, and that's good. However, I also hope you remember, the world outside is fraught with peril. None of us can guarantee that every outing, every hunt, we will survive. If one day any one of us were to die unexpectedly, among those people would be your loved ones. By then, if someone suggests not giving them any cold beast meat, only allowing them one crystal fruit per day, would you want me to agree?" At the final inquiry, Xia Hong emphasized his words. This questioning was like a thunderclap, making the 7 people's bodies shudder. They suddenly realized how selfish and ignorant their thoughts had been, especially Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, who had just proposed a change, hung their heads, faces full of shame. We are a whole, and as such, we cannot only think of ourselves. Cold beast meat is vital because it strengthens people, but if only a few become strong, as it was with the previous logging team, you all saw the end result. Against deceitful monsters, we were powerless, simply awaiting our slaughter. Therefore, we must enhance our overall strength. When a day comes that everyone in the camp is in the logging realm, will we still fear cold beasts? By then, even if deceitful monsters come, we'll have the strength to fight. Note that when I say whole, it also includes your loved ones. Xia Hong spoke these words with emotion. Hearing him, everyone gradually shifted from shame to determination, looking at Xia Hong with ever-growing conviction. Unbeknownst to them, many people around the bonfire had gathered to listen to Xia Hong's words, faces full of emotion. Our goal is just to survive, but merely surviving isn't enough. We need to live with dignity, with confidence. We're human, not some creatures hiding in the shadows. Those cold beasts, deceitful monsters they are. One day, I want them to kneel before me and before the great Xia camp, quaking in their boots. Just like in his previous life, in the late stage of ALS, when he sensed that he would soon lose all mobility and be completely incapacitated, he chose to end his life directly. If living meant having no dignity, then it was better to die with honor. But in this perilous world of cold winter, achieving this goal was extremely difficult. Hunger, cold, daylight, cold beast, deceitful monster. Any of these could take countless lives. Relying on oneself alone is impossible. Only by uniting and harnessing the power of more people can this goal be achieved in the quickest and best way. This was the most profound realization Xia Hong came to after crossing over. Xia Hong believed that, being human, everyone yearns for a dignified and respectful life. This is the most basic and essential need in the human heart, without exception. He was like this, and so were Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, Yu Feng, and others. The other people in the great Xia camp were also like this. And cold beast meat was the ticket to such a dignified life. Previously, when he couldn't distribute cold beast meat, every time Xia Hong returned, the camp was lifeless, except for those few who could cultivate with cold beast meat. The rest mostly lay stiffly by the fire. But ever since Xia Hong took out the cold beast meat to distribute, they changed. Almost everyone, after having enough to eat, would find opportunities to train, wanting to increase their strength, join the logging reserve team, and obtain some cold beast meat. The sudden burst of vitality from these people made Xia Hong realize that the hearts of everyone in the camp yearned for change. As long as given the chance, anyone could unleash tremendous energy. When countless individuals bursting with tremendous energy form a group and move toward the same goal, no difficulty can stand in their way. Many hands make light work is not just an empty word. The size of the camp, differentiated by the number of people, is clear evidence. All camps know that increasing the population is the way to become stronger. But limited by resources and strength, they couldn't do it. But now, the great Xia camp, relying on the small torch's path, can do it. It was naturally impossible for Xia Hong to still stubbornly adhere to old rules. Letting go of personal gains and losses, sharing some cold beast meat would increase the camp's living strength, absorb more people, expand the camp size, and this cycle would repeat, which is the best route for the camp's development. Xia Chuan, Yuan Chuan, and others weren't actually foolish, but limited by past knowledge and experience. Their vision could be short-sighted. Moreover, since ancient times, interests have moved people's hearts. Letting go of personal gains and losses has never been an easy thing. Fortunately, with Xia Hong setting an example in front. At the beginning of Xia Ding and the logging team's hardships, Xia Hong shared the cold beast meat he brought back with him. So now, Xia Hong has the confidence to make them do the same. In fact, Xia Hong could completely dictate his will. He believed that if he forced it, whether it be Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, or Yufeng and others, or even the rest of the camp, no one would oppose him. With his current influence, he could definitely do it. But he didn't, and instead chose to present facts to Xia Chuan and the others and reason with them. Abolishing an old system and establishing a new one is simple. But making everyone understand the reasoning behind it, letting the system truly work, and even having everyone become common maintainers of the system is not so easy. Any system aims to regulate and develop the organization. If the implementation of the new system led Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and others to have issues with the rest of the camp, or even spark conflicts, it would go against this purpose. The main reason is that Xia Hong clearly felt a while ago that those like Xia Chuan, who were the first to break through to the logging realm, really had issues with other people in the camp, and it was indeed developing toward conflict. That's why Xia Hong was so patient in explaining to them why he wanted to do this, what benefits this would bring to them and the camp. After Xia Hong clarified all the pros and cons, seeing Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and others deep in thought, he didn't disturb them, just kept silent, waiting for them to figure out what he said. After a long while, Yuan Cheng was the first to raise his head. "Leader, I understand. Only when everyone becomes stronger, we can truly not fear those cold beasts anymore and avoid repeating the previous tragedies. I'm willing to follow your lead and stick to the 3-5-2 ratio for meat distribution. No matter how strong an individual is, it can't change the overall environment of our camp. The leader is right. Only when everyone plays a role can we live better and longer." I also agree. The meat distribution rule remains unchanged. That's right. Now that we can hunt, there's more cold beast meat than before, enough to nurture more logging realm power. If we still stick to the old rules, Great Xia will at most only restore to the previous state. I also support the leader's opinion. The meat distribution rule remains unchanged. Yufeng, Lin Kai, and the other 5 also spoke up in agreement, clearly having not only listened to Xia Hong, but also truly understood him. Currently, prioritizing the nurturing of more logging realm power is indeed more important. Unexpectedly, the last to understand was his brother Xia Chuan. Seeing the sincerity on everyone's faces, knowing they truly recognized it from the heart, Xia Hong felt relieved inside, with a slight smile on his face. This matter, while not huge, is definitely not a trivial one either. Distribution of benefits has always been an eternal dilemma. Whether to prioritize the individual or the collective has never had a definitive answer. But it is certain that the current Great Xia should definitely prioritize the collective. A group that has no strength, unable to even go out at night, not only does not help the camp, but also drags down those of the logging realm. Even picking crystal fruit carries some risk. Abandoning them is naturally impossible, but endlessly picking crystal fruit to feed them is even more inappropriate. As the old saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish, which Xia Hong deeply agreed with. Helping them to become strong and improve their survival ability is the right path. And as the strength of everyone in the camp increases, the speed at which resources accumulate will also accelerate. With more resources, the population it can support will also grow. And so the cycle continues. The future of Great Xia Camp is limitless. Of course, more importantly, the resources for the camp system upgrade also have a source. Although the current system building has only opened a small bonfire, from its upgrade conditions and conditions for opening other buildings, it's clear that the resources Xia Hong will need in the future will definitely be a massive number. Without the support of a stable and large camp population, Xia Hong himself certainly can't gather that many resources alone, so he must rely on more people. The establishment of the new rules was Xia Hong's first challenge to this world's inherent concepts, as well as his first practice of the development philosophy for the Great Xia Camp. Fortunately, through the influence accumulated in the early stage, along with a round of persuasive effort, everyone listened to him. After all, it's just an amateur ragtag group of over 100 people. Take it slow. Once there's a first time, there will be a second, and the day of getting on track is not far away. With the new rules established and everyone's heart knots unraveled, Xia Hong no longer thought about it. It's almost getting dark, prepare to go out. Hearing this, everyone nodded and turned to get their weapons. Only Su Ning, who had just broken through, knowing he was about to go out for the first time, touched the stone axe already hanging at his waist with the most excitement in his expression. Of course, mood is secondary. The main thing is that the danger factor has been greatly reduced. In the early days, when it was just him, it was quite different. Even after Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng joined, they knew the cold beasts slept heavily at night. They still remained vigilant everywhere, trying not to make loud noises, and choosing spots far from the cold beasts to chop trees. But now things have changed. Xia Hong no longer tread cautiously through the snow. In the cold night, there was still not much change in the outskirts of Redwood Ridge. Snowflakes drifted continuously from the sky, and the cold wind occasionally brushed past his ears. Xia Hong led the group to the position of the first ice tree. Noting that the tree was still barren, with no fruit growing, his brows furrowed slightly. It's been more than 2 months, and they haven't grown. It seems the growth cycle of the crystal fruit is much longer than we anticipated. Xia Chuan was more thorough. Upon hearing this, he immediately climbed the tree and examined it for a long time before coming down to say, "The stems left from the previous picking have just started to sprout. It's a bit better than what we saw a month ago, similar to the other 2 trees. If there's no surprise, it should take another 2 months to bear fruit." Another 2 months to bear fruit means they can bear fruit 3 times a year, approximately 6,000 pounds per harvest, making it 18,000 pounds per tree and 54,000 pounds for 3 trees. After coming up with this number in his mind, Xia Hong's brows furrowed even deeper. During this period, apart from hunting, the most he did was lead the team to continuously observe the growth of the 3 ice trees. The current Great Xia Camp, naturally, doesn't have the privilege to use cold beast meat as food. It's essential to admit that the camp currently relies on the crystal fruit as the staple food. Therefore, he must understand the growth cycle of the crystal fruit. Each crystal fruit weighs about half a pound. A normal person needs 2 fruits a day to maintain basic sustenance, which means according to this calculation, the 3 ice trees can only support around 150 people a year. There are already 154 people in the camp now. This means if anything happens to these 3 trees, there might be a food shortage in the camp. Obviously, it's not just Xia Hong who realized the shortage of crystal fruit. Xia Chuan pondered for a while and then immediately questioned, how did father and the others support over 200 people before? Xia Hong also thought of this point. During Xia Ding's time, the camp's population was over 230. Even though the crystal fruit quota wasn't as high as he's enforcing now, relying solely on these 3 trees wouldn't have been enough to feed so many people. After thinking for a while, Xia Hong first glanced toward the depths of Redwood Ridge, then shook his head, turning his attention to the west toward a Sure camp's territory. Looks like it's not just a Sure camp crossing the boundary. Father used to do it too. This conclusion is easy to come to. Given Xia Ding and his group's strength, they definitely wouldn't dare venture deep into Redwood Ridge. I've heard there are over 300 in the Sure camp, so that means they must have many more ice trees than we do. Upon hearing this, Yuan Cheng was immediately interested. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go over there directly to pick some. Previously, they brought people over to steal our crystal fruit without any hesitation. Yu Feng, Lin Kai, and the others nodded, having heard about this matter as well. Xia Hong took one look into the depths of Redwood Ridge, thought for a moment, and then nodded too. Currently, they don't possess the strength to venture deep into Redwood Ridge, so they can only go borrow some crystal fruit from others. Seeing how Xia Ding managed to support so many people without causing any major conflicts with the Sure camp, it's clear that they must have a surplus of crystal fruit over there. Moreover, since the Sure borrowed fruit first, there's even less psychological burden. Let's head over now to see the situation with their ice trees. Xia Hong gave the order and led the 7 of them over there. Actually, it's not just to see the situation with their ice trees. Xia Hong also wants to see if they can encounter people from the Sure camp. Curiously, he hasn't seen anyone from the Sure camp on Redwood Ridge for over a month now. The last time there was a bit of a bluff which scared them off for more than a month from his territory. Xia Hong remained skeptical of this. Being able to survive this long with 300 to 400 people in such an environment, they can't possibly be fools. Xia Hong even suspects that something might have happened to them. Could the Sure camp also have been found by that deceitful monster? Hey, there's something on the ground. Xia Hong's thoughts were interrupted by Qiu Peng's loud exclamation. Everyone stopped and turned to see him taking off his grass shoes, clutching his foot, hissing and inhaling from the cold. Everyone quickly gathered around him, asking what happened. Qiu Peng released his hand, revealing a 2-inch gash on the sole of his foot, still bleeding heavily, indicating a deep cut. Upon seeing the wound, everyone was taken aback. Though the 8 of them didn't have proper shoes, wearing shoes made of woven dry grass, they had cultivation from the logging realm, meaning their bodies were much stronger than ordinary people. It's rare even to break the skin, let alone incur such a deep wound. I don't know what I stepped on. It cut so deep, hissing. Hearing Qiu Peng's words, Xia Hong immediately bent down to search carefully around his feet. The ground was covered with snow, making it difficult to see at night, but Xia Hong drew out his stone axe and scraped the ground for a while, quickly hitting something hard. After pushing aside the snow on the ground, he was suddenly taken aback. Lying on the ground was a gleaming large blade. The blade was about palm width, with the blade itself about 1.5 meters long. Isn't this the large blade of Wang Ming from the Sure camp? Yuan Cheng exclaimed, instantly recognizing the large blade. Xia Chuan said nothing, but also clearly recognized it. When Xia Hong grasped the large blade, his face showed a flash of joy, but he quickly calmed down and looked below the blade. There seems to be something else below. Xia Hong first took the large blade and then cleared another layer of snow, a corpse immediately coming into everyone's view. It's Wang Ming. The wound is on the head, punched to death. You guys search around for any other corpses. Xia Hong immediately recognized Wang Ming, and, after checking the injuries, his face changed slightly, signaling the others to search around. Everyone dispersed and began searching around with Xia Hong as the center. I found one here. The wound is on the forehead. Red spot. There's another one nearby. And another 3 fatal wounds, all with red spots on the forehead. Only Lin Kai, who was searching to the west of Wang Ming's body, found anything, and he discovered 3 corpses in succession. Xia Hong checked the 4 corpses separately. Besides Wang Ming, one of the additional corpses was someone he'd seen when Wang Ming stole the crystal fruit previously. Although he didn't recognize the other 2 from their attire, he could judge they were from the Sure. They're all from the Sure camp. Something really happened. He had guessed before what might have happened since it's been so long without seeing anyone from the Sure camp. Now, it seemed his guess was right. Not only did something happen, but it also happened on Great Xia's territory. What did they encounter? Were they killed by someone else? There are no signs of a cold beast attack, so it must have been other people. Which means, besides the Sure, people from other camps have also intruded into our Great Xia territory. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others speculated as they looked at the corpses on the ground. Listening to their guesses, Xia Hong glanced at the large blade in his hand, his eyes narrowing as he spoke softly. Who said it had to be people or cold beasts that killed them? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed dramatically. If it wasn't people or cold beasts, then it could only be, return with me first. No more hunting or logging for now. With that, Xia Hong led the group back towards the camp immediately. However, just as they turned to leave, a corpse to the west of where they had found the bodies 100 meters away suddenly sat up, slowly turning its head, watching their backs. Iron ore itself is considered a rare resource, and in this world, even cutting down trees is incredibly difficult, let alone mining iron, which is even more advanced than wood. Why do only medium-sized camps have iron tools? Because without a strong person at the earth-digging realm, even if you discover iron ore, you can't extract it, and iron and coal are like a family. Having only iron without coal, the heat produced by burning wood is not enough to smelt iron tools. In Great Xia Camp over the years, only Xia Ding had half an iron tool, a stone axe, which was lost when Xia Ding was killed. Moreover, Xia Hong also knows that Xia Ding's axe was exchanged for lots of wood with a familiar person from Rogel Camp's hunting team. This shows that iron tools are not only rare, but also strictly controlled by those medium and large camps, prohibiting them from going out. How the Sure Camp got their blades, Xia Hong is unsure. But one thing is certain, this blade is extremely precious to them. When first encountering the Sure Camp hunting the snow mane, that person, before dying, threw the blade to the leader, showing how precious it was. Such a precious thing. Yet the people from the Sure Camp allowed it to be lost in the snow. Initially, Xia Hong thought Wang Ming and his group might have crossed into Great Xia's territory on their own and ended up encountering something terrifying, resulting in their deaths. But he soon realized that wasn't the case. If that were the case, other people from the Sure Camp would certainly come looking for them. Even if not for Wang Ming, they would do so for the sake of this blade. However, judging by the thickness of the snow covering Wang Ming's corpse just now, it was clear that no one from the Sure Camp had come looking for them. This suggests that it's very likely the entire logging team was present, and Wang Ming's group was perhaps too slow to escape, resulting in their deaths while others managed to flee. And those people fled so hastily that they couldn't even care about the blade. The logging team from the Sure Camp consisted of 13 people, and among them were 2 archers. With such a configuration, they still ended up in disarray. Linking this to the strange red dots on the foreheads of the other 3 corpses, Xia Hong could almost conclude that they had encountered a deceitful monster. The group that escaped were either eventually killed or so terrified by the monster that they didn't even have the courage to come back and check. Regardless, Xia Hong realized he couldn't stay in the same spot any longer. Moreover, these 4 died on Great Xia territory. Does that mean the deceitful monster has now settled in this area? This is why Xia Hong not only led everyone back to the camp, but also stated that in the coming time, there would be no logging or hunting. Encountering that deceitful monster again, let alone whether their lives could be saved, the hard-earned possessions they had accumulated would likely be lost in no time. Rushing back to camp was mostly for safety reasons. A small part was also due to this blade that they accidentally picked up. Sitting by the campfire, Xia Hong's eyes were filled with delight as he held the blade. Resources: with 670 coal, 0 iron, 60 silver, 0 gold, 0. The moment he picked up the blade at Redwood Ridge, the reason his face lit up with joy was that this blade, when converted into system iron resources, amounted to a staggering 60 units. I was wrong. The trees in this world are different. Naturally, the iron is different too. This blade doesn't look large, yet weighs 600 pounds. No wonder it requires the earth-digging realm. Now, even if an iron deposit was placed in front of me, with my current strength, I couldn't budge it a bit. Xia Hong didn't have much knowledge of metals, but judging by its volume and weight, The iron in this world, like the trees, bore no resemblance to the previous world. It was an entirely different substance altogether. 600 pounds equals 60 units of iron, which means 10 pounds of iron converts to 1 unit of system iron resources. To acquire iron resources in such an unexpected and lucky manner made Xia Hong happy. But what thrilled him more was that he could finally modify the buildings in the system. To say the system hasn't been useful would be untrue. After all, the small torch provided by the fire pile gave Xia Hong the ability to hunt, indirectly helping the camp cultivate 7 logging rel personnel. Yet it's a fact that in over 2 months, the system had shown no changes. Xia Hong was plagued by this, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't lacking in wood. On the contrary, with the increasing number of logging rel personnel, the camp was overflowing. But as for iron, he genuinely didn't know where to get it. The Sure camp has it, and Rogel camp even more so, but it's evident they wouldn't sell it to him, and even if they did, what could he exchange for it? The most critical issue was that he didn't even know the location of Rogel camp. Having the system but no resources, unable to upgrade or unlock new buildings, left Xia Hong feeling overwhelmed. If it wasn't for the daily steady improvement of the camp, he might have already contemplated taking risks to obtain iron. The long-desired resource, acquired in such a dramatic fashion, made Xia Hong feel as though he were dreaming. However, important matters remained at hand. Suppressing his excited heart, he opened the system interface. Small fire pile, level 1, upgrade conditions, 200 wood, 50 iron. Wooden mannequin, construction conditions, 100 wood, 20 iron. 2 choices. Unlock the new building wooden mannequin or upgrade the small fire pile. Wooden mannequin? Xia Hong frowned slightly, as he was familiar with this. It was a type of martial arts apparatus, meaning this building was likely an aid for training in martial arts. Of course, being a system product, the wooden mannequin surely wasn't just a simple martial apparatus, but from the function of the small fire pile as a comparison, it was likely not far off. Xia Hong shook his head, quickly dismissing the notion of building the wooden mannequin. The greatest difficulty with logging realm cultivation was the cold beast meat, and it wasn't significantly related to martial arts training. Furthermore, his own martial arts skills were quite high, so he had no issue practicing individually or even guiding others. The wooden mannequin could wait for later. The small fire pile, however, was different. Aside from warmth, in terms of functionality, it had a suppressive and damaging effect on primary monsters, and right now, the camp was most fearful of that deceitful monster. The torches produced by the small fire pile could also assist the camp in hunting. More importantly, the fire pile required wood, and currently, Xia Hong had an excess of wood. From the perspectives of both function and resources, upgrading the small fire pile was evidently a wise choice. Having made up his mind, Xia Hong didn't hesitate any longer. Looking at the campfire in front of him, he chose to upgrade the small fire pile. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound. The fire pile in the middle of the cave, as if doused with oil, suddenly rose another meter from its original height of 2 to 3 meters, and the surrounding temperature rapidly increased at a speed perceivable by the human body. Did someone add fuel? How did the fire suddenly grow? It seems warmer too. Truly, it's much warmer even outside. Xia Hong paid no heed to the exclamations of the camp members, instead focusing on the attributes of the small fire pile after the upgrade. Iron refining furnace. Level 2 can significantly increase the temperature within a 100-meter radius by using coal, greatly enhancing the suppression and damage effect on primary monsters, but also more strongly attracting cold beasts. Can consume coal to smelt iron tools. Special function. For every 10 units of wood burned, a small torch can be generated, offering similar functionality to the small fire pile and portable. Every 100 units of wood burned can produce a portion of solidified fire oil, harmless to humans, but ignites upon contact with deceitful monsters, having a strong lethal effect on them. Upgrade conditions. 2,000 wood, 5,000 iron. After reading, Xia Hong was immediately filled with excitement. Attack of the Cold Beast, the small fire pit. After upgrading to an iron refining furnace, has its effectiveness greatly enhanced. The range of temperature increase expanded from the original 10 meters to 100 meters. The deterrence and damage capability have greatly improved, although the standard is not yet clear. It can directly use coal for iron smelting. The small torch function remains. And most importantly, there's the newly added special item, the solidified fire oil. Ignites upon touching deceitful monsters. The memory of the first time summoning a small fire pit, turning the fake Xia Ding into ashes in an instant, resurfaced in Xia Hong's mind, and he was instantly filled with anticipation for the function of the solidified fire oil. This solidified fire oil is simply the perfect weapon for dealing with deceitful monsters. Honestly, even though he's been to Redwood Ridge many times during this period, each time, Xia Hong still feels somewhat anxious. He's basically not afraid of the cold beasts encountered on the periphery, as the number of people in the logging realm of the camp increases. But when it comes to deceitful monsters, he feels uncertain. Of course, the small torch can also be used, but the problem is that the number of small torches is limited, and, at most, it's just held in hand to scare deceitful monsters. You can't expect a monster to stand still and let it burn. Moreover, the burning time of a small torch is limited to only 15 minutes. Solidified fire oil is different, as the liquid is not only easy to carry, but also inconspicuous. The most crucial part is that it's harmless to people and ignites upon touching deceitful monsters. Just these 8 words alone are enough to make a big fuss about. As the flame shrank, the originally rudimentary fire pit made of dirt blocks had somehow transformed into a circular furnace over 1 meter in diameter and 2 meters high. Hey, how did this fire pit become a furnace? The first person to see it exclaimed, drawing everyone over to watch. People gathered around the furnace, feeling its warmth, and when they looked at Xia Hong, there was noticeably much more fervor in their eyes. When disaster struck the cave earlier, the scene where Xia Hong summoned flames out of thin air, though seen only by a few, spread by word of mouth until almost everyone in the camp knew. However, most people only heard about it, with many thinking it was made up and didn't really believe it. This time, however, was different. The bonfire turning into a furnace happened right in front of everyone's eyes, suddenly elevating Xia Hong's status a notch higher in their hearts. Xia Hong naturally wouldn't bother to explain anything. While deification is inadvisable, it does depend on the situation. In these critical times when the great Xia camp is on the brink of despair, a skilled and inscrutable leader can be invaluable for rallying the group and bolstering confidence for the future. The people in the camp aren't too bad. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the 7 in the logging team, having witnessed the power of the small torch and his martial prowess against cold beasts, held even more fervent emotions towards him than the others. Everyone in the great Xia camp unconsciously developed a concept in their hearts. Xia Hong is powerful and wields some mysterious force. Not only can he hunt cold beasts, but he can also defeat and repel deceitful monsters. He's generous, willing to allocate more crystal fruit for everyone to be full, and fair, willing to share the cold beast meat to enhance everyone's strength. Following this concept, everyone reached a consensus without asking. Only by having Xia Hong as the leader can they live longer and better. Xia Hong wasn't a mind reader, so he couldn't know what people were thinking, but from the way others looked at him, he could easily discern 2 points. One point was that his status in the hearts of these people was rapidly increasing at an alarming rate. The other point was that all the people in the camp, whether his younger brother Xia Chuan and the logging team members or the other civilians from the middle-aged to children, gradually had a yearning for life and hope for the future in their eyes. In the following days, Xia Hong did not lead any more teams to Redwood Ridge. Even though upgrading to an iron refining furnace doubles the daily burn rate of wood, consuming 4 units of wood per day, Xia Hong's current wood resources were already surplus. With 470 units of wood resources, it's enough to consume for more than 3 months without going out. Adding the accumulated crystal fruits from before, there's still over 10,000 pounds left, so there's absolutely no problem staying in temporarily. Xia Hong had thought about going over to Tower Mountain to see if he could find the location of the Sure camp and check on their situation. But considering that deceitful monster might be nearby, he abandoned the idea. Firstly, although it's confirmed that the sure camp is over by Tower Mountain, the camps tend to be well hidden. Even if he went, he probably wouldn't find it. And even if he did, if their camp hadn't encountered any issues, he wouldn't be able to explain himself, which could easily cause conflicts. Secondly, out of dread for that deceitful monster. The last time, it seemed to lurk in the shadows, manipulating the fake Xia Ding. So strictly speaking, Xia Hong still hasn't seen what that deceitful monster looks like. Although there are now means to deal with deceitful monsters, the lack of knowledge about that particular one would certainly be detrimental if he approached rashly. With all these reasons combined, Xia Hong could only patiently stay in camp, training with everyone while researching ways to cope with deceitful monsters. Practicing long fist with me, besides helping you absorb the cold beast meat essence more efficiently, has another crucial role, enhancing your combat ability. By the furnace, the bare-chested Xia Hong was punching with limited movement, and as he unleashed sharp, forceful punches, he explained the essentials of the Grand Ancestor Long Fist to the people gathered around. Whatever martial arts, in essence, practice two things: reaction force and explosive power. These two aspects are your greatest reliance and confidence in opposing enemies. Reaction force refers to the foresight of danger. Using cold beasts as an example, before it raises its paw, if you can predict which side it will attack from and respond timely, it won't be able to harm you. And explosive power is producing the maximum force in the shortest time and at the fastest speed. This is the strongest means to inflict damage on enemies, whether barehanded or armed. The principle is the same. Xia Hong's punching sped up slightly, and the powerful punch wind made the furnace sound loudly. Meanwhile, he continued. The basic strength of the logging realm is 5,000 pounds, but that's the static basic strength. Being able to lift something 5,000 pounds doesn't mean you can punch with 5,000 pounds force. In actual combat, due to bodily reactions and movement limitations, you can't easily exert 5,000 pounds of force. So constant practice is necessary to continuously enhance muscle and get used to punching, allowing you to harness your maximum strength. The greater the movement amplitude, the more muscles are mobilized, affecting punch speed and force more. Thus, the Grand Ancestor Long Fist's 4 routines: small combat, large combat, freehand, integrated combat. Start with the simplest small combat short strikes. Even though Xia Hong's punch speed was fast, the range of movement was confined to a small space, yet the friction with the air still produced intense whooshing sounds. You haven't been practicing the small combat routine for long, so at most you can exert half of your basic strength, but with diligent practice, you can achieve 80% punching force like me. Once you master small combat, I will teach you the large combat routine, merging punches, kicks, and waist actions into one, allowing you to exert 100% punching force effortlessly and even erupt beyond the physical limits when mastered to a profound level. Xia Chuan and the others nodded in excitement. They had all gone out with Xia Hong and witnessed firsthand his demonstration of small combat, large combat, and freehand strikes, so they clearly understood the power of this martial technique. In reality, the most powerful aspect of Long Fist is when combined with weapons. Thud, thud, thud. As Xia Hong was speaking halfway, suddenly, a series of tremors came from the ground under his feet, and his face changed at once as he looked towards the cave entrance. Everyone gathered around the furnace also stood up collectively at once, turning to look at the cave entrance in unison. Is something charging over? Such commotion, it sounds like cold beasts. We've sealed the cave entrance. How could a cold beast find us? It's daytime now. If a cold beast finds us, we're doomed. The faces of most people in the camp were instantly filled with despair. Xia Chuan, Yu Feng, you 5 follow me to the cave entrance. Everyone else, retreat inside, quickly. In the face of sudden danger, Xia Hong quickly made arrangements. The cold beast was already very close to the cave entrance. Running outside was not realistic. Moreover, it was still daytime, and even those at the logging realm couldn't withstand the extreme cold outside, let alone the others in the camp. The cave wasn't big, but moving the group back 10 meters wouldn't be a problem. It's daytime now. Extinguish the fire. They won't last long. Yuan Cheng was perplexed upon hearing the order, but the situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to ask. After extinguishing the fire, he finally asked a question. Have you forgotten? The small torches we used when hunting with the leader came from this fire pit. Hearing Lin Kai's answer, Yuan Cheng's face immediately changed. They had all seen firsthand the cold beast's frenzy towards the small torches. This fire was burning so fiercely. If the cold beast discovered it, it would be disastrous. Luckily, the leader reminded us, otherwise it would have been a disaster. I remember that the torches can not only heal the cold beast, but also enhance its power. Yuan Cheng, Lin Kai, once the fire is out, come quickly to help. Upon hearing Xia Chuan's voice, the two quickly rushed toward the cave entrance. Quickly bring the wood over to block the entrance, just in case. The ground was still trembling, and Xia Hong ordered everyone to move all the stored timber in the cave to the middle of the entrance. He then went to the side of the cave and dug a small hole to see what was happening outside. The moment the small hole was opened, a beam of light shot inside. There was no longer any fire illuminating the cave, and it was pitch black. It was daytime outside, so it was normal for sunlight to shine through the hole. However, along with that beam of sunlight, a bone-chilling coldness also penetrated into the cave. Xia Hong, who was closest to the hole, could even see with the naked eye the dust and tiny particles in the middle of the sunlight condensing at an extremely terrifying pace. In just 3 or 4 breaths, they condensed into snowflakes out of thin air, fluttering to the ground. Xia Hong's pupils trembled as he tentatively extended his palm into the sunlight. SSSSSS. Almost the moment the sunlight touched his palm, a piercing cold shot from the palm straight to his head. That part of his palm quickly turned blue, and even the blood inside ceased to flow. Realizing that his palm was becoming numb, and the numbness was spreading to other parts of his body, Xia Hong's face slightly changed. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, rubbing it dozens of times before the numbness gradually disappeared. The daytime temperature can drop to such an extent. No wonder they say humans can only survive in the shadows. Even with earth-digging realm cultivation, one probably can't walk freely in the sunlight. Xia Hong shook his hand to fully recover, then aligned his eyes with the small hole to look outside. Sunlight attacking the skin was this bad. It was even worse when it hit the eyeballs directly. The moment his eyes met the small hole, a sharp pain shot to his head. Xia Hong endured the pain and hurriedly checked the situation outside. At this sight, Xia Hong's heart sank to the bottom. A colossal creature with 6 horns and 4 limbs, resembling a goat and measuring 5 or 6 meters long, seemed startled and was charging wildly toward the hillside. The enormous creature's shoulder height was at least over 2 meters, and, as it charged fiercely, it plowed through not just trees but even small hills along the way. It's that goat-like cold beast, charging toward us. Xia Hong's eyes reached their limit, and he quickly pulled back and sealed the small hole. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuan and the others' faces changed instantly. They had seen that goat-like cold beast before, but it was always at night, and they saw it while it slept on the golden frost tree. The goat-like cold beast was enormous, and since they didn't understand it, Xia Hong always avoided it during hunts. Don't worry, although it's heading towards the hillside, it may not find our cave. Let's wait and see. The cold beast was already close to the cave entrance. Worried about being discovered, Xia Hong didn't open the small hole again, but kept everyone on both sides of the entrance. Everyone hoped the cold beast wouldn't find the cave and would retreat. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps their prayers had an effect, as the cold beast's footsteps suddenly slowed. Not only was it no longer as violent as before, but from the sound, it seemed to be moving farther away from the cave entrance. Everyone's hearts slightly steadied. It should be an accident. The cold beast didn't discover the cave and went back. Only Xia Hong frowned deeply, feeling something wasn't quite right. Thinking of something, Xia Hong suddenly lay down, pressing his ear to the ground. After listening for less than 3 breaths, Xia Hong's face turned alarmed. He abruptly sprang up from the ground, shouting sharply to everyone, "Quick, scatter to the sides!" Everyone jolted and swiftly retreated to the sides of the cave entrance. Bang! Almost the moment the 8 of them retreated to the sides, 6 sharp horns broke through the cave entrance instantly. Not only were the branches and grass used to block the entrance breached, but even the wood materials recently moved by everyone were pierced through by the sharp horns, turning into countless wood chips flying everywhere. The fierce impact damaged the entire cave entrance. Deadly cold air mixed with a large amount of sunlight seeped into the cave, and the 8 people closest to the entrance, including Xia Hong, instantly had a layer of frost cover their beast skin skirts. "Retreat inside. Don't fight it here at the entrance." Xia Hong called for the others to retreat inside, but he gritted his teeth and charged forward, grabbing the cold beast's sharp horn. After grabbing the horn, Xia Hong was almost thrown off by it. Even as he forced himself to stabilize, the cold beast's violent impact made him stagger backward continuously. Yet even so, Xia Hong leveraged his footwork to keep adjusting the cold beast's charge direction. After retreating 20 to 30 meters, the beast's impact direction had shifted from the cave interior to the left wall. His rush forward wasn't to wrestle with the cold beast. This goat-like cold beast already had a stronger build than Snow Mane, and its size alone indicated it was unmanageable with his strength, which could barely match an adult Snow Mane. He just wanted to redirect the cold beast charge. With everyone retreating inside, if the cold beast charged further inside with that force, no one could withstand it. Just before hitting the left wall, Xia Hong pushed off it with a strong kick, released his right hand, and drew his stone axe from his waist. He seized the moment the cold beast charged toward the right wall to chop at its head. Clang! However, the horned cold beast barely moved. It just slightly tilted its head, using its horns to block Xia Hong's stone axe. Not only did it block, but it also shattered the stone axe in Xia Hong's hand. Seeing the handle of the stone axe remaining in his hand, Xia Hong almost felt numb. "Leader, catch the axe." Xia Hong raised his hand to catch the axe thrown by Xia Chuan, finally relaxing slightly. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others had already surrounded the beast, wielding ropes. 3 on one side, 4 on the other, they threw the ropes and tied the cold beast for both sides, then pulled back with full force. Though all 7 were only at the logging realm, their combined strength was formidable. Once the cold beast's body was bound and unexpectedly pulled, it nearly toppled over. Roar! The cold beast steadied itself forcefully, letting out an angry roar, echoing throughout the cave. Realizing it couldn't break free from the ropes in their hands and locked in a stalemate with them, its anger clearly escalated rapidly. The 7 of Xia Chuan pulled the cold beast away, allowing Xia Hong to free himself from the wall. However, he didn't turn to flee. Instead, he gestured for Xia Chuan and the others to keep pulling. Then, with the second stone axe he had just received, he bent forward, straightened his waist, and executed a fierce, upward diagonal chop. The head of this cold beast had 6 horns that were incredibly large and hard, making it impossible to cut through. The layer of white mane covering its body, each strand half a meter long, almost coated its entire frame. During the brief contact moments ago, Xia Hong had already sensed the hardness of those manes. Undoubtedly, this cold beast defense was even more terrifying than that of Snow Mane. Attempting to breach its body under normal circumstances was out of the question. Its lower jaw seemed to be the only weak point Xia Hong could think of. "My strength is already 9,700 pounds. Combined with the Taijian boxing technique and a weapon, I can exert more than 10,000 pounds of force. I refuse to believe your bones are this hard." The stone axe Xia Hong swung upward carried a fierce gust, rubbing swiftly against the cold air seeping in from outside, even sparking slightly in midair. The power of this axe chop was beyond imagination. Feeling threatened, the sheep-shaped cold beast struggles became increasingly frenzied, causing the 7 holding the ropes to sway left and right. Su Ning, who was the last of the 7 to break through, was even pulled to the ground, Yet he clung to the rope with gritted teeth, not letting go. His legs braced against a raised stone on the ground, were scraped continuously until they bled profusely. Bang! Desperately holding onto the rope, the seven finally bought Xia Hong the opportunity for this axe swing. The stone axe hit the lower jaw, producing a huge clashing sound of stone against bone, as if the air itself vibrated. However, Xia Hong's face changed dramatically after the swing. The stone axe failed to break through the beast's defense. Instead, it was shattered by its jawbone, just like the axe that had struck its horn earlier. This vile creature's jaw was as hard as its horns. Roar! Though the stone axe was shattered, the cold beast was evidently pierced with intense pain by this blow. It howled in fury, unleashing power far surpassing before, and almost instantly broke all the ropes, sending the seven nearby tumbling head over heels. But it didn't stop there. After breaking free from the ropes, its first target wasn't Xia Hong, who had just chopped it with the stone axe, but Su Ning instead. Among the seven who were pulling, Su Ning was at the head position, pulled directly to the side of the cold beast when the ropes snapped within nearest proximity. Su Ning, get out of the way! Xia Hong rushed to the front of the cold beast, standing in front of Su Ning. This time, not opposing it was not an option. Gritting his teeth, Xia Hong braced his legs on the ground, seizing the moment to catch the charging horn of the cold beast. Xia Hong's intent was to withstand the cold beast's impact. Even if he couldn't, he'd at least save Su Ning. For himself, retreating or getting slightly injured was the worst that could happen. However, his thinking was too simplistic. After the cold beast's enraged impact, it was on an entirely different level than before. Bam! This time, the cold beast not only sent him flying, hitting the cave's top wall, but almost severed all his 10 fingers at the roots. Don't touch its horns. You'll get cut. Xia Hong, falling down from the mountain top wall, looked at the cuts on his hands. Without time to tend to the blood streaming from his hands, he casually wiped them off and shouted a warning immediately to everyone. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Right after knocking him away, the cold beast rushed towards the crowd. Perhaps the posture of tugging at the rope was too fierce, making the cold beast remember it, and its target still remained Su Ning. Su Ning tried to retreat behind the cold beast, but he was too slow. He hadn't taken more than 2 steps before the cold beast's sharp horn had already pressed against his waist. If pierced, it was certain death. Standing now, Xia Hong dashed quickly towards the cold beast, but he was too far away to help in any meaningful way. The other 6 also attempted to stop the cold beast, but their strength was too weak, bouncing off before even getting close. His fate seemed already sealed. Detecting the perilous signal from his waist, cold sweat dripped down Su Ning's forehead. Glancing sideways at the half-meter-long manies on the cold beast, he gritted his teeth, sidestepped, and leaped, grabbing the mane. Ascending into the air, he astonishingly vaulted, seating himself on the beast's back. Thud! Of course, it wasn't smooth. Though avoiding impalement on his waist, his shoulder was stabbed by the cold beast's horn. If not for the intense survival instinct prompting him to draw his shoulder from the horn, a casual flick from the cold beast could have torn his body in two. The stab through his shoulder seemed to ignite a brutal streak in Su Ning. Sitting on the cold beast's back, he seized a stone axe and hacked fiercely at its back. Indeed, as Xia Hong had surmised, the cold beast's defense was far more fearsome than Snowmane. Su Ning chopped dozens of times, only to sever some of the manies, leaving the skin underneath unscathed. Yet even so, Su Ning did not halt the axe swings. Blood from the wound on his shoulder stained half his body, driven by sheer toughness, fearing once he stopped he might be immobile. Roar! Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the cold beast let out a heart-rending scream. Seated on its back, Su Ning was taken aback. The cold beast had little reaction to his relentless chops. Why this sudden wail now? Su Ning reacted quickly, halting his hand and raising the axe to examine the spot he had just been hacking. Although much of the cold beast's back hair had been chopped off, the manies were still long and covered a large area. Su Ning used the axe to part the area he had been chopping, and his expression froze. Underneath the mane, concealed remarkably, was a palm-sized eye with a pure golden pupil in the center, staring at him unblinkingly, devoid of emotion. This is the weakness. Su Ning did not spend much time examining the eye. Noticing the axe mark beside it, he immediately realized this was the cold beast's weak point. There's a golden eye on its back. It should be the weakness. Su Ning shouted to alert everyone. Then, with a grim expression, raised the stone axe toward the golden eye and swung down fiercely. Don't act recklessly, Su Ning. Entangled with the cold beast, Xia Hong, perceiving what Su Ning intended to do, immediately yelled a warning, but unfortunately, it was too late. Snowmane's weakness was the long tongue in its mouth, but its most dangerous part was also that tongue. Frostwolf's weakness was its small size, yet because of its size, its speed was incredibly fast. No creature evolves a weakness without reason. A weakness often signifies greater danger. Thinking he was about to succeed, Su Ning's pupils dilated, axe almost about to strike the fist-sized golden pupil. But at this moment, the golden pupil suddenly emitted a dazzling light, blinding Su Ning's eyes. Yet, Su Ning was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Closed his left eye, used his right eye and the axe to continue aiming at the pupil without stopping. Thud! Su Ning's piercing scream echoed throughout the cave. Xia Hong and the others quickly turned to look, feeling a sudden chill down their spines. His axe ultimately failed to strike down. Not only did it not come down, it seemed as if his right eye was pulled out by some unseen force, leaving only a hollow socket, with blood flowing out, an incredibly gruesome sight. You guys hold it down, I'll rescue him. Despite the chill in his heart, Xia Hong quickly made a decision, ordered everyone, and with a determined pull, grabbed the cold beast's mane and leapt onto its back. Without hesitation, he reached for Su Ning and threw him downwards, where Xia Chuan and the others immediately caught him. Leader, don't look at the eye on its back. My left eye was closed just now, and it seems something came out and snatched my eyeball. Although Su Ning had lost his right eye, his consciousness remained clear. Before descending, he shouted out loud to warn them. Xia Hong took a deep breath, moved in the direction the cold beast was struggling towards, and dared not lower his head to look. Instead, he stretched out his hand to feel around on the cold beast's back. Not long after, Xia Hong felt the location of the golden eye. Disperse and control its four limbs, just for a moment, quickly. Hearing Xia Hong, Xia Chuan and the others looked at the cold beast, despite their fear, quickly discarded their stone axes and rushed forward empty-handed. The stone axes couldn't break through the cold beast's defenses. They were useless, and holding on to them would only be a burden, hindering their strength. Lin Kai and Xiao Peng rushed to the cold beast's rear, both grabbing its right hind leg. Yu Feng and Lu Yong grabbed the left hind leg. Yuan Sheng and Xia Chuan went to the front, grabbing a front leg each. Roar! The distribution seemed reasonable, but compared to the cold beast's strength, the six of them were clearly not enough. The cold beast struggled madly, dragging the six across the ground in a crazed run. The cave was already small, just a few dozen meters from front to back, and Xia Chuan and Yuan Sheng were slammed repeatedly. The six of them were all vomiting blood, either trampled by the cold beast or slammed against the walls from the impact. Even so, the six refused to let go, stubbornly clinging to the cold beast's limbs, gritting their teeth to create just that fleeting opportunity for Xia Hong. Xia Hong hadn't moved. Not that he didn't want to, but the cold beast's commotion was too terrifying. Compared to the six clutching its limbs below, the cold beast clearly deemed the man on its back a greater threat. So, whenever it hit a wall, it would deliberately use its back and tail. Xia Hong was also slammed multiple times, but his left hand clutched the mane steadfastly, not allowing himself to fall, while his right hand remained at the eye's position he had just touched. Don't let go, just hold on a bit longer, it's about to lose strength. Xia Hong shouted to the group, his face growing fierce. I refuse to believe this beast has unlimited strength. The 7 of them steadfastly contended with the cold beast for over half a minute, refusing to let go no matter how many times they were trampled or slammed. Finally, after once again hitting the wall, the cold beast suddenly hesitated. Exhale. It panted. The moment was now. Xia Hong's pupils narrowed sharply, retrieving his right hand and drawing out a short dagger no more than 5 inches long from his waist, thrusting it fiercely into the position he had spent so long memorizing. Squelch. Let go, everyone move aside. Knowing he had succeeded, Xia Hong immediately shouted for Xia Chuan and the others to back away. The 6 clinging tightly to the cold beast's limbs instantly let go and retreated sharply. Roar. With the cold beast's pained wailing, a warm stream enveloped Xia Hong's hand as it started to thrash even more violently beneath him. By now, Xia Hong was no longer afraid, riding on the cold beast's back, watching its golden eye. As it turned out, he had thrust in the dagger too forcefully. Not only did the short blade go in, but even his hand plunged inside. The warm stream was the feeling of his hand submerged in blood after the eye was pierced. Having its golden eye on its back pierced was clearly more than just a matter of pain for the cold beast. For Xia Hong, who was riding its back, the sensation was most direct. In the moment the eye was first pierced, though the cold beast burst forth with a more terrifying power than before. As time passed, its movements started distorting and slowing, and the strength it could muster grew weaker and weaker. Even so, Xia Hong dared not be careless, still straddling its back, clutching its mane firmly. Finally, when the eye on the cold beast's back stopped bleeding, its limbs became unsteady until it collapsed with a thud. Only at this moment did Xia Hong truly relax. He could feel up close that the cold beast's vitality had completely faded. After letting go, a strong sense of exhaustion immediately overwhelmed him. Dead. Really dead. It's dead. Everyone come over. Xia Hong's response allowed Xia Chuan, Yuan Chuan, and the others to completely relax their tense minds. Realizing it was finally over, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Ha! After dodging it so many times before, didn't expect it to come to us. That was close. Without the leader, the outcome wouldn't be certain. I was holding his hind leg just now. Several times felt I'd be stomped to death. If it weren't for seeing you all holding on, I might not have lasted. Haha, same here. Nothing binds people like a fight for survival. Although everyone was more or less wounded, some severely, the way they looked at each other clearly showed something more than before. Listening to their light-hearted banter post-crisis, Xia Hong felt much more at ease. However, there was still the severely injured one. He wasn't sure of his condition. Where's Su Ning? How is Su Ning? Hearing the concern, everyone quickly looked toward the back of the cave. Leader, I'm fine. Have someone seal the cave first. Many adults' faces are already turning frosty blue, and some children are barely hanging on. Despite losing his right eye, Su Ning remained conscious, responding to Xia Hong while reminding him to quickly seal the entrance. Xia Hong turned to look at the crowd, realizing only then that the faces of adults and children alike were frozen blue. He quickly got up to lead the effort to seal the entrance and start fire. The battle had lasted less than 10 minutes. Yet in those 10 minutes, the ordinary people in the camp had already reached their limits. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even Xia Hong, after stepping away from the fight, quickly felt the cold. Day was indeed this terrifying. Xia Hong let the more seriously injured Xia Chuan and others rest first, while he led the group to block the entrance. Su Ning lay on the ground, so those helping were other adults from the camp. Leader, you're injured. Please rest. We'll handle this. Xia Hong was carrying things when he heard the concern, turned, and gave a slight smile, saying, I'm fine, hardly injured at all. Let's hurry. Once the entrance is sealed, we can start a fire and keep everyone warm. The others chimed in, faces showing gratitude. Leader, we can handle such a small task. Don't worry. The middle-aged man who had asked Xia Hong to rest was also moved. He stepped towards Xia Hong, wanting to help carry the wood he held. Xia Hong's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't refuse, handing over the wood instantly. Unexpectedly, just as the man reached Xia Hong, a sudden change occurred. He abruptly swung his right fist fiercely at Xia Hong's head. This sudden development sent all into a panic. Solidified fire oil, seeking follow-up reads. No one thought Xia Hong would get injured, because the one who ambushed him was an ordinary person. Even if that middle-aged man was very close, it couldn't change the fact that he was just an ordinary person. He had no cultivation, and even though Xia Hong had just finished fighting the cold beast, with injuries on him and signs of exhaustion, it was still the same. The logging realm doesn't just mean being able to go out and chop wood. The enhancement of basic strength means that the physical constitution far exceeds that of ordinary people. The reason everyone was panicked was, firstly, due to the urgent situation, and secondly, because they didn't expect it. Why did an ordinary middle-aged man in the camp attack Xia Hong? Bang! However, when Xia Hong raised his hand and caught the middle-aged man's fist, stepping back over 10 meters, everyone's face in the camp immediately changed. Xia Hong was the strongest person in the camp at the moment. Even if that wasn't mentioned, the strength he showed while fighting the cold beast was seen by everyone. To be able to punch him over 10 meters. How could it possibly be an ordinary person? I recognize him. Isn't that Wang Ping? How could it be him? It's fake. Fake. There were only a little over 100 people in Great Xia, and they basically all knew each other. It wasn't long before someone recognized the middle-aged man and called out his name. But even quicker, everyone immediately realized that the person wasn't Wang Ping. You actually guarded against me. You little thing, quite cautious. That Wang Ping spoke again, but this time, the voice sounded like it being rubbed together, both harsh and unpleasant, making one feel repulsed from within. Xia Hong shook his sore hand, lifted his head to look at the middle-aged man, and there wasn't much surprise on his face. Instead, he displayed a cold smile. I said, "How did that cold beast suddenly come to this hillside? Turns out you drove it here, didn't dare show yourself, brought a cold beast over. What a waste of your skills." Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and 4 others had already arrived here, surrounding the middle-aged man, their faces vigilant. After hearing the strange sound from the middle-aged man, the 6 of them were in no doubt that the figure before them was not a person at all, but the deceitful monster from Redwood Ridge that brought them great disaster 3 months ago. I originally thought it could solve you guys, who knew this wicked creature was too weak, still had to take some effort from me. Those 6 are basically done, and how much strength do you have left? All your over 100 lives are mine, huh? The middle-aged man's laughter was eerie and twisted, just like during that previous massacre at the camp, as if the deceitful monster had a special penchant for killing people. Although Xia Hong was staring at the middle-aged man in front, his peripheral vision was constantly scanning the surroundings, and the middle-aged man made him even more assured of the previous suspicion. The deceitful monster was indeed controlling these imposters from behind. He himself had never shown up. It was only that the opponent seemed to have been scared off by his fire last time. This time not only letting the cold beast come first as a vanguard, but also mixing into the camp as people amidst the chaos, trying to deal with him through ambush. Perhaps that punch just confirmed how little strength Xia Hong had left, making the deceitful monster's laugh more rampant, surveying the over 100 people in the camp, with a gradually emerging bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes. Don't be too happy just yet. Take a look at your own palm. Xia Hong's slightly mocking voice made the deceitful monster's laugh pause. Somewhat puzzled, it lowered its head to look at its palm, only then discovering the section that hit Xia Hong had unknowingly gotten smeared with a layer of yellow oil stain. Trying to deceive me? What crap? The deceitful monster looked puzzled, thinking Xia Hong was posturing, but before it could finish its words, the oil stain mysteriously caught fire, just like it did in the cave last time, emitting sharp and painful screams of anguish. Again this fire. Xia Hong, sitting on the ground, slightly breathed a sigh of relief. Over these past few days, the iron-melting furnace only produced 1 batch of solidified fire oil. If he hadn't applied the oil in advance, he might have really fallen into a trap. Right from the start, when the cold beast inexplicably charged towards the cave, Xia Hong had sensed something amiss. The golden-eyed demon sheep had always been residing by Redwood Ridge, where Xia Hong and his team had seen it many times when going out at night, proving that the demon sheep rarely ventured elsewhere. So why did it suddenly come towards the camp? Coupling it with the situation when Wang Ming's body was found, he couldn't help but suspect that the deceitful monster was at work. So, even before the battle with the golden-eyed demon sheep started, he already secretly applied the solidified fire oil on himself, worried that the demon sheep was also under the deceitful monster's control. Since the deceitful monster could control people, it might as well control the cold beast. As it turns out, although the cold beast was not controlled by it, it was driven to the camp by it, so applying the solidified fire oil in advance was correct too. The deceitful monster actually feared structured fire very much. "Ah, you little bastard, I will definitely kill you. You, and you people here, not a single one can escape. Ah, I will be back. None of you can escape." The screams did not last long, and the deceitful monster was completely consumed by the fire, leaving only a few spiteful words echoing in the cave. Xia Hong watched as the deceitful monster was entirely engulfed by flames, a hint of anger slightly rising in his eyes. The deceitful monster had already approached the camp twice, and yet he hadn't even seen its true form. This deceitful monster, though terrifying and strange in methods, seemed a bit overly cautious in behavior, preferring to disguise as an ordinary person to ambush, rather than directly confront. Is it because its strength is too weak, or is it really scared of the structured fire? Xia Hong was filled with confusion in his heart, thinking that with the earlier fight with the cold beast, it would have been the most appropriate time for the opponent to take action since the campfire was also put out, and they were being held firmly by the cold beast. Unable to figure it out, he simply didn't think more about it, turning to the crowd and speaking. "Quickly start a fire, count heads, and check if Wang Ping is still around." Speaking of it, from Wang Ping's sudden attack to the moment the deceitful monster's identity was exposed and turned to ashes by the fire from solidified fire oil, in total, only took mere tens of seconds. The crowd was still immersed in the thrilling yet relieved scene, only waking up from Xia Hong's words, quickly searching for Wang Ping among the people. Gone. Wang Ping is already gone. Couldn't find him in the cave. In no time, Wang Ping was confirmed could not be found anymore. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong's eyes instantly flashed with a trace of seriousness. Fake Wang Ping appeared. True Wang Ping was gone. No doubt, the deceitful monster should have first sneaked into the cave, then silently killed Wang Ping, and then impersonated him. This indicates that the deceitful monster can become anyone once killing them. And can it even remotely control them? Xia Hong's worry in his heart extended far beyond this. Wang Ping was just an ordinary person, but that punch he threw just now had a strength beyond the logging realm. Not only could it turn into the person, but also enhance the person's original strength. More crucially, that deceitful monster could control many people at once. If this deceitful monster isn't eliminated as soon as possible, it's bound to become a major disaster. The furnace reignited once more, and after the cave was sealed, warmth returned. Everyone gathered around the bonfire again, as Xia Hong walked over to Su Ning. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and others surrounded him too, their expressions rather heavy. "Leader, we caught a big one this time, huh?" Su Ning, with a single eye open, pointed at the golden-eyed demon sheep lying on the ground, forcing a smile on his face. Xia Hong did not respond, instead moving forward to examine his right eye. Seeing the hollow space, his face turned heavy with concern. "From now on, don't be reckless. Be cautious when facing unknown cold beasts." Then he turned and added to Xia Chuan and the others, "The same goes for all of you." Apparently, Su Ning didn't want the atmosphere to be so heavy, so he laughed and said, "At least I'm still alive. It's just an eye. Nothing too serious. My cultivation is intact and I'm not injured." Seeing no one responding, Su Ning remembered something and continued. "Oh yes, Chiu Peng. Your father was our camp's only archer. He always closed one eye when shooting arrows. My right eye is blind, so maybe when the camp becomes affluent, I could be an archer too." Chiu Peng was first stunned, then strangely nodded. "That's true. My father said that for precision in archery, one usually aims with only one eye. Unfortunately, we don't even have bows and arrows in the camp now. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and even Xia Hong felt a slight stir in their hearts. Losing an eye is not as easy as Su Ning suggested. Though it doesn't affect one's cultivation, it significantly impairs their vision and physical coordination, which is exceptionally deadly for those who often fight to the death with cold beasts. That's why Xia Hong's face was heavy earlier. He realized that even if Su Ning goes out in the future, he might not be able to help much and had decided to leave Su Ning in the camp during outings. But Xiao Peng's words served as an indirect reminder. In combat, archers do typically only need one eye. Moreover, because he has completely lost the other eye, Su Ning may focus even better with his left eye. This, in turn, becomes a unique advantage. We don't have it now, but we will in the future. Xia Hong's voice was solemn, as he gave Su Ning a promise. The others, upon hearing, also began to encourage Su Ning one by one. Exactly, you've killed the golden-eyed demon sheep leader. Getting you a bow and arrow is a piece of cake. We're not even afraid of deceitful monsters now. Getting a bow and arrow is nothing to fear. Su Ning, just heal well. Once we have a bow, if you don't practice well, we'll definitely laugh at you. Hearing everyone's encouragement, Su Ning was touched but said nothing, just nodded silently and heavily. I have some matters to attend to. You guys go ahead and deal with the golden-eyed demon sheep's meat. Yes, leader. Seeing everyone enthusiastically dealing with the golden-eyed demon sheep, Xia Hong walked alone to the force measuring stake beside the camp. The original force measuring wooden stakes in the camp could handle a maximum of 1,000 caddies, but as more people broke through to the logging realm, 2 additional stakes of 5,000 caddies each were added for convenience. Xia Hong, slightly moved, stacked the 2 5,000 caddy stakes together, then holding his breath, squatted down and clasped both stakes with his hands. Whoosh! Exhaling a turbid breath, Xia Hong gritted his teeth, suddenly tensing his arms and lifting them forcefully upwards. The 2 stakes were pulled from the ground. Xia Hong's face instantly showed a look of ecstatic joy. I've truly broken through. Just after killing the golden-eyed demon sheep, he felt that his internal strength had increased, but the subsequent deceitful monster encounter left him with no time to focus on it. Now, testing it, he indeed made a breakthrough. Breaking the 10,000 caddy basic strength is precisely the hallmark of stepping into the earth-digging realm. For some time, only heaven knew how distressed Xia Hong was about the earth-digging realm. As he approached the breakthrough, he found that his efficiency in absorbing cold beast meat had decreased and his strength improvement slowed. Despite trying to increase his meat quota to break through, the improvements remained negligible. It seems that only experiencing such life-and-death battles can swiftly push past the body's limits, though continued cultivation in the earth-digging realm will still rely on cold beast meat. I wonder if it'll be slow. Gradually, Xia Hong calmed his excitement. With enhanced physique, the demand for cold beast meat will increase. But for now, there's no major issue for him. Even in the logging realm, he could lead others to hunt cold beasts, let alone now. The crucial point is that breaking through to the earth-digging realm means he's officially eligible to dig and mine from today. Coal, iron, silver, gold. If he can find a vein, he can efficiently activate the system's remaining 8 buildings. Starting tonight, expand the search range to see if we can find a mineral vein. Xia Hong, filled with excitement, set down the stakes. Coincidentally, on the other side, the golden-eyed demon sheep was dealt with as well. From a distance, Yuan Cheng excitedly reported the harvest from the demon sheep to Xia Hong. Leader, the golden-eyed demon sheep produced a total of 1,700 caddies of meat, and there's a whole hide, enough to make 5 bee skin skirts. 1,700 caddies, enough to last the camp's current cold beast meat allocation for about 20 days. Oh, and there's this too. Yuan Cheng remembered something and tossed a thing towards Xia Hong. Xia Hong caught it. It was the short knife he used to kill the golden-eyed demon sheep. Wang Ming's big knife, when converted, counted as 60 points of system iron resource. Upgrading the small bonfire used 50 points, leaving 10 points, which Xia Hong used to make this little short knife. It's called a short knife, yet it's not even 5 inches. More aptly described as a dagger. Due to its short length, it probably couldn't pierce through the golden-eyed demon sheep's defenses, so Xia Hong hadn't used it earlier until he needed to strike its back eye. Realizing the stone axe was inappropriate, he resorted to the dagger, yielding striking results. Stowing the dagger, Xia Hong summoned the 6 logging team members Xia Chuan and Yuan Chuan, as well as the newly added 31 reserve members, altogether. Distribute all the meat right away. 10 days from now, we'll venture out as usual. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, U6, seize this time to enhance your powers. Additionally, for those in reserve, accelerate your pace to see if we can have a few more breakthroughs to the logging realm before heading out. Yes, leader. All responded in unison, with Xia Chuan and the 6 being fine, but those 31 reserves had just witnessed Xia Hong and the other 8 hunt that golden-eyed demon sheep. They were already envious beyond words, reaching a pinnacle of craving to break through to the logging realm. It's likely that even without Xia Hong's words, they would have trained fiercely, eager to join the logging team soon and go out with him. Rewind to just earlier. At the very moment, deceitful monster-controlled Wang Ping was burned to ashes by solidified fire oil. 500 meters east of the Great Xia Camp Cave, on the edge of Redwood Ridge, a heart-wrenching scream rang from a big tree. A hunched black-robed elder, no taller than 1.5 meters, clutched a strand of white thread in his hand. One end was in his grasp, the other extending far to the west. The thread was originally white, so within the snowy surroundings, it was nearly invisible, with only the direction indicating it connected to the cave housing Great Xia Camp. But now, the thread spontaneously combusted. The elder's scream resulted from the flames on the thread scorching his palm, as he frantically slapped his arm, unable to extinguish the domineering fire. Realizing he couldn't douse the fire in his hands, the elder's blood-red eyes suddenly turned ruthless. He extended his right palm, then raised his left hand. With a swift downward slash. Snap! He used the small knife clenched in his left hand to sever his burning right hand at the wrist. Though he severed his own right hand, there wasn't a trace of pain on his face. Instead, he exhaled in relief. The right hand was incinerated to ashes by the domineering flames before touching the ground. Watching the whiff of black smoke, a flicker of dread crossed the elder's blood-red eyes. Turning to stare at the cave housing Great Xia Camp, his eyes filled with venom and hatred instead of dread. Wait for me. You can't escape. You won't escape. Your lives, they are mine, all mine. Please forgive us for not accompanying you on the snowy night. The dense white trees pieced together the outline of Redwood Ridge. The main themes of this forest are the fierce winds and solitude, never changing. Despite being surrounded by 9 camps, with an early total population of 3,000 to 4,000, this number is still too few for such a vast place like Redwood Ridge. When the territory was initially divided, even the powerful Deshur camp only dared to operate within a 1-kilometer radius on the outskirts of Redwood Ridge, let alone the other 8 camps, whose activity ranges were limited to just 500 meters on the outskirts. This standard was not set arbitrarily, but was determined by Rogel Camp's former leader Luo Feng, who led the hunting team to explore it at the cost of human lives. The outermost 500 meters of Redwood Ridge are basically occupied only by low-level cold beasts. Going further in, the number of intermediate cold beasts increases. If one ventures further, penetrating within 1,000 meters, it's mainly intermediate cold beasts. The logic is simple. The further into Redwood Ridge, the larger the trees grow. And since cold beasts are creatures that like to perch on trees, those capable of occupying these large trees inside are certainly not easy to deal with. So, despite knowing that the depths of Redwood Ridge hold endless resources, none of the camps have dared to cross the line over the years. Even the Rogel camp, the only one qualified to hunt. Even low-level cold beasts typically have strength exceeding 8,000 pounds. And some stronger adult cold beasts have more than 10,000 pounds of strength, and humans need at least earth-digging realm cultivation to confront them head-on. Not to mention the intermediate or even high-level cold beasts. This is considered one of the dilemmas for humans. Compared to them, cold beasts seem to be the species favored by this world. 15 years ago, Luo Ming took over the leader position from his father Luo Feng. Although he's ventured out with a hunting team countless times, he's always adhered to the rules, never venturing 1,000 meters in a redwood ridge. So, the first time he crossed that 1,000-meter boundary, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. On the surface, the difference between the inside and the outskirts doesn't seem significant, but by carefully observing the surrounding trees, many details reveal considerable differences. In the outskirts, the predominant tree species is vermilion frost, followed by gold, with the least being ice tree. While here, gold is predominant, followed by vermilion frost, with the fewest being ice tree. Besides these three, there are 7 or 8 types Luo Ming hasn't seen in the outskirts. Additionally, the density of cold beasts is different. Luo Ming looked up and, with his keen experience, immediately noticed there were at least 3 cold beasts perched on more than a dozen trees around him. And, judging by their size, 2 of them were intermediate level. This unconsciously made Luo Ming proceed more cautiously, trying to minimize noise. Even though cold beasts sleep deeply at night and generally won't wake up without provocation, an unexpected incident involving intermediate cold beasts could still pose a danger. Luo Ming turned back to look at Shi Qing, who was following behind him. His face still sullen, he immediately stopped and walked to his side, patting his shoulder. Shi Qing, don't worry, we're this close, and with those 2 adults watching, your brother will be fine. Even if that puppet monster really comes, they have the bone whistle, and will rush over to help once it's blown. Shi Qing first forced a smile, then an expression of hesitation appeared on his face, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, beep, as if to verify Luo Ming's words, just as Shi Qing was about to speak, a crisp bone whistle sound came from the left side. Both their faces changed drastically. Shi Qing reacted first, drawing his bow from behind, and as he ran towards the left, he already had an iron arrow ready on the drawstring. Luo Ming quickly followed him, and within a few breaths, they reached the location where the bone whistle sounded. But upon arrival, their expressions immediately changed. Not far away, Shi Dong was limping towards them, while 2 figures were relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The reason for their shocked expressions wasn't due to Shi Dong being chased, but the 2 figures chasing him. They recognized them both. Wang Rui, Sun Xinju, what's going on? Why are you attacking Shi Dong? They're not Wang Rui and Sun Xinju. They've been swapped. They suddenly ambushed me just now. Shi Dong's voice was full of shock and anger as he ran and awkwardly shot arrows at the 2 behind him, although his foot was injured, and he was in a state of panic, making his aim far from precise. Whoosh, whoosh. Fortunately, by this time Shi Qing had already realized what was happening. Wang Rui and Sun Xinju's expression were wooden, clearly abnormal, and Shi Qing confirmed something was wrong. He rapidly shot 2 arrows, stopping them from getting closer to Shi Dong. After Shi Qing's 2 arrows, Shi Dong was successfully rescued, reaching his and Luo Ming's side. Shi Dong, sweating profusely, lifted his leg to reveal a 7 or 8-inch long wound that was bleeding profusely. He randomly grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and slapped it on the wound, then lifted his head to speak to the 2. Earlier, in the forest, those 2 said they needed to relieve themselves, and in less than 15 minutes, they were swapped by that deceitful monster. My leg was wounded by them. Luo Ming and Shi Qing exchanged glances, both with expressions of seriousness. Who's he here? Vile creature, where do you think you're going? Just as they were about to speak, Yang Ning and Li Hu's shouts suddenly resounded not far away, prompting all 3 to look in that direction. 200 or 300 meters away, Yang Ning and Li Hu, wielding swords and sabers, had already charged to the base of a big tree with a thickness of 6 or 7 meters. Li Hu's brows furrowed slightly, exchanged glances with Yang Ning, then gripped his saber tightly. With a sudden inhale, his arm muscles bulged as he raised the saber behind his back, fiercely swinging it horizontally at the tree before him. Could he possibly intend to cut down that tree? How could he possibly sever it in one slash? That question flashed through Luo Ming's mind, but he immediately arrived at an answer. Impossible. Li Hu's Yinling saber was less than 2 meters, and that tree, its diameter alone was 6 to 7 meters. Crack! Boom! However, even at a distance of 200 or 300 meters, the crisp sound of the tree breaking reached this side. The tree with a diameter of 6 to 7 meters was severed with one slash. After the tree collapsed, a figure in black leaped out from the tree crown. It was the wood puppet monster that had appeared last time. Yang Ning and Li Hu quickly flanked the wood puppet monster and engaged it in combat. Meanwhile, Luo Ming was still in shock over Li Hu's earlier slash, unable to recover for a long time. How could he possibly accomplish that? Li Hu and Yang Ning's strength is indeed stronger than mine, but they both claim to be only in the earth-digging realm as well. Could there really be such a vast disparity among those of the same earth-digging realm? Leader Luo, we've arrived. The still shocked Luo Ming was roused by the voice of someone nearby. Turning his head, he realized that besides Shi Qing and Shi Dong, there were 4 other groups who had joined them. Meanwhile, Wang Ruwei and Sun Xinju, as the wood puppet monster was besieged and lost control, fell to the ground as corpses. There were 4 leaders among the groups, 2 of whom, upon seeing the corpses of Wang Ruwei and Sun Xinju, wore extremely grim expressions. I lost 4 people on my side. Adding these 2, 6 have died. This is already the 4th wave. If this goes on, our camp's logging realm combat strength will all perish here. Leader Luo, if we still can't kill that wood puppet monster this time, forgive us for no longer accompanying you. Your Rogel camp is large and wealthy, with plenty of logging realm combat power. Losing a few doesn't matter, but we smaller camps can't afford it. All 4 spoke out. Even Shi Qing couldn't hold back. Leader Luo, it really can't go on like this. Those 2 adults are indeed capable, we know, but it can't always be our brothers sent out as bait. If we fail to kill that monster again, please forgive the Shi camp for not keeping company either. Hearing the complaints from the 5, a hint of guilt flashed across Luo Ming's face, and he began to waver internally. Having been the leader of Rogel camp for 15 years, Luo Ming naturally had the acumen to maintain it as the most distinguished around Redwood Ridge. Half a month ago, when Yang and Li proposed that he and everyone from the other 5 camps cooperate and follow their orders, Luo Ming likely had some suspicions. The way Yang and Li described the deceitful monster as terrifying, Luo Ming didn't doubt it. After all, having witnessed it firsthand, the monster indeed found joy in killing, and the more it killed, the stronger it became. But to say that the 2 stayed to help them because they were asked or out of goodwill for being of the same human race, Luo Ming absolutely didn't believe that. He wasn't that naive. From several encounters, it was clear that engaging with the wood puppet monster posed certain risks for Yang and Li, yet they still took those risks to kill the monster. Thinking it over and over, it's nothing more than for the sake of profit. Luo Ming speculated that there should be some significant benefit to hunting down that wood puppet monster. Otherwise, they wouldn't be working so hard. Half a month ago, Luo Ming gathered the leaders of the 4 other camps and, after explaining the pros and cons, the 4 leaders agreed to cooperate with him. The 4 leaders were willing to cooperate not just out of respect for Luo Ming. The camps of Shinju and Iron Peak, and also the Great Xia camp that Luo Ming mentioned, 3 camps around Redwood Ridge had already been ravaged by the monster. Even though the camps didn't interact much regularly, everyone understood that when the lips die, the teeth become cold. While Yang and Li were there, being able to kill the monster was certainly for the best, as they couldn't deal with it on their own. Luo Ming had also fought the monster and considered his own strength insufficient to be of help. Yet Yang and Li still wanted him to notify people from other camps to assist. Luo Ming roughly knew what this help entailed. That wood puppet monster found joy in killing people and strengthened itself through killing, while these people had little strength. What Yang and Li needed them for was just to serve as bait to lure the wood puppet monster out. And the reality was just as he had thought. After gathering the logging realm forces from the other 5 camps at Rogel Camp, Yang and Li were candid about their plan. Initially, Luo Ming was hesitant, but considering the monster's strength, he was the first to agree, likely because he'd encountered the monster before. Shi Qing was the second to agree. The remaining 4 camps hesitated, but under persuasion, they agreed. The 6 camps agreed to each send out 3 logging realm fighters to Redwood Ridge at night to act as bait to attract the appearance of the monster. Luo Ming did not doubt the strength of Yang and Li. Otherwise, he wouldn't have persuaded the other 5 camps to cooperate so earnestly. But the strength of that monster far exceeded Luo Ming's expectations. In the past 10 days, they successfully lured the wood puppet monster out 3 times. But each time, it managed to escape. If that were all, it would still be manageable, but the problem was that each time, the bait was killed. The wood puppet monster was elusive, sometimes killing someone inexplicably, and the most terrifying part was that after a short time, it could control the body of the one it killed, pretending to be alive, approach you, then launch a surprise attack, utterly indefensible. Many of the deceased had expressions of disbelief on their faces in their final moments. The first time, 7 died, the second, 9, the third, 7. This 4th time, 6 died, making it the time with the fewest casualties. 29 logging realm fighters were lost, practically equivalent to the entire stock of 2 small camps. Rogel Camp had only 47 logging realm fighters in total. Luo Ming counted the 29 lost logging realm fighters. His camp accounted for the most, with 7. Huangzhou Camp 4, Chenyi Camp 5, Lushan Camp 4, Dechuan Camp 6. The worst hit was Deshir Camp. That day on Great Xia territory, Deshir Camp had only 5 survivors. In these days, acting as bait, they lost another 3. Now, Deshir Camp was left with only the brothers Shi Qing and Shi Dong. Even if they killed the wood puppet monster, Deshir Camp would certainly not recover, and relying only on the brothers Shi Qing probably meant survival was an issue for the whole camp. The key was that even after so many died, they hadn't killed the wood puppet monster, let alone the 5 leaders. Even Luo Ming himself began to doubt the strength of Yang and Li and wavered in their method of luring the monster. I know everyone has their concerns. My Rogel Camp has also lost many people, but please bear with it a little longer. You've seen the monster's strength. Once these 2 leave, none of our camps will have a way to survive. Luo Ming, with no other option, ultimately chose to appease everyone. Shi Qing was about to speak when Hong Gang, the leader of Dechuan Camp, began first. Leader Luo, let's not beat around the bush. I admire the strength of these 2, but you see the reality. The monster is stronger. We failed to kill it 3 times. I think this time won't be any different. Instead of sending brothers to their deaths, it would be better to live a few days in peace. If we continue like this, the monster won't die. We might die out first. Hong Gang, with a voice as rugged as his name, spoke straightforwardly, filled with a bit of anger due to losing 6 of his people. Leader Luo, we're not blaming you or the 2 of them. We don't dare. But the fact is plain to see. If we can't succeed this time, we must leave. We've been out for half a month, and the provisions left at the camp are running out. If we don't go back, I'm afraid the people of the camp will starve. Huang Yong, the leader of Huangzhou Camp, also spoke up. The other 2 camp leaders, though silent, clearly shared the same sentiment as the previous 2. Shi Qing then stood out, took a deep breath, and said, Leader Luo, I won't say much more. No matter what you say, your foundation is still there, but Deshir Camp really can't hold on anymore. If my brother and I lose even 1 more person, over 300 people in the camp might not survive. Whether we succeed this time or not, I must leave. Luo Ming anxiously wanted to continue persuading everyone. Yet just then, Yang Ning and Li Hu came over. That beast escaped again, but we chopped off an arm this time. So next time, we'll definitely kill it. Don't let your guard down. Haven't you noticed how its strength keeps growing? Hearing the two talk, the 6 leaders, including Luo Ming and everyone else, once again showed disappointment on their faces. When the monster first escaped, although some brothers died, instead of feeling disappointed like now, the group felt thrilled by the monster's retreat, feeling they were just a step away from killing it. After the second escape, there was some nervousness as more people were dying, and the bait was all brothers who shared life and death daily. It was impossible not to feel heartache. Until the third escape, real doubts began to arise. There was suspicion that even though Yang and Li were strong, they were still quite a bit away from killing the monster. Otherwise, it wouldn't have escaped 3 times. Things should not happen in threes. Now it was the 4th time, so everyone no longer disguised the disappointment on their faces. But even so, they dare not show a bad attitude toward Yang and Li. Luo Ming was pondering how to speak to Yang Ning, hoping he would offer some assurance to soothe everyone's emotions. Shi Qing and the other 4 camp leaders were contemplating how to tell the two of them that they wanted to leave with their people. Meanwhile, as Yang Ning and Li Hu approached, they noticed the unusual atmosphere and, seeing the lingering disappointment on everyone's faces, immediately understood what they were thinking. Li Hu's face showed a flash of anger, and he immediately stepped forward. Contradiction, continue to ask for follow-up. Taking such great risks to help you worthless lot deal with a monster. You are neither grateful nor ashamed to show such expressions. Do you really think I have no temper? Li Hu's words were not spoken calmly. His aura was agitated, his face furious as he stared at the crowd, showing extreme displeasure, clearly genuinely angry. However, the word worthless from his mouth instantly ignited the dissatisfaction that the crowd had been suppressing for many days. Shi Qing had already taken 2 steps forward, ready to retort, but was held back by Luo Ming in front of him. Looking at Luo Ming's slightly pleading eyes, Shi Qing gritted his teeth and finally held back without speaking. But Li Hu's emotions had not yet calmed, especially seeing Shi Qing's movement. How could he not know that this person was planning to refute him? Luo Ming's obstruction did not make him relent. Instead, he spoke more harshly. What? Calling you worthless, and you're not convinced? Do you believe that if the 2 of us leave, and that would puppet monster comes, you worthless lot combined wouldn't be its match? Shi Qing could endure, but the other 4 camp leaders could not. Hong Gang, Huang Yong, Lu He, and Qining all stood up. But just as they were about to speak, Yang Ning, who had been watching coldly, spoke up. Enough, Huzi, stop talking. Although he took the initiative to interrupt Li Hu and prevent a clash between the 2 groups, Yang Ning also showed a strong displeasure on his face when looking at the crowd. Leader Luo, it was you who proactively asked us to help before, and all of you agreed to fully cooperate. You've all seen with your own eyes how formidable that wood puppet monster is. I won't say more. If you really don't need our help now, just say it, and Li Hu and I will leave at once. Hearing Yang Ning's words, Luo Ming's heart immediately fell into turmoil. Not just him, even the other 4 camp leaders who had already decided to withdraw, including Shi Qing, who suffered the most losses, all showed hesitant expressions. Anger is one thing, but Yang Ning's words realistically slapped them in the face. Without these 2 people, they truly weren't a match for the wood puppet monster. If Yang and Li were to leave, given the killing nature of the wood puppet monster, the 6 camps would no doubt face destruction in the end. Brother, no matter what you say, they won't understand. Kind words can't persuade a dying ghost. Let these fools fend for themselves. Let's go back. Honorable sirs, please calm your anger. Seeing Li Hu pulling Yang Ning to leave, Luo Ming hurriedly stepped forward, bowing in apology, speaking self-deprecatingly. In recent days, our camps have lost many logging realm fighters. The leaders are anxious, and I ask for your understanding, honorable sirs. Luo Ming was helpless too. The camps around Redwood Ridge were indeed too weak. In addition, being cut off from the outside world, if Yang and Li leave, they would truly be isolated with no assistance. And when the deceitful monster comes, no one could stop it. Seeing that Yang and Li's expressions were not as resolute as before, Luo Ming continued. Forgive my bluntness, But carrying on like this is not a solution. In the past half-month, the combined 4 camps have lost 29 logging realm fighters. It's no secret, and I won't fear your laughter, but apart from Rogel Camp, which is in better condition, everyone in the other 5 camps relies on those logging realm fighters to survive. If they all fall here, even if their respective camp members aren't killed by the deceitful monster, they might starve or freeze to death. Yang Ning once again signaled Li Hu, who wanted to speak, to hold his tongue. After briefly pondering, he spoke in a somber tone. I understand your difficulties, but I must clearly tell you, the speed at which the deceitful monster gains strength is hard for you to imagine. Right now, you're completely no match for it, and it's hard to predict how strong it will become if we delay any longer. Pausing here, he looked up to meet Luo Ming's eyes, continuing earnestly. Believe me, to eliminate that wood puppet monster, sacrificing a small number of people is entirely worth it. Li Hu couldn't hold back either, speaking with a cold smile. Fools, sometimes necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. If you can't even comprehend this simple truth, how do you fit to be leaders? You should count yourself lucky to have encountered us. If not for being fellow humans, we wouldn't bother to help. Honorable sirs, I admit you have great skills and strength and are truly indispensable in dealing with the monster, but our Dashur camp has lost all our logging realm fighters, leaving only my brother and me. We simply can't contribute any manpower or assistance. Even though Li Hu's words made sense, repeatedly calling them worthless and fools had finally pushed Shurqing to the point of no return. Originally, Dashur camp suffered the greatest losses, and he was most intent on withdrawing. Li Hu's repeated disrespect and mockery only fueled his intent to leave. Even so, Shurqing knew the two of them weren't to be offended, so although his tone was stiff, he dared not show any displeasure on his face. Instead, he respectfully bowed to the two before turning to Luo Ming. Leader Luo, I am truly sorry, but we must withdraw. We've been out for over half a month, and the camp is probably running out of food. If we don't return soon, people will starve. Luo Ming opened his mouth to persuade them to stay, but seeing only the solitary Shi Dong behind Shurqing, he held back, simply looking up at the position of the moon before speaking. Brother Shi, dawn is near. Let's return to Rogel Camp first. Tomorrow night, I'll pack a bag of crystal fruit for you to take with you. Hearing this, Shurqing immediately displayed a look of gratitude. Thank you, Leader Luo. I am deeply grateful. Seeing the other 4 leaders eager to follow Shurqing, Luo Ming quickly spoke up. Honorable sirs, leaders, dawn is nearly breaking. Let's return to the camp first and discuss the rest together. The 4 leaders exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before nodding. On the other side, as soon as Shurqing mentioned leaving, Li Hu's expression turned grim, and he even took a step forward, seemingly ready to act if Yang Ning hadn't stopped him. Seeing Luo Ming truly agreeing to let Shurqing leave, Yang Ning's brow furrowed sharply a few times, but after glancing at the other 4 leaders and thinking it over, he refrained from speaking. Signaling Luo Ming and the others to go first, Yang Ning followed with Li Hu in tow, deep in thought. When the others had walked some distance away, Li Hu turned to Yang Ning and spoke quietly. These fools don't know what's good for them. Brother, we should leave and go back to get some helpers. That monster won't escape. A flash of hesitation crossed Yang Ning's face, but he eventually shook his head. If we bring more people, that monster won't be ours anymore, and it would take too long for a round trip. Its power will surely get stronger, and by then we might not be able to handle it. After saying this, Yang Ning looked at the people ahead, stayed silent for a moment, then sighed and continued. That monster has already lost a hand to us. Its strength should have diminished quite a bit. Let's try one last time. If it doesn't work, we'll go back for reinforcements. These people, we'll just let them fend for themselves. Rogel Camp, please favorite, please vote. The outpost of Rogel Camp is located in a valley sandwiched between 2 mountains to the east of Redwood Ridge. Both mountains are elongated vertically, rising 2,000 to 3,000 meters, similar to Tower Mountain, where Dashur Camp is located. Over the years, the cold has frozen them, and the surrounding rock faces are covered with a layer of black ice crystals. The mountains are taller than Tower Mountain, so naturally, the crystals are thicker as well. However, the strange thing is that the further down you go on the mountain, the thinner and lighter in color the black ice crystals become, until at the very bottom, nearing the ground, they've turned the color of ordinary stone. Upon closer inspection, you can see a continuous layer of white mist surrounding the stone wall, and as the white mist rises, those black crystals keep melting, turning into a water flow that drips down the stone wall. The high temperature from burning coal can even melt these age-old ice crystals. Rogel Camp should never freeze anyone to death. Even though Hong Gang has stayed at Rogel Camp for half a month, every time he returns, he can't help but marvel bluntly. The other three leaders, along with Shi and their logging realm personnel from their respective camps, upon hearing Hong Gang's words and seeing the white mist on the stone wall, also showed a look of envy on their faces. Freeze to death? What a joke. At Rogel Camp, let alone the fact everyone has a piece of bee-skin clothing. With these coal blocks for heating all year round, we haven't had anyone freeze to death in nearly 20 years. Luo Ming didn't say anything, but one of his subordinates couldn't help but speak up. From his rather proud tone, it's not hard to see that as a member of Rogel Camp, he felt quite proud in his heart. Hearing that no one had frozen to death in 20 years, the crowd's look of envy intensified. Especially for the leaders of the 5 small camps, they could most directly feel the power of that statement. Strictly speaking, compared to the cold beast and deceitful monster, cold is the simplest survival challenge faced by humans. However, even so, the number of people who die from cold each year is still significant in various camps. As small camps, they can only rely on woodcutting to keep warm. The problem is that woodcutting doesn't guarantee a harvest every time. If unlucky enough to encounter a cold beast, not only would they gain nothing, but they might even lose their lives. The problem is that in recent years, the growth rate of trees in Redwood Ridge has been more and more rampant. Sometimes they can't even find a tree that can be cut down in a whole night. Not only is obtaining wood difficult, but the physical condition of the ordinary people in the camps is also a major issue, especially children. When facing a sudden drop in temperature, even hiding in a cave with a bonfire might not prevent them from freezing to death. So, while 20 years without freezing anyone to death may seem ordinary to Rogel Camp, it is a huge luxury for these 5 small camps. Where there is envy, there is disdain. Ignorant country bumpkins, making a fuss over nothing and feeling proud about such a trivial thing. Unlike the faces of envy on people like Hong Gang, Li Hu's face was full of disdain. Evidently, what had occurred earlier left Li Hu with a deep grudge against the group, so he directly used the phrase, ignorant country bumpkins, to mock everyone as inexperienced. Yang Ning, although not speaking, had an expression on his face that was not much different. Not to mention Bishua Town, even slightly stronger medium camps know to lay down coal stone, soften the ground, and transplant crops, but you all only know to use it for heating. Holding onto a treasure without knowing how to use it, and still being complacent about it, is simply stupid to the extreme. The others had no reaction to these words. Only Luo Ming was stunned, then thought of something, and his face immediately showed a look of joy. Thank you for the guidance, my lord. I only learned today that coal stone has such uses. Li Hu's face froze. His intention was only to ridicule and joke, not to guide Luo Ming, and he didn't expect it to backfire. However, he thought of something, quickly backtracked, and sneered, "Don't get happy too soon. The land needed for those crops isn't small, and you 5 earth-digging realm folk would take 10 to 8 years to extract the coal stone necessary." Not long after being exuberant, Luo Ming was hit with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. Although he said nothing, the leaders of the 5 camps with Hong Gang and Shi flashed evident anger in their eyes towards Li Hu, clearly displeased by his taunting of Luo Ming. Enough! Stop rambling and get inside quickly. Yang Ning noticed the undisguised anger of the 5 leaders and looked somewhat displeased, but said nothing, just gave Li Hu a glance, signaling everyone to go inside first. "Everyone, let's talk inside." Luo Ming whether naturally without a temper or having a good self-cultivation, after being teased by Li Hu, acted as if nothing had happened and invited everyone inside. While people were speaking, they hadn't forgotten to walk and had already reached the middle of the valley. Though a medium-sized camp, similar to the Great Xia and Ashur camps, the location where Rogel Camp is stationed is very concealed. The entrance to the valley is filled with huge boulders and trees. A normal person would never guess that behind them hides a camp of over 1,000 people. Luo Ming led the group around the boulders from the left side, and several subordinates, familiar with the path, walked ahead of him to a heap of rotten wood from which they pulled out a giant log over 5 meters in diameter and 50 meters long. Once the log was pulled out, the stones and other trees on top should have collapsed, but they didn't move at all. A 30-meter-long passageway appeared out of nowhere amidst the heap of boulders and trees. No one was surprised, having seen it before, and followed Luo Ming inside without changing their expressions. Passing through the passage, the entire inner side of the valley was revealed. The depth of the valley wasn't clear, but just the left and right sides were about 300 to 400 meters wide. The most amazing thing was that the tops of the two mountains interlocked, blocking the valley completely from light. Of course, solely like this is not enough to fend off the harsh cold. Unlike the Great Xia and Ashur camps, which rely on burning bonfires and enclosed spaces to warm, Rogel Camp has built 5 gigantic houses inside the valley. These can't really be called houses, but rather boxes constructed with giant wood. Each of the 5 wooden houses is square, about 50 meters wide, estimated to accommodate several hundred people each. Fires burn inside all 5 buildings with white smoke continuously wafting out from vent holes at the top, accompanied by voices conversing inside. The wood houses, illuminated by the fire inside, gleamed with a faint golden light, clearly built using the strongest golden frost tree. It gets warm as soon as you enter the valley. Coal burning is indeed good. Hong Gang extended his hand to feel the inside temperature of the valley, unable to help but exclaim. People from the camp had already come out to greet them, and Luo Ming casually exchanged greetings, leading the group toward the innermost wooden house. As they approached the wooden house, Shi Dong, who had been following Shi Qing, suddenly perked up and turned his head towards the left side of the wooden house. "Big brother, what's that place?" Shi Qing, following his gaze, then noticed that beside the innermost wooden house was a small wooden house less than 10 meters wide. Luo Ming noticed and approached them, explaining, "That's my father's residence." Upon hearing this, both men were stunned. Luo Ming's father, the previous leader of Rogel Camp, Luo Feng, legendary figure. Luo Feng, speaking of who is most famous around Redwood Ridge, it's undoubtedly Luo Feng. The reason is simple. Before him, there wasn't a single earth-digging realm warrior or any medium-sized camp around Redwood Ridge. In the early days, there were a total of 16 small camps around Redwood Ridge. 20 years ago, Luo Feng broke through to the earth-digging realm, becoming the first local warrior qualified for hunting. He then led Rogel Camp to continuous growth, quickly prompting 2 struggling camps to voluntarily propose merging. In normal logic, other camps requesting to merge should be a good thing, as there is strength in numbers, but the actual situation was not so. In a scenario with abundant resources, everyone knows to expand the population to upgrade the overall strength of the camp. But for the struggling small camps around Redwood Ridge, abundant resources were an unattainable dream. At that time, Luo Feng had just broken through, and the people of Rogel Camp were waiting eagerly for him to hunt cold beasts, hoping more could break through to the logging realm. How could they agree to merge other camps? Even the smallest camp has at least 100 or 2 people, and once merged, that's 300 to 400 extra mouths to feed. No one believed that Luo Feng would agree to allow those 2 camps to merge. Even if he agreed personally, the people in Rogel Camp would not allow it. But the result was that Luo Feng defied opposition and accepted those 2 camps. Those 2 camps could hardly hold on and only had 6 logging realm combatants combined. The remaining 300 people had no cultivation. Everyone thought Luo Feng had an excess of compassion, disregarding his own camp situation. With a sudden population increase, they believed Rogel Camp couldn't last long. But once again, they were wrong. Rogel Camp not only survived well, but logging realm warriors emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, growing from more than 10 to 30 in just a few years. It wasn't just the strength, coal mining, iron, or extraction. Even the day-to-day life in Rogel Camp rapidly distanced itself from other camps around, even producing new earth-digging realm warriors. Seeing Rogel Camp thriving, with living conditions improving, almost all camp leaders proactively proposed merging. During Luo Feng's tenure, he accepted a total of 5 camps, nearly 1,000 people, showcasing how fast Rogel Camp's strength improved under his leadership. It's not an exaggeration to say that everyone at the time unanimously believed Luo Feng would integrate all the humans around Redwood Ridge, transforming Rogel Camp into a large or even a giant camp. The remaining 11 camps were all waiting for Rogel Camp to have surplus resources to merge more people. Unfortunately, an accident not only ended Luo Feng's legend but also shattered the hope of unifying the camps around Redwood Ridge. 15 years ago, Luo Feng's hunting team encountered a deceitful monster, with all members killed. He alone narrowly escaped and, for unknown reasons, killed his youngest son and went insane. The legendary figure fell, and no one at the time didn't sigh with regret. The sighs weren't just for Luo Feng's downfall, but also because the hope of merging into Rogel Camp disappeared. It turned out as everyone expected. After Luo Ming succeeded as leader, although his development was commendable, it was far inferior to Luo Feng. In the last 15 years, only 2 camps, barely holding on with just over 100 people, successfully merged into Rogel Camp. For other camps wishing to merge, Luo Ming rejected them all. Not only did he reject them, but a few years ago, he specifically gathered the leaders of 8 camps to demarcate territories around Redwood Ridge and instructed camps not to cross boundaries, only search for resources within their territories. Luo Ming's measures were partly to give weaker camps a chance at survival and partly to root out the idea of merging into Rogel Camp. If expanding the camp's population was possible, no one would be foolish enough to refuse. Everyone understood that the reason Luo Ming acted was because Rogel Camp's development speed could no longer support expanding the population. Whether personally or in action, Luo Ming had an excellent reputation. As the leader of Rogel Camp, his various measures over the years have been supported by almost all surrounding camps. But comparison is daunting. With Luo Feng's brilliance before him, no matter how well Luo Ming performed, people still felt he fell short by a margin. In an instant, many thoughts about Luo Feng flashed in Shi Qing's mind. No kidding, even now, he regards Luo Feng as an idol. Early on, he imagined countless times how great it would be to merge into Rogel Camp and fight alongside his idol. Were it not inappropriate, Shi Qing would love to ask if Luo Feng was truly insane and if he could visit him. Seeing Luo Ming had led them into the wooden house, Shi Qing refrained from overthinking and hurriedly followed with Shi Dong, stepping inside. However, before entering the wooden house, his brother Shi Dong slowly turned his head, casting a lingering glance at that small wooden house. From the outside, it looked like a square wooden box. The interior of the wooden house was entirely different. As soon as everyone entered, they were enveloped by warmth, making one feel like it was spring inside, in stark contrast to the freezing cold outside. In a space about 50 to 60 meters wide, a gigantic stone furnace with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters stood in the center, burning coal stones brightly, with a chimney for smoke. On both sides, wooden partitions separated each room, some inhabited, with the sound of conversation. Behind the furnace was the main hall, with dozens of wooden chairs covered with beast skins, indicating how Rogel Camp outmatched all the camps around Redwood Ridge. It's not that making chairs is difficult, but it signifies Rogel Camp's abundance of wood and beast skins, unreachable by other camps. The group wasn't there for the first time, following Luo Ming to the main hall and finding their seats. Yang Ming and Li Hu headed straight to the top seats. Luo Ming, the camp leader, surprisingly sat in the third position. Yang and Li, being the strongest and leading the fight against the deceitful monsters, naturally had their seating arrangement respected for the past half-month, without objection. Seeing everyone seated without opening their mouths, Luo Ming glanced at Yang and Li, standing up first. Leader Shi has decided to leave, and right now, the Shi camp can't endure any more trouble. If those two encounter issues, their few hundred people won't survive. I can't hold them back any longer. Listening to these words, Shi Qing expressed his gratitude by clasping his fists. Luo Ming nodded in acknowledgement and then looked at Hong Gang and the others, continuing, "The four leaders, I won't persuade you much. That wooden puppet monster, with just us, can't be dealt with. If the two esteemed leaders leave, our camps will all suffer. Consider your choices clearly. Luo won't stop you. But let me be clear on one thing. If you four also choose to exit, I can only bid farewell to the two esteemed leaders. Solving that deceitful monster alone with Rogel Camp is definitely unrealistic." After saying this lengthy piece, Luo Ming paused briefly before continuing. "If worst comes to worst, I can only take my people and flee to another place to find a new way of living." With Luo Ming's words finished, the expressions of Hong Gang and the other four changed drastically. Monster, humanity's common enemy, the wood puppet monster, is a problem that all camps around Redwood Ridge must face. None can avoid it. If it is not resolved, everyone is just waiting to die, without a doubt. Hong Gang and the other three understood that even if they left, Luo Ming would not ignore the issue. So, when they previously proposed to leave, it was not without the thought of leaving the matter to Rogel Camp to solve the problem alone. But clearly, Luo Ming wasn't foolish. Shi Qing wanting to leave is understandable. Too many have died at the Shi camp. If the two don't leave, the few hundred people there would either starve or freeze to death. But for the other four camps, the losses were still within an acceptable range. Luo Ming certainly wouldn't force them to stay, but he is also not an overbearing person, so he did not resort to coercion to make them stay, hence his words. "You can leave, but as for the wood puppet monster, Rogel Camp will definitely not try to solve it anymore. Yang and Li could leave if they want, and he, Luo Ming, would not try to stop them. By then, should the wood puppet monster wreak havoc, everyone will end up suffering together." Hong Gang and the other three could understand the implication in Luo Ming's words, hence their collective change in expression. That last statement from Luo Ming about taking the camp elsewhere to find a new way of life was basically a statement made in anger and could be ignored, not to mention how far they could travel in one night. Once outside Redwood Ridge, they would be completely lost. In an unfamiliar environment, cold beasts, deceitful monsters, or extreme cold, any one of these could claim all of their lives. If they could really escape, they wouldn't have waited until now. "Leader Luo, we all respect you. Simply put, we are willing to continue helping to deal with the wood puppet monster. But if it's like the previous 4 times, using people as bait and letting our brothers die for nothing, it's impossible." It was the straightforward Hong Gang who spoke up first. The other 3 leaders nodded in agreement with Hong Gang's words as they heard them, showing their stance. In fact, not to mention these 3 leaders, Luo Ming also agreed with Hong Gang's words, but he did not immediately respond. Instead, with a somewhat troubled look, he turned his gaze towards Yang Ning and Li Hu sitting above. Although somewhat frustrated, Luo Ming had to admit that in terms of dealing with the deceitful monster, it was not up to him. It was up to Yang and Li to decide. Regardless of whether the two really found some benefit from a deceitful monster, they were genuinely helping them, and currently, only these two had the strength to deal with the deceitful monster, this was certain. After pondering for a moment, Luo Ming, still looking troubled, bowed respectfully towards the two and, lowering his head, spoke with a respectful tone. "Mr. Luo is sincerely grateful for your righteous action, and I believe everyone else is equally grateful to you both for your selfless help. However, too many people have died in the past 4 times, as you both have witnessed. Hong Gang and the others come from small camps, with limited strength in the logging realm, and losing more manpower would genuinely threaten their survival. Could both of you think of another way to lure out that wood puppet monster? After Luo Ming finished speaking, he quietly waited for the two at the head to respond. The other four leaders also quietly awaited Yang and Li to speak, hoping they could come up with a different way, so they wouldn't have to use people as bait again. However, what everyone failed to notice was that from the beginning of their conversation, Li Hu's expression had already turned extremely impatient. Even compared to him, the usually calm Yang Ning now furrowed his brow, and his face looked very unpleasant. Unable to contain himself, Li Hu stood up, intending to vent his frustrations at everyone, as was his nature. Before he could start, Yang Ning stood up from his seat, stopped him, then turned to face everyone. After thinking for a moment, he asked a lowly voice question. Do you think that using people as bait to lure out the deceitful monster is too cruel? And since it hasn't been effective in the 4 attempts, it's not worth the loss of so many lives? Luo Ming didn't respond, and the 4 leaders exchanged glances but remained silent. Of course, silence in itself can be an answer. Yang Ning naturally understood this, and after glancing around at the 5 people, he suddenly let out a low laugh, shook his head, and his face showed a hint of helplessness. Do you know what it means if the wood puppet monster at Redwood Ridge evolved from a beginner level to an intermediate level? When asking this question, Yang Ning's tone carried a distinct hint of anger. Not expecting them to answer, he continued speaking directly. An intermediate strange monster, even a cold resistance level powerhouse, could easily be killed without understanding its nature. To an earth-digging realm human, it's not even considered an ant. It could be killed with a wave of its hand. Therefore, if it evolves, it means not only you small number in Redwood Ridge, but all large and even giant camps in the surrounding area would become its hunting ground. And if unlucky enough for it to evolve to an advanced level, my Beishua town would have to pay a huge price to deal with it. Do you really think that the 2 of us stayed here just to save your few worthless lives? Yang Ning's first outburst, with a harsh tone, slightly shook Luo Ming and others, plunging the hall into a deathly silence. Yet, his speech was not finished. The deceitful monster, this evil life form that evolves through killing, is inherently the enemy of humans. If it were not for the concern that its growth and strength would bring greater harm to more camps, do you really think the lives of 2,000 to 3,000 people in your camps would matter to us? These deceitful monsters are devoid of humanity, killing to evolve by instinct, never stopping once strengthened. Not eradicating them while they are weak would only bring endless harm. Do you believe the method I used is deliberately harming you? The fact is, deceitful monsters are bloodthirsty. Apart from using people as bait, there is no other way to lure them out. This is a consensus among Ice Abyss humans. 29 lives, which might seem a lot to you, but to me, if that wood puppet monster isn't removed early, once it evolves successfully, that number will turn into 2,900, 29,000, or even more. Not to mention my Beishua town, which of the 9 towns of Moa Mountain hasn't sacrificed thousands of lives fighting deceitful monsters. I've personally witnessed more than 100 earth-digging realm people volunteer as bait to encircle an intermediate deceitful monster. At this point, Yang Ning seemed to recall something and pointed behind him at Li Hu, saying to everyone with a loud voice. Li Hu's father sacrificed himself as bait for Beishua to hunt a deceitful monster. Hearing Yang Ning's words made Li Hu's face show pride and confidence without any sorrow, along with a profound hatred for deceitful monsters. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Yang Ning, feeling he may have spoken too much, remained silent for a moment before finally shaking his head, sighing, "Never mind, I've said all I needed to say. Tomorrow, we'll try one last time. If we can't destroy the wood puppet monster, Li Hu and I will first return to Beishua town to seek assistance. Until then, you can only hope for the best." Upon reaching this point, neither Luo Ming nor the other 4 leaders found themselves with any words of refutation. Even if they had such thoughts, they were forced back by Yang Ning's speech. These people, being the leaders of their camps, despite not being particularly shrewd, had some ability to judge character. When Yang Ning made those statements, his emotions were evidently genuine. At this stage in the conversation, no one could easily refute Yang Ning. At most, tomorrow they will try one last time. If they can indeed get rid of the wood puppet monster, then everyone would be delighted. The meeting concluded, and everyone returned to the accommodations arranged by Luo Ming for rest. The living conditions at Rogel Camp were decent. Each person was given a room, with Shi Dong and Shi Qing brothers being arranged next door to each other. By now, it was already daylight outside, and everyone was exhausted from the night. As soon as they got to their rooms, they fell asleep almost immediately. At around noon, when everyone was sleeping most deeply and it was coldest outside, Shi Dong suddenly opened his eyes while lying in bed in his room. He got up quietly and gently, opened the door, and walked outside the wooden house. Luo Feng's nightmare, they're dead. All dead. Father, 19 people, all dead. At the outskirts of Redwood Ridge, Luo Sheng walked into the cold and desolate cave, sealed the entrance completely, then approached the campfire and spoke to his father, Luo Feng, who had collapsed on the ground, his voice full of panic and fear. To outsiders, Luo Feng was a spirited man, but now he had lost his left arm and blood continued to flow from the severed limb, leaving his breath weak to the extreme point. Hearing Luo Sheng's words, a trace of panic appeared on Luo Feng's weak face, but he still endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and said, "Don't panic. We're not far from the camp. That ghost can't find us. It will leave soon." Luo Feng could never have imagined that after years of smooth sailing, he would face such a massive upheaval tonight. A mere hunting trip turned into a nightmare because of encountering a deceitful monster. The deceitful monster kept replacing members of the hunting team, transforming into their familiar forms, sneaking up to attack, and eliminating them one by one. In less than half a night, the 20 members of the hunting team, except for his youngest son Luo Sheng, were completely wiped out. He himself was ambushed by a hunting team member who had turned into the deceitful monster, resulting in the loss of his left arm and multiple cuts on his body. Not only himself, but his youngest son Luo Sheng was also ambushed and his right arm was slashed by the deceitful monster. Luo Feng instinctively wanted to check his youngest son's injury and turned to look at his right arm. But upon seeing it, his pupils contracted abruptly and his expression froze instantly. His youngest son's right arm, which had been slashed just now, was not only unharmed, but didn't even have a single wound or mark. Luo Feng realized something, closed his eyes, and his face was immediately filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng, who was crouching in front of him, obviously noticed his recent glance. Seeing the look of pain on Luo Feng's face, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, and his expression became extremely dark and grim. "You discovered it, huh? You 21 people gave me quite a hard time. I almost let you too escape." Luo Feng opened his eyes, and the pain on his face gradually transformed into fear. The voice, sounding like wood chips grinding against each other, was hoarse, piercing, and bizarre, completely different from his youngest son Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng took out a small knife from his pocket, aimed the blade at the position of Luo Feng's severed arm, and slowly inserted it. Watching as the blood spurted out faster due to the expanding wound, its smile growing ever more twisted and sinister. The intense pain transmitted from his nerves to his brain. Luo Feng, once so heroic, now could only helplessly wail and howl in agony, unable to make any resistance despite the pain. Watching as the flesh on his arm was sliced off piece by piece, the bones of his shoulder and chest starkly visible, his mind began to collapse, and all that remained in his pupils was the will to survive. "Spare! Spare! Kill me! I don't want to die, I beg you. Spare my life." The piercing wail seemed to further stimulate Luo Sheng. Its speed with the knife grew increasingly faster, completely ignoring Luo Feng's pleas for mercy. Under the intense pain and fear, Luo Feng's mental defenses were finally completely shattered. "I can help you. Bring people here for you to kill." The knife stopped. The expression on Luo Sheng's face suddenly turned blank. Then, an old man in black walked out from the shadows of the cave. The old man held a ball of white thread in his left hand and approached Luo Feng before taking the small knife for Luo Sheng. He produced a half-meter-long piece of wood from somewhere and used the knife to carve it until it immediately became a lifelike arm. The old man used the ball of white thread to sew the wooden arm onto Luo Feng's body. Then he gently scraped it, and the arm instantly changed color, fitting Luo Feng's body perfectly, as if it had never been broken. Get up. Your body is fine now. In 10 days, you must bring 100 people over as payment for sparing your life. Take your son back. I'll monitor you through him. Don't try any tricks. Though he saved his life, the term set by the old man left Luo Feng unable to muster any joy, just blankly kneeling on the ground, nodding. The old man left, and Luo Feng also left the cave. Leaving with him was his expressionless youngest son, Luo Sheng, whose humanity was now questionable. Luo Feng, with his spirit on the verge of collapse, took Luo Sheng and returned towards the camp. But he dared not go directly into the camp, instead wandering aimlessly around its perimeter, until he saw his eldest son, Luo Ming, leading a team out to search for them. Without any hesitation, he unexpectedly smashed Luo Sheng beside him to pieces with a punch, then resolutely tore off his wooden arm. Indeed, Luo Feng was cowardly and afraid of death, but forcing him to use the lives of ordinary people from his camp to exchange for his survival was something he could not do under any circumstances. Moreover, once it started, it was an endless abyss. As long as the deceitful monster found him again, he'd have to surrender people continuously, and over time, the entire Rogel camp, including the surrounding Redwood Ridge, would have no human survivors left. From a moment he began to barter with the deceitful monster, Luo Feng had already made up his mind. But, even knowing his youngest son was already under the control of the deceitful monster, having to personally smash his body into pieces, the overwhelming sorrow combined with the psychological pressure from the deceitful monster's torment drove Luo Feng to collapse. He gave a few words to his eldest son, Luo Ming, after which he fell into a half-mad state. He often felt that the deceitful monster was waiting for him outside the camp, and had even snuck in a Rogel camp, ready to slice away his flesh and blood at any time. He could often see his youngest son, whom he had shattered with his own hands, climbing out from the ground, crying and asking him why he had killed him. Under the strong fear and guilt, Luo Feng's mental state remained on edge for many years. For years, regardless of eating, drinking, or relieving himself, he stayed hidden in his small wooden cabin, never stepping out and never communicating with others. In the small cabin, Luo Feng, now with graying hair, lay on the bed, his right hand hanging over the edge, peacefully asleep with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a blood-soaked hand reached out from under the bed, grabbing his right hand. Luo Feng opened his eyes and turned to look at the edge of the bed, instantly terror-stricken. There was Luo Sheng, with half a blood-drenched head emerging, looking at him with a face full of hatred and malice. Father, why did you kill me? Look at me. I can't even find a piece of good flesh. Help me piece my body back together, Father. Luo Feng screamed, shooting up from the bed, and looked around, even checking under the bed. Realizing it was just a dream like before, the terror in his pupils gradually faded, returning to a previous lethargic state. It's just a dream, just a dream, The thought process of a mentally unstable person is hard for a normal person to comprehend. Luo Feng sat on the bed for a long while. Once he had completely calmed down, he began laughing and giggling again. Then, amid his laughter, he started pointing to the wall and muttering to himself, "I won't let you find it. All the wood from my body is gone. You can't find me. You just can't find me. Ha ha ha. I won't give you anyone. Come find me then." However, two consecutive low voices with a bit of amusement suddenly sounded inside the room, interrupting Luo Feng's self-talking. "Can't find. The payment for sparing your life all these years needs to be repaid too." Sitting on the bed, Luo Feng heard the voice and was struck as if by lightning. My name is Xia Hong, the great Xia leader. Here he comes." As soon as night fell on the second day, Shurqing went to find Luo Ming, ready to say goodbye. The leaders of the 5 camps had reached an agreement to cooperate with Yang and leave for one last trip to Redwood Ridge, hoping to lure out the wood puppet monster and finally slay it successfully. Luo Ming brought 3 from the earth-digging realm and 25 from the logging realm, while the other 4 camps brought everyone they could. Compared to the previous 4 times, everyone this time was clearly more determined. But none of this had anything to do with Shurqing anymore. The Shur camp had suffered heavy losses, and even if he wanted to help, he couldn't provide manpower. Wishing everyone the best in slaying that deceitful monster, Shurqing took his younger brother Shur Dong and headed back to the Shur camp through Redwood Ridge. Along the way, they also carried a bag of crystal fruits gifted by Luo Ming. There was little interaction between the various camps, so there were no major roads between them. People usually traveled along the outskirts of Redwood Ridge. Redwood Ridge was large, so saying these camps were around the ridge wasn't entirely accurate. In fact, the camps as a whole were only distributed on the eastern side of Redwood Ridge. Rogel Camp was due east, while the locations of the Shur and Great Xia were to the southeast, with Great Xia positioned a bit more to the south. The territory each camp occupied around the outskirts of Redwood Ridge was roughly divided according to their camp positions. Rogel Camp, being the strongest, naturally occupied the largest range, stretching over 2,000 meters north to south. The other 8 camps had about only 500 meters each. South of Rogel Camp, there were 4 camps: Huangzhou, Dechuan, Deshur, and Great Xia. So, from Rogel Camp, entering Redwood Ridge and heading south, it would take only about 3 kilometers to reach the territory area of the Shur camp. Worried for the safety of the over 300 people in the camp, Shurqing hurried along with Shurdong, covering the 3 kilometers quickly. They soon reached their own territory area. Phew, finally here, let's hurry back. Those still in Redwood Ridge, stepping into their own territory area brought quite a bit of relief to Shurqing. But the thought of informing the camp that they lost 3 brothers made his heart heavy again. It had been only a little over half a month since they lost 8 brothers in Great Xia's territory, and now 3 more. Just over 3 months ago, the Shur camp had a solid 16 logging realm warriors. At that time, he even proactively proposed hunting the cold beast. In just a few months, the situation had changed dramatically. It was like heaven and hell. Walking along, Shurqing suddenly turned to look at the bag on Shurdong's back. "Hey, wait." Shurdong stopped, puzzled, looking at him. Shurqing took the bag from his back, waited a bit, and furrowed his brow. It's been more than half a month since then. The crystal fruits left in the camp must be all gone by now, and this bag only has over 1,000 pounds. If we take it back, it might not be enough. Let's go check the ice trees and see if we can pick some more. Shurdong nodded, standing still until Shurqing started walking towards the ice trees, then followed him. Being the camp leader, Shurqing was very familiar with the locations of the 6 ice trees in their territory, and soon reached the nearest one. But 30 meters from the ice tree, his expression changed suddenly, pulling Shurdong behind a nearby tree. Someone has intruded. Shurdong, standing beside him, had also noticed, both looking towards the direction. They saw 2 young men with bags on the ice tree, busily picking crystal fruits, with 3 others keeping watch below, 5 in all. After carefully observing their appearance, Shurqing's face was initially shocked, then turned confused. "So young, which camp are they from?" Being out at night suggested they were at least at the logging realm. The problem was that these 5 young people looked at most around 20. Even Rogel Camp couldn't possibly have 5 loggers so young. Could they be from other large or even giant camps? No. Shurqing quickly dismissed this thought, because the 6 were all wearing ordinary bee skin skirts. "Those 5 are from Great Xia Camp." At this point, Shurdong suddenly spoke up beside him. Shurqing was startled upon hearing this, and a trace of fear instantly surged in his heart as his eyes on those young men changed as well. "Are you saying those 5 might be?" Shurdong said nothing, just gave him a gentle nod. Shurqing swallowed, his heartbeat slowing for a moment, and he moved cautiously, afraid to make a sound and alert the 5 people over there. He couldn't forget, Xia Ding's group were all dead. Any camp with all their logging squad members dead would mean no hope for the remaining camp members. So before going to Rogel Camp, Shurqing had been convinced that Great Xia Camp's people were either starved to death or long ago killed by the deceitful monster. This scene clearly told him the answer. Deceitful monster. Yes, that's it. It must be the deceitful monster's doing. Otherwise, how could there be such young loggers, and 5 of them at once? Be quiet, don't alarm them, let's go. Hearing Shurqing's signal, Shurdong nodded, a hint of somberness in his eyes. The two retreated quietly, quickly leaving a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Only then did Shurqing let out a breath, turn to head toward Tower Mountain. Leader Shur, where are you two headed? However, a somewhat mocking voice suddenly spoke from in front of them, and both Shurqing and Shurdong froze. Looking up, they found a burly young man holding a stone axe, standing on a large tree 5 meters ahead, watching them. The young man's voice was not quiet. The 5 who were picking crystal fruits heard it, stopped, and all came running over. That wasn't all. 2 people approached from both left and right sides as well. Surrounded instantly by 10, Shurqing's face was filled with despair. Facing 10 deceitful monsters, he and Shurdong had no chance of coping. Leader Xia, coming to pick crystal fruits is one thing, but do you also plan to kill us? At this point, Shurdong suddenly spoke. Shurqing was stunned, looking up at the burly young man in the tree. A familiar glint flashed in his eyes, and he tentatively asked, "Are you Xia Ding's son?" Xia Hong stretched lazily, leaped down from the tree, and remarkably, the snow beneath didn't sing a bit. He walked calmly towards Shurqing. "Indeed, I am Xia Hong, the current leader of Great Xia. Not a deceitful monster." Shurqing suddenly realized this, and the relief of narrowly escaping death made him beam with joy, but his smile lasted only a moment before giving way to shock. "Are you all at the logging realm?" Xia Hong didn't reply. Instead, Yuan Cheng, Xia Chuan, and the other 7, including Yufeng and Lin Kai, couldn't help but snicker. Quite the young crew, hearing the astonishment in Shurqing's tone, couldn't resist a bit of swagger. Especially Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, who held grudges against the Shur camp for twice crossing into Great Xia territory before. Xia Hong would not be arrogant over such a matter. His thoughts were more focused on the changes in Shurqing's expression just now. From a despair when Shurqing first saw him to the joy upon Shurdong revealing his identity, the change intrigued him. This curiosity even made him forget his original intention of intercepting them, which was to settle accounts for past grievances against the Shur camp. "Leader Xia, I haven't returned to the camp for a long time and need to go back first. When there's time, we'll meet again in Redwood Ridge. How about that?" However, Shurqing clearly had no intention of enlightening him. After modification, Chapter 46 wrong. There's an issue. Please follow. Hearing Shurqing's polite request to leave, Xia Hong raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling even more curious. After all, they were currently picking crystal fruits onto the Shur camp's territory. Intruding into another camp's domain is no small matter at Redwood Ridge. Shurdong had at least hinted at them. However, Shurqing had not commented on their intrusion for picking crystal fruits onto the Shur territory from start to finish, as if he turned a blind eye. Xia Hong thought for a moment and did not immediately agree to let Shurqing leave. Instead, he looked at the bag Shurdong carried, which was obviously filled with crystal fruits. "Leader Shur, why are only the 2 of you out tonight?" Shurqing's face stiffened slightly, but quickly regained his composure. "Just picking some crystal fruits, no need for many people." "Why, Leader Xia, do you know the people from our camp's logging team?" Xia Hong kept a steady gaze on Shurqing while speaking. Despite his opponent's excellent concealment, he still caught the brief stiffness in expression. Nevertheless, Xia Hong only nodded with a faint smile, refraining from further comment. "Since that's the case, Leader Shur, you may go back for now. We'll meet again another day." "All right, I'll take my leave first, Leader Xia. Until we meet again." It was clear that Shurqing was indeed in a hurry. Seeing Xia Hong let them go, He immediately left with Shi Dong almost in a run. Xia Hong watched their departing figures with a thoughtful expression on his face. Leader, you just let them go without teaching them a lesson? Yuan Cheng had always had a grudge against the Shi camp. Seeing Xia Hong stop the two, he thought they'd have a chance to teach them a lesson tonight, but they ended up being let go. Xia Hong shook his head. No need. This time, we picked so many crystal fruits on Shi's side as retaliation for what happened before, and it seems the Shi camp has encountered some trouble. Yuan Cheng looked puzzled, his expression confused. Yu Feng, standing nearby, stepped forward and nodded. Definitely something wrong. The Shi has over 10 logging realm combatants. Picking crystal fruits doesn't require their leader to step out personally, especially after we cleared out almost all the crystal fruits here. Those crystal fruits on their backs weren't picked on their own territory. Xia Hong gave an approving smile to Yu Feng. Among the camp's logging realm, Yu Feng, being the oldest, observed and considered matters more thoroughly than others. Shi Qing must have lied, but Xia Hong couldn't be sure what exactly happened at his Shi camp. He wanted to ask earlier, but held back the words that reached his lips. Camps are very wary of probing into each other's affairs. Like last time when Xia Ding and the logging team were wiped out, Xia Hong was also worried about encountering people from other camps. Later, when they ran into Wang Ming's group, he pretended that Xia Ding and his team were still around. If he rashly asked, not only would Shi Qing not respond, but he would also be more guarded against him. All right, let's ignore them. Tonight, these picks will suffice. Let's go back. Su and Lu Yuan, Li Yuanquan, each of you will chop one tree tonight. The rest will cut 2 each. Having no further thoughts, Xia Hong turned to the group, smiling as he announced the remaining tasks for the night. Since harvesting that golden-eyed demon sheep and subsequent successful hunts, the camp had an abundance of cold beast meat. After the alarming incident of the deceitful monster attacking Xia Hong, the enthusiasm for cultivation among the young camp members soared. With ample cold beast meat supply, the camp gained 3 new young logging realm combatants. As expected, these 3, like the previous 8, were offspring of the original logging team members. Worth mentioning, Suan was Su Ning's younger brother. A month ago, during the golden-eyed demon sheep incident, Su Ning lost his right eye. Although it didn't affect his cultivation and his wound almost healed, for safety's sake, Xia Hong minimized his excursions, keeping him in the camp. Perhaps triggered by his brother's injury, Suan trained exceptionally hard afterwards and was the first among the 3 to break through. Within just a month, gaining 3 new logging realm combatants was quite a morale booster for the recently troubled camp. Su Ning often joked that if he'd known one I could exchange for 3 logging realms, he'd have given his left eye to the cold beast as well. Joke indeed, but losing one thing and gaining another proves to be true. The camp's logging realm combatants now totaled 10, plus Xia Hong as the earth-digging realm leader, making Great Xia Camp's strength surpass that during Xia Ding's leadership. The iron refining furnace keeping them warm and safe from deceitful monsters, along with small torches and everyone's growing prowess, heightened the camp's hunting capability. Importantly, the solidified fire oil allowed them to face deceitful monsters even when venturing out. In many aspects, the Great Xia Camp has improved significantly compared to before, and all these were just from the system's first building. Xia Hong craved the remaining 8 buildings immensely. Sadly, there's no flour without grain. The rest of the buildings, even the lowest required iron resources to unlock, let alone those needing gold and silver resources. So Xia Hong entrusted regular logging and fruit-picking tasks to others while he, besides leading hunts, constantly searched Redwood Ridge and surrounding areas for coal and iron mines. Unfortunately, after searching alone for more than half a month, he still found nothing. He considered letting Xia Chuan and others search, but lacking the earth-digging realm, they couldn't even break the surface soil, let alone mountain rocks. Thus, both searching and mining tasks would rely on him unless someone broke through to the earth-digging realm. We have enough wood and crystal fruits. What we lack is cold beast meat. We can't rush finding coal and iron. Once more break into the earth-digging realm, we can expand the search and we'll find them eventually. Thinking this to himself, Xia Hong noticed, as the others had mostly packed up, quickly joining them. Approaching the group, Xia Hong saw Xia Chuan seem deep in thought, absent-mindedly. Xia Chuan, like Yuan Cheng, had experienced the earlier Dai Shi territory incident. Xia Hong noticed Xia Chuan stayed silent when Shi Qing was around. Xia Hong assumed he was pondering that situation, so he patted his shoulder, asking, "Are you upset I let Shi Qing and his companion go?" However, Xia Chuan shook his head, appearing slightly hesitant before saying, "I was wondering how Shi Dong recognized you at a glance earlier. The only ones we've had previous contact with were Wang Ming's group of 4. Just from verbal descriptions, it shouldn't be possible to recognize you at first meeting, especially among the 10 of us. Shi Dong recognizing you instantly feels off." Hearing this, Xia Hong froze, as if something in his mind was struck. Right? The first time he ventured out after breaking through to the logging realm, he hid in the dark, allowing him to recognize Shi Qing and Shi Dong. The second time out with Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, they only encountered Wang Ming's crystal fruit-stealing group. Neither Shi Qing nor Shi Dong had seen him before. Suddenly, many things swirled in Xia Hong's mind. The corpses of Wang Ming's group seen on Great Xia territory. The knife Shi Qing had no time to clean up. The absence of both from the Shi territory for some time. The crystal fruits Shi Qing and Shi Dong carried from the north, without seeing any other to Shi's logging realm. Even Shi Qing's facial expressions earlier. Connecting these clues, Xia Hong's face turned drastically as he abruptly looked up. Something's wrong. Follow up quickly. Something's up with Shi Dong. To spare the corpses of Wang Ming and the other 3, along with the knife that hadn't had a chance to be taken away, all prove that the De Shi camp previously must have encountered that deceitful monster. Only finding 4 bodies doesn't mean that only 4 people died in the De Shi camp. After encountering the deceitful monster and suffering heavy losses, Shi Qing definitely went to the north, to Huangzhou, Dechuan, or even to request aid from the Rogel camp. That's why they hadn't seen anyone from the Shi camp on this side of Redwood Ridge for a while. But obviously, the request for aid didn't go smoothly. Only Shi Qing and another person returned, carrying only a bag of crystal fruit. Given that the deceitful monster rarely shows itself directly and is cunning, it is very likely controlling the corpses from the Great Xia logging squad to attack Shi Qing and the others. It must be so because that would explain why Shi Qing showed such a look of despair when he was surrounded by us just now. He must have seen the imposter Xia Ding and thought that the Great Xia camp had already been destroyed. Suddenly seeing Xia Hong and the 11 young members of the logging realm, Shi Qing probably thought we were all deceitful monsters, which is why he was so desperate. But when Shi Dong revealed his identity, realizing that we were not deceitful monsters, Shi Qing's despair immediately disappeared and turned to joy. He even understood clearly that the deceitful monster could turn into others, further proving that Shi Qing had indeed had dealings with the deceitful monster. Shi Qing's performance, just now, was normal from start to finish. He didn't know us, so he mistook us for deceitful monsters. But how did Shi Dong recognize us? Awoken by Xia Chuan's words, Xia Hong suddenly realized that Shi Dong's behavior from start to finish was too normal, unlike Shi Qing, whose expressions changed repeatedly, which was exactly the most abnormal aspect. More importantly, he voluntarily revealed his identity, obviously afraid of clashing with us and delaying his return to the camp with Shi Qing. The real Shi Dong is most likely dead, and the one Shi Qing brought back to the camp is probably a fake. While urgently chasing in the direction where Shi Qing and the other person left, Xia Hong became more convinced of the hypothesis in his mind. Unfortunately, Shi Qing had been gone for a long time. Despite leading the group in a frantic sprint, they still couldn't catch up and hadn't seen their backs even when they reached where they could barely see Tower Mountain, where the De Shi camp was located. Xia Hong kept accelerating, his expression growing increasingly grave. I'm afraid that a Shi camp is doomed. At the base of Tower Mountain, Shi Qing and the other person went to the east side, skillfully found a vine, and quickly climbed to the top of the mountain using it. The mountaintop was still covered in snow as when they left. Shurqing walked straight to the middle, brushing aside the snow on top. Under the snow was a 5-meter-wide square wooden board. Below the board was the station of the Shur camp. Seeing no traces on the board, touching it and feeling a warm sensation, Shurqing confirmed that nothing unusual had happened at the camp and immediately relaxed. He paid no attention to Shurdong, standing behind him, whose face showed a sinister smile the moment the board appeared. Shurqing directly opened the board and jumped down through the 3-meter-wide hole, with Shurdong following him and closing the board as they descended. As soon as they landed, several people greeted them with joyful expressions. "Leader, you're finally back. The camp's crystal fruit is gone. If you didn't return, we were planning to organize people to go out tonight. Why are there only 2 of you? What about the other 3? Hearing everyone's words, Shurqing's face instantly showed a look of pain, just as he was about to tell everyone what happened at the Rogel camp. Whoosh! The Shurdong behind him suddenly raised his hand and shot nearly invisible white thread at him. The white thread, like a thin needle, directly pierced through his scapula, and then, as if alive, weaved throughout his body. Almost instantly, Shurqing was bound by the white thread. Such a sudden change left Shurqing unable even to speak, and his body became immobile, tilting directly to the ground. "Leader, what's wrong with you? Shurdong, what did you do?" The few people who had just come up were completely confused, with some trying to help Shurqing from the ground, while others questioned Shurdong about what had happened. He. Shurdong didn't speak, but suddenly lowered his head, letting out a rasping, grating laugh that resembled with chips scraping, filled with a sinister delight. This laugh was not only eerie but also terrifying, enough to make one's skin crawl. Hearing this familiar yet horrifying laugh, Shurqing, still on the ground and not yet lifted, suddenly changed his expression drastically, quickly turning his head to look at Shurdong. "Thanks to you for bringing me over, or else where would I find so many people?" He. Shurqing immediately realized that this Shurdong was fake. The 4th time, during Wang Rui and Sun Xinju's pursuit of Shurdong, yes. They all thought only Wang Rui and Sun Xinju had been replaced, but actually, even Shurdong had been replaced. This deceitful monster acted out a bitter plot, deliberately setting up a scene where Wang Rui and Sun Xinju chased Shurdong, then controlled Shurdong to blend in with them. Doesn't that mean that when they were in the Rogel camp hall, discussing strategies to lure and encircle it, it had already understood everything clearly? Pitifully, Luo Ming and the others are now still following Yang Ning and Li Hu, trying to lure out the wooden puppet monster again. It turns out the enemy had already infiltrated their ranks. "It's over, all over. Run, everyone run." Shurqing abruptly turned, shouting nearly red-faced and hysterically in the direction of the people in the campfire camp. He didn't know how the wooden puppet monster controlled Shurdong, but it was certain that he couldn't move at all now. With more than 300 people in the camp, unless something unexpected happened, they were all doomed. Run, all of you run together, perhaps there's a slim chance of survival. Holding this thought in his heart, Shurqing wanted to continue speaking, urging everyone to escape as soon as possible. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the white threads wrapped around him pierced through his lips, sewing his lips shut. Only able to make muffled sounds, Shurqing saw everyone in the camp still bewildered and clueless. His face instantly flushed red, his pupils filled with urgency and bloodshot. But the Shurdong had already moved. In a sudden lunge, he punched the nearest person's head. The person hadn't had time to speak, and his head was smashed like a watermelon, yellow and white substances splattering everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. And it wasn't over. With a sinister face, Shurdong grabbed 2 people trying to run away, fingers suddenly strengthening, nearly piercing into their necks. These 2 people also didn't have time to speak before they died, bleeding from all their orifices. He. As the bloodshed began to spread, the smile on Shurdong's face grew even more wantonly twisted, as if slaughtering these lives was a great enjoyment for it. In a blink of an eye, 3 lives were lost just like that. Every other person, initially bewildered around the campfire, immediately understood that the person in front of them was not Sherdong, but a demon. Ah, Sherdong's gone mad. Run, run. Leader, save us. The terror of the crowd seemed to be the deceitful monster's stimulant, and it rushed into the people, continuously and brutally claiming lives in a twisted manner. Feeling punching to death was too slow, it even picked up a stone axe nearby. Watching his family, friends, wives, children, everyone in the camp was wantonly massacred. Lying on the ground, Shurqing was driven to the brink of rage, his eyeballs almost bulging out. Yet at this moment, he couldn't even talk, let alone move. There was nothing he could do. Seeing his wife tragically die in the crowd, Shurqing wept bitterly. The immense pain gradually turned into deep despair. Soon, Xia Chuan and Yuan Chuan, each leading 2 people, ran over from the south and north sides. No entrance found on the south side. Can't find it on the north side either. Xia Hong's face darkened. He had searched the east side thoroughly as well, and still couldn't find the entrance to the Shur camp. Now only the west side remained. In a while, Yufeng also came running with Lu Yang and Xiupeng. Couldn't find it on the west side either, and there are no traces. It shouldn't be over there. Xia Hong frowned deeply. It was impossible that they couldn't find the entrance to the Shur camp from the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. It makes no sense. The camp of Dashur should be here at Tower Mountain. I've heard my father say this before. How can we not find it? Hearing Xia Chuan's words, Yuan Qing nodded and said, I've also heard my father say that it should be here at Tower Mountain, and we've searched the walls in all 4 directions. Could they possibly fly up into the sky? When Xia Hong heard the words fly up, he was initially taken aback. Then he looked up, suddenly coming to a realization. I see. Tower Mountain was unlike other mountains, shaped like a pyramid. Instead, it was a straight, upright small mountain with the top being only slightly narrower than the base. Xia Hong's gaze made the others also realize. Everyone looked upwards, and the sharp-eyed Yufeng was the first to make a discovery. Leader, there's a vine here. It seems to be connected to the top. Xia Hong quickly walked over, took the vine from Yufeng's hand, and gently tugged it, causing some snow above to slide down. It's here. Follow me up. Be careful. After testing the vine's strength and finding it reliable, Xia Hong climbed up immediately, with Xia Chuan, Yuan Chuan, and the others following closely behind. The 5-meter-wide wooden plank on the snow-covered mountaintop was exceedingly conspicuous. Xia Hong casually scanned the area and immediately noticed it, quickly walking over to stand on top of it. Ah! As he approached, he faintly heard screams coming from inside, causing Xia Hong's expression to change instantly. He hurriedly took out a fist-sized black chunk from his chest. Everyone, come here and take out your stone axes. Seeing the 9 people take out their stone axes, Xia Hong quickly smeared the black chunk onto the axe blades. The black chunk was miraculous. It seemed incredibly hard, yet upon contact with the axe blades, it appeared to melt into liquid. After coating the 9 axe heads, it was only the size of a marble. The black chunk was naturally the solidified fire oil that ignited upon touching deceitful monsters. Xia Hong drew out his small dagger and applied the last bit onto it. Then he turned to the others and commanded, Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, you 2 come down with me to assess the situation first. The rest stay above. If I call for help, no matter what comes up, you hit it with the axe immediately, no matter who it is. Everyone nodded. Xia Hong took a deep breath. He didn't know what was inside, so this was the best arrangement he could make for now. He stepped forward and lifted the wooden plank. Sherdong, have you gone mad? Don't kill me. Spare me, Sherdong. Don't kill anymore. Please stop killing. The 3-meter-wide hole was exposed, and the unending screams became clear. Sure enough, he was right. Sherdong was indeed controlled by a deceitful monster. Xia Hong jumped directly into the hole, immediately followed by Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng. Upon entering the cave, a strong smell of blood rushed into their nostrils, overwhelming the 3 of them, causing a moment of nausea. Woo 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 woo. Whimpers came to their ears. Xia Hong resisted his discomfort, looked down, and surprisingly saw Shi lying on the ground, struggling wildly, gesturing with his eyes towards the bonfire, clearly signaling him to quickly go and save people. His mouth was sealed by something unknown, and his body was wrapped with countless white threads. These threads weren't binding him externally but pierced through his flesh, holding him tightly. "You guys untie Chief Shi. I'll go save people first." From the moment he entered the cave, Xia Hong had seen the massacre happening by the bonfire. With Shi signaling, he naturally didn't hesitate, rushing directly towards the deceitful monster who was fervently slaughtering. Perhaps frenzied by the excitement of killing, the deceitful monster seemed not to notice Xia Hong's arrival, continuing its slaughter of ordinary people. It wasn't until Xia Hong rushed beside it that it tossed aside the head it had just removed, turned its head fiercely, and stared at Xia Hong with malice. "You again, you little bastard, ruining my plans over and over." Xia Hong quickly scanned the area, his brows furrowed, and his anger surged. His anger wasn't triggered by the deceitful monster's curses, but by the sight of human bodies, mutilated limbs surrounding the bonfire, and those grievously injured ordinary humans writhing in agony on the ground. With just a rough glance, Xia Hong estimated that nearly 100 people had died. Among the dead were men and women, adults and children. Even suckling infants were not spared. Many fatally injured people lay on the ground, wailing, clearly dying, some even sliced in two with terror and pain still etched on their faces as they struggled. In contrast, those who died instantly almost seemed fortunate. Xia Hong's fists clenched tight, his chest filled with rising fury. Although it was his second time witnessing the deceitful monster's carnage, this scene was far bloodier, more horrifying, and ruthless than the one he'd encountered at the Great Xia Camp. These deceitful monsters that attacked humans indiscriminately had no emotions, let alone any conscience. Their existence was an outright challenge to the core of biological ethics. The earlier deaths of Xia Ding and the lumber team, along with the massacre of 72 lives during the first attack on the camp, combined with this current horrific scene. Old and new hatred intertwined, Xia Hong was furious beyond measure. Glaring at the deceitful monster controlling Sherdong, he almost snarled. "You vile creature, I know you like hiding behind the scenes. You'd better pray I won't catch you. Once I do, I'll burn you day and night on a fire until you're reduced to ashes." Xia Hong knew that Sherdong in front of him wasn't the true form of the deceitful monster. So after saying this, he didn't waste more words. He drew his small dagger and in a flash dashed towards the deceitful monster. The monster's face was already sinister upon hearing Xia Hong's words, and seeing Xia Hong rush over made it furious. It shot several transparent white threads from its hands directly at him. Seeing the white threads, Xia Hong suddenly remembered how Shi was bound by them and realized he couldn't be careless. He dodged several strands and then quickly used his dagger to slice at the closest one. Shoo! To Xia Hong's delight, as soon as the dagger touched the white thread, sparks shot out. Xia Hong immediately realized that these white threads also contained deceitful monster properties. So now, he was without burdens, raising his dagger, no longer dodging, continually slashing through the threads charging at him, reaching the deceitful monster's side in just 3 or 4 seconds. "Let me collect some interest first, vile creature, wait for it. You'll die by my hands sooner or later." Xia Hong's eyes were wide with rage, and his dagger slashed through the air. Though he had just broken through to the earth-digging realm, with basic strength of just over 10,000 pounds, the Taijian boxing combined with weapons allowed Xia Hong to unleash a terrifying force 2/10 beyond his basic strength. With this blow, everything was utterly destroyed. The deceitful monster, hastily raising its arms to block, had its arms and head sliced apart, and due to the tremendous force, even after the head flew off, the rest of its body hadn't fallen yet. Only after 4 or 5 seconds, at the spot where it touched the solidified fire oil, did a small flame slowly ignite at the neck. The small flame gradually spread, burning brighter and brighter, much like the towering inferno of fury in Xia Hong's heart at that moment. My leg, my leg. Boo-hoo. My neck is broken. It hurts so much. Mom, don't die, don't die. My son's head. Where's my son's head? Has anyone seen it? The deceitful monster fell, yet not a trace of joy was seen on Xia Hong's face. Because echoing in his ears were the painful wails of the remaining survivors from the Shi camp. The phrase grieving cries throughout the land truly manifested before his eyes at this moment. Sigh. Xia Hong surveyed the tragic scene around him, and in the end could only let out a sigh. Chunyu, Chunyu. Shi Qing staggered tremblingly toward a corpse. Although the threads on his body had been removed, the wounds left through his body remained, with several bloody holes on his back scapula, lips, and even his limbs and torso, oozing blood. The corpse was cut in half by the deceitful monster at the waist. Only half of it remained. Based on the attire and the name Shi Qing called, it was clearly his wife. Beside the corpse, a pair of 15 or 16-year-old siblings were crying bitterly in pain. Mother, father, please save mother. We can't do without her. The girl had clearly lost her mind. Seeing Shi Qing approach, she looked up with tear-filled eyes, pleading with her father. The mournful cries were heart-wrenching, causing Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and others who had come over to tear up. Shi Qing, trembling, first embraced his wife's remnants, then looked back at his brother Shi Dong's beheaded corpse. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing, closing his eyes with a face full of pain and regret. Witnessing this scene, Xia Hong sighed silently in his heart. Behind him, Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the other 9 people couldn't help but turn their heads away. They all understood Shi Qing, because earlier, the deceitful monster had also controlled Xia Ding, slaughtering people from Great Xia. The ability of the deceitful monster to kill so many was largely because he wore a face familiar to everyone. Death is terrifying, but the horror slaughter perpetrated by someone familiar is even more chilling and devastating, especially when both the killer and the killed are one's own people. Leader Shi, please accept my condolences. Xia Hong stepped forward and patted Shi Qing's shoulder, intending to console him. Yet the words turned into consolation instead. Seeing Shi Qing's expression still dull, immersed in grief, he sighed, looked around, and continued, Leader Shi, time is precious. That deceitful monster could return at any time. Many people are still alive in your camp. If you don't pull yourself together quickly, tragedy might happen again. Evidently stirred awake by Xia Hong's words, Shi Qing suddenly awoke, casting a grateful glance at Xia Hong, then turning to his children. Ping, go count how many are dead and how many survived. Search every corner of the cave. Some might be hiding below. Get them out quickly. Lu, inform everyone to pack up quickly. Gather at the cave entrance once ready. We will relocate immediately. Yes, father. Although still grieving, the 2 young ones, recognizing the urgency, swiftly rose to execute the orders. After instructing the 2, Shi Qing turned his gaze to Xia Hong. Leader Xia. One look was enough for Xia Hong to understand what Shi Qing was thinking. Mainly, the plea in his eyes was too obvious to ignore. Shi Qing's scapula, limbs, and torso were just pierced by the deceitful monster's white thread, now stained with blood, making movement difficult, almost rendering him useless. Not to mention leading the remaining camp members to find a new place to live. Whether he could successfully complete this migration with others was a big question. Moreover, losing their last logging realm combat strength, especially being the soul of Shi Qing, meant that the Shi camp was now a name only. Shi Qing's imploring eyes clearly expressed more than just asking for help moving. His meaning was evident. He wished to entrust the remaining people of the Shi camp to Xia Hong. Shi Qing didn't say it directly, leaving Xia Hong room to refuse. He knew well that suddenly taking in hundreds is no simple task. Despite the recent improvement in Great Xia camp situation after Xia Hong defeated the deceitful monster, Shi Qing did not expect Xia Hong to easily take in so many people. What's more, The current remaining people into Shi camp were all ordinary. Even his soul-logging realm combat strength was already crippled. As Xia Hong stayed silent, the hope in Shi Qing's eyes dimmed gradually, being replaced by despair. Let's go back to Great Xia camp with us. We could discuss the future then. Hearing Xia Hong's words, Shi Qing's body trembled, looking up at him suddenly. After confirming Xia Hong's consent, Shi Qing, too stirred to speak, could only gaze at him filled with tremendous gratitude, nodding heavily. Father, the camp has lost 132 people, with 187 remaining, and Sister has informed them to pack. This should be done soon. Shi Ping came over at this time, with Shi Lu following behind, plus some who had packed up, slowly gathering around. Chuan, organize yourselves, have someone at the cave entrance to assist. First pull the children up and lead them down the mountain. The elderly can climb themselves to speed things up. Yes, leader. Xia Chuan led 9 people to orderly direct everyone's evacuation. During the last Great Xia camp relocation, although it was led by Xia Hong, Xia Chuan had assisted by his side, so he gained some experience, and bringing 8 others to help now sped things up considerably. Before long, the children were placed at the forefront, with Yuan Cheng leading people to pull them up one by one with ropes, followed closely by adults with belongings and supplies. Seeing everyone from the camp leaving in order, Shi Qing's emotions eased significantly. Leader Shi, come on, you're not in good condition. I'll carry you. Upon seeing Xia Hong intending to carry him, Shi Qing's eyes flashed with surprise, then moved, repeatedly waved his hand with a bitter smile. Leader, please don't joke. I'm a cripple now. I wouldn't bother you. Let Shi Ping carry me. Listening to Shi Qing's address for him, Xia Hong raised an eyebrow. Shi Qing's tiny thoughts were quite clear to him, merely concerned he wouldn't take care of the nearly 200 people into Shi camp, already trying to establish his leadership title. Although he hadn't planned on abandoning these people, seeing Shi Qing cautiously testing the waters, Xia Hong felt a heavy sense in his heart. Shi Qing's reaction showed how difficult small camps' conditions were, with resource limitations making mergers unfeasible, and entering stronger camps required proving value and assuring resource surplus. Failing these, they might not be accepted. In fact, with the current power of Great Xia, taking these nearly 200 individuals was unqualified. But letting them fall prey to deceitful monsters and cold beasts was also something Xia Hong couldn't do. Coupled with Shi Qing's desperate yet pleading eyes, he had reluctantly accepted. Don't worry, Leader Shi, I won't abandon them. Let's first head to Great Xia camp. Hearing Xia Hong's reassurance, Shi Qing's face finally relaxed. He even forced his body to kneel towards Xia Hong. Of course, Xia Hong didn't let him complete the kneel, reaching out to hold him up. Just then, Shi Ping came over. Xia Hong helped place Shi Qing on his back, leading the two toward the cave entrance, while inquiring Shi Qing. Leader Shi, when you encountered the deceitful monster in Great Xia territory earlier, how did you escape? Did only Wang Ming and the others survive? Did everyone else die? How did Shi Dong get swapped? Didn't you notice? Also, did you see that deceitful monster with your own eyes? Xia Hong posed several questions, with the last being particularly crucial. He wanted to learn more about that deceitful monster. Perched on his son's back, Shi Qing first showed a flash of pain in his eyes at these questions, but soon adjusted his emotions and began to answer Xia Hong. Shi Qing's response was very long, and even after the 3 of them descended Tower Mountain, he hadn't finished speaking. What he described truly broadened Xia Hong's horizons, even though Xia Hong had been in this world for over 4 months. But in reality, even up until now, aside from his own small patch of land, Xia Hong knew nothing about the outside world. He didn't even know the specific time or year. Of course, humanity has degenerated to this point, so there's probably no formal calendar. It wasn't until today, hearing these contents from Shi Qing's mouth. A large camp with over 100,000 people, Beishua Town, and the other 8 towns. And those 2 gentlemen, Yang and Li, from Beishua Town, refer to the great Lord Yang Jun. What kind of powerful realm must he be in? Hearing this suddenly, a hint of longing flashed in Xia Hong's eyes. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the main matter. learning that although Shi encountered a puppet Xia Ding that night, he was rescued later by Yang, Li, and Luo, and had seen that wood puppet monster. He hurriedly asked, "What exactly does that wood puppet monster look like?" A flash of hatred crossed Shi eyes, and he whispered, "An old man's appearance, pupils blood-red, devoid of human emotions. It holds a small knife in its left hand and a bunch of transparent threads in its right hand. Both are its weapons." Xia Hong firmly memorized these features in his mind, looked up, and glanced forward. Traveling at night with a group close to 200 was too large, and they dared not make too much noise, so their progress was always slow. Fortunately, Tower Mountain was less than a kilometer from the Great Xia Camp's hill, so even at this pace, it wouldn't take too long, estimated within a quarter of an hour. Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng vigilantly watched the surroundings, while Xia Hong trailed at the back of the group with Shi and his son. Recalling Shi's account of the events over at the Great Xia territory, Xia Hong furrowed his brows slightly and continued asking, "You just said, including Wang Ming, a total of 8 people died that night. So shouldn't there be 5 of you left? Why did only you and Shi Dong return? And when was Shi Dong replaced by the wood puppet monster?" Shi then recounted how Luo Ming gathered everyone to cooperate with Yang and Li to deal with the wood puppet monster, including using people from various camps as bait. Hearing that the bait strategy to lure the wood puppet monster failed 4 times, Xia Hong's expression turned somber. And when he heard that Shi Dong was replaced during the bait process and even entered Rogel camp with Shi, his face changed drastically. Not only him, but at this point, Shi clearly realized something too. His face changed abruptly, looking north with fear on his face. "You mean that would puppet monster not only infiltrated Rogel camp through Shi Dong, but also watched you all plan against it the whole time? It's over. Something happened at Rogel camp." Something happened. Shi didn't even hear what Xia Hong was asking, his eyes fixed on the northern Rogel camp, muttering incessantly that something had happened. Xia Hong's face also showed urgency, and he loudly asked, "How many people are there at Rogel camp?" Shi snapped back and quickly replied, "I'm not sure exactly. More than 1,000. More than 1,000. Xia Hong instantly felt his scalp numb, a trace of struggle flashing across his face. As Shi said, deciding on one last attempt to lure out the wood puppet monster, Yang Ning and Li, who had taken nearly 90% of the strong individuals from several camps. This means that those remaining at Rogel camp are basically ordinary people. The wood puppet monster grows stronger the more it kills. Moreover, according to Xia Hong's observations, the opponent's control over both the quantity and quality of puppets is rapidly improving. It might be a complete massacre. No, we must rescue people. This thought crossed Xia Hong's mind, and his expression of hesitation was instantly replaced by determination. Regardless of whether they have all been killed, they must act quickly. That wood puppet monster already has a grudge against Great Xia. Watching it grow stronger will surely lead to their doom. However, they cannot proceed rashly. Xia Hong carefully organized his thoughts and then turned to ask Shi, "You just mentioned that Yang Ning and Li, who are very strong and surely can deal with the wood puppet monster, right?" Shi nodded, realizing from Xia Hong's expression that he intended to go to Rogel camp, quickly adding, "No, leader, Yang Ning, and Li, who are strong, but the wood puppet monster has escaped from them 4 times and even infiltrated Rogel camp. This shows is not only strong, but also cunning and deceitful, so we should not venture to row. If we don't, are we just going to watch everyone at Rogel camp die?" Xia Hong interrupted Shi, letting out a deep breath and looking at him seriously. "No matter how many we can save, we can't just let it recklessly kill people. Didn't those 2 gentlemen Yang and Li say, once the deceitful monster advances to intermediate, there will be no future for humans around Redwood Ridge? But with that deceitful monster's power, rest assured, I have means to deal with it." After saying this, Xia Hong didn't continue speaking with Shi, but called over the 9 who were watching the surroundings. Ignoring their puzzled expressions, Xia Hong gave direct instructions. "Su and Lu Yuan, Li Yuankun, the 3 of you take the team back to the camp right away. We're almost there. and with this short distance, there shouldn't be any issues. Once back, seal the entrance as before. Anyone without the passphrase, do not expose yourself to anyone. Su In, Lu Yuan, and Li Yuankuan had just broken through the logging realm, and their strength wasn't yet stable, so they were left of the camp. Yes, leader. Though curious, they quickly nodded in compliance. The remaining 6 of you, follow me to Rogel camp. If that wood puppet monster is there, it's causing chaos now. Yes, leader. Hearing this, Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others readily agreed with no hesitation. No, it wasn't just hesitation they lacked. In fact, they were somewhat excited. Shi Qing, lying on Shi Ping's back, silently watched everyone, wondering if he had seen wrong. But upon confirming that Xia Chuan and the others indeed showed not fear but excitement, he was baffled with one thought. Are these young people ignorant of danger, or do they indeed have something to rely on? Sure, leader, tell me the exact location of Rogel camp. Knowing he couldn't dissuade Xia Hong, Shi Qing also felt a flicker of hope for this group, promptly providing the exact location of Rogel camp. After finishing, seeing Xia Hong ready to set off, he quickly tapped his son, indicating to take out the backpack they had packed. He swiftly pulled 2 curved bows from it, along with 2 arrow quivers, stopping Xia Hong. Leader, these bow and arrows are no use staying with me. Take them and see if they are useful. Upon hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Xia Hong's face as he quickly accepted the bows. Thank you, sure leader. Without further words, he led Xia Chuan and the 6 others through Redwood Ridge, charging northward. People from the 2 camps meet almost exclusively on their respective territories, within 500 meters of the outskirts of Redwood Ridge, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The reasons are quite simple. Firstly, the outskirts are well known, making everyone relatively safer. Secondly, to avoid each camp spying on each other, as human hearts are unpredictable. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, when traveling from one camp to another, everyone generally enters Redwood Ridge first, then follows the east outskirts, heading south or north according to the destination. The Great Xia Camp is located at the southernmost part of the east side. To reach Rogel Camp, one must pass through the territories of Deshi, Dechuan, and Huangzhou before entering Rogel Camp's territory. It's only about 4 kilometers, but traversing it feels different. The old problem persists. Night travel is inevitably slow, and out of concern for startling the cold beasts, one cannot make too much noise. Thus, even though Xia Hong is anxious like a fire knowing that Rogel Camp might have faced a misfortune, he can do nothing but travel steadily. The more you rush, the easier it is to make mistakes. It's crucial to remain calm. The wood puppet monster's cunning surpasses that of a cold beast. A single slip doesn't just doom oneself, but the entire camp. Leader, we've arrived. Xia Hong looked up in the direction Xia Chuan was pointing. 2 towering mountains stood imposingly to the east, approximately 2,000 to 3,000 meters high. Their tops intersected, leaving a valley over 100 meters wide between them. The valley Shi Qing mentioned should be over there. Leader, shall we go directly there? Hearing Yuan Cheng's inquiry, Xia Hong hesitated for a moment, but after thinking for a while, he shook his head and turned his gaze to the interior of Redwood Ridge. We're unclear about the situation at Rogel Camp. Rushing over might be disadvantageous. Let's first find leader Luo Ming, along with Yang Ning and Li Hu as Shi Qing mentioned. Having them around will be more secure. Xia Hong has had a few encounters with the wood puppet monster, but technically, he has never faced it directly. He knows nothing about the opponent's true strength or any mysterious abilities it might possess. Though he's reluctant to witness Rogel Camp being slaughtered, Xia Hong is no fool. Risking others' rescue without ensuring their own safety is kind to others but utterly foolish to his people. According to Shi Qing, Yang Ning, and Li Hu repelled the wood puppet monster thrice. Although Xia Hong suspected it was deliberate, the wood puppet monster couldn't handle the 2 at least. Including Luo Ming and the others, going together is most secure. Rogel Camp usually operates within 1,000 meters. You 6 split into 2 groups, one heading south and one north. I'll search the inner west perimeter, If located, use the bone whistle to signal. Be cautious. Yes, leader. Xia Hong took Yuan Sheng and Lin Kai south. Yufeng with Lu Yang and Xiao Peng headed north, while Xia Hong went alone into the interior of Redwood Ridge, as the 7 of them began searching separately. Western inner perimeter of Redwood Ridge. Unaware of the Shi camp's plight, Luo Ming and his group appeared somewhat irritable. It's been over 2 hours. Can we lure it out? The thing's escaped 4 times. It wouldn't be stupid enough to come again, right? Don't talk nonsense. Those 2 are just behind us. What adults? I admit to their strength, but truth be told, that wood puppet monster is stronger. Do you truly think the previous 4 times it was beaten back? I suspect it was intentional. Intentional? Why? Think about it. That wood puppet monster comes out to kill a few each time, then is chased away by those 2, giving us hope, making us keep luring so it can continue killing, right? Yes, you have a point. Luo Ming, paired with Hong Gang and Huang Yong, felt a tinge of unease hearing the discussions ahead. The last attempt to lure the wood puppet monster, according to Yang Ning. Apart from him and Li Hu, everyone else is just prey in its eyes, so they were grouped into 7s or 8s across the inner perimeter to lure it. In unfamiliar terms with the wood puppet monster, Luo Ming follows Yang Ning's orders. He brought 28 people, 3 from the earth-digging realm and 25 from the logging realm. The other 4 camps, including the leader, have 24 logging realm members altogether. So including himself, there are 52 in total, divided into 7 teams, with his being the largest at 9. Apart from his earth-digging realm, the rest are all logging realm. Hong Gang and Huang Yong ended up in his group by coincidence. As for Yang Ning and Li Hu, they hid in the shadows, moving around the central part of the teams, ready to rush over if needed. Leader Luo, something's off. Listening to their chatter, Huang Yong commented aloud. 2 hours and it hasn't shown up. Every time before, it would appear in less than half an hour. Why not this time? Luo Ming's face darkened. He realized the issue before Huang Yong. They are the bait, to put it bluntly, prey. When the hunter shows up is up to him, not the prey. So, even realizing something's off, they are helpless. But what unsettles Luo Ming isn't just that. The absence suggests hidden implications, significant ones. Previously, hearing from Yang Ning and Li Hu, human lives are the lure to the hollow creatures, and the wood puppet monster emerged as bait was set, proving their claim. But this time, despite deploying many, it did not appear. Does this mean the previous times it might not have appeared either, but deliberately did? If extending this logic, just as someone ahead said, the wood puppet monster did it all intentionally, purposely appearing to kill a few, then being driven away by Yang and Li, giving hope to keep providing bait. So it continues killing? But now, why hasn't it come? Is he overthinking? Or does the wood puppet monster have more important matters? Snap! A clear slap rang out nearby, awakening Luo Ming. Following it came an overbearing scold. Useless. I risk life ridding you of monsters. Not thankful, but gossiping behind my back, another word, and I'll deal with you fools before the wood puppet monster arrives. Hearing this, Luo Ming's face immediately grew stern. Beside him, Huang Yong and Hong Gang shared the same expression. For more than 2 hours, that wood puppet monster still hadn't shown up. It wasn't just Luo Ming and his team, who were acting as bait, who were upset. Yang Ning and Li Hu, who had been hiding in the shadows, felt the same way. This was meant to be the last attempt. If that wood puppet monster didn't appear again, Yang Ning was ready to take Li Hu and leave Redwood Ridge. Thinking about the many benefits of hunting the wood puppet monster, if it continuously failed to appear, they would have to leave empty-handed, making them increasingly anxious. Just then, Li Hu caught wind of some complaints ahead concerning the 2 of them, and his already troubled mood reached a boiling point. Lu He heard a slap and Li Hu's subsequent angry curse and immediately realized something was wrong, quickly rushing to the scene. Seeing Hong Mu's mouth full of blood from Li Hu's slap, Lu He hurried to his side, helped him up, and apologized to Li Hu. Please forgive us, sir. Hong Mu is young and naive, and he spoke out of turn. After speaking, Lu He nodded toward Hong Mu, implying with his eyes that he should quickly apologize to Li Hu. There were 52 people who came out this time, divided into 7 groups. Since there were only 5 camps involved, the groups weren't split according to camps, but rather mixed randomly. Hong Mu, the son of the Chuan camp leader Hong Gang, indeed was young, in his early 20s, and had been placed in Lu He's group. Lu He and Hong Gang were acquainted, and their relationship was quite good, so Lu He treated Hong Mu as a junior, which explained his eagerness to help. Even though Li Hu's slap left Hong Mu's face stinging, the physical pain was far overshadowed by his inner shame. Though Li Hu was stronger than him, they were around the same age, and being slapped so heavily in front of 7 or 8 people ignited Hong Mu's anger, as one might expect. The impulsive Hong Mu instinctively resisted Lu He's dissuasion, struggling to stand up and retort to Li Hu. But before he could stand, Lu He's hand firmly held him down. Seeing Lu He gently shake his head towards him, a trace of frustration appeared on Hong Mu's face, and he swallowed back the words already on the tip of his tongue. As the son of the Chuan camp leader Hong Gang, Hong Mu naturally understood more than others, and he could read the meaning behind Lu He shaking his head. Never mind the wood puppet monster, which they had to rely on Yang Ning and Li Hu alone to handle. Offending them would put the residents of Redwood Ridge at a disadvantage. He even thought, quite boldly, that it wouldn't matter if he ignored the wood puppet monster, but what good would it do to have a conflict with Yang and Li? Yang and Li were both earth-digging realm experts, and their strength exceeded that of Redwood Ridge's strongest, Luo Ming, by a slight margin. So, considering all of this, even if he was furious, he had to endure. Even if he felt that what he had just discussed hadn't actually insulted the two of them, he had no choice but to accept the slap as unwarranted. Hong Mu suppressed the aggrieved look on his face, nodded at Lu He, and was about to apologize to Li Hu. But before he could speak, Li Hu spoke first. Still young? Looking like this, at least in your 20s, only at logging realm cultivation. It's forgivable to be a useless person, but can't even control your mouth. Next time, it won't just be a slap. Hong Mu's face instantly turned red with rage. The anger he had suppressed surged back up, and ignoring Lu He's restraint, he retorted loudly. If you're so strong, how did you let the wood puppet monster escape 4 times? Was I wrong? The wood puppet monster's strength is naturally above yours. Those 4 escapes could very well be it toying with us. Hong Mu's retort left Li Hu momentarily stunned. He clearly hadn't expected Hong Mu to speak up so loudly against him. Once he realized, he became even more enraged. You little mutt, daring to bark nonsense. While cursing, he lunged forward like an arrow toward Hong Mu. Sir, please have mercy. Ruo Ming's plea didn't stop Li Hu's actions. Slap. This time, his slap was even heavier, so loud that everyone approaching with Luo Ming heard it. Li Hu slapped Hong Mu across the face, and it wasn't over yet. While Hong Mu was still reeling, he kicked him, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters. My son, Hong Gang, who was following Ruo Ming, rushed forward to support his son. After checking his son's facial and bodily injuries, he turned to look at Li Hu, his expression extremely angry, but he did not erupt. Instead, he solemnly questioned, Sir, was it really necessary to be so heavy-handed over a few remarks? Hong Gang might have thought he was being very restrained by merely questioning him once. But in Li Hu's eyes, this question plainly constituted serious provocation. You insignificant insect, questioning me? Sir, perhaps you could be more virtuous with your words. Although we're mere insects, we're laying our lives on the line to help you hunt the monster. Is it necessary to insult us like this? Ruo Ming blocked Li Hu, who was advancing towards Hong Gang, with a deep voice and an extremely unpleasant expression. From a moment the word insect slipped out of Li Hu's mouth, Ruo Ming knew this ordeal couldn't end easily. If it were directed at anyone else, he might have asked Hong Gang to show him some face, but the situation involved Hong Mu, and Li Hu's verbal tirade even targeted Hong Gang, leaving him with no options. Hong Mu's words hadn't just expressed his personal thoughts. Their entire group had been discussing the same things. With 4 escapes by the wood puppet monster, Everyone already had complaints about Yang and Li, himself included. Considering the current scenario, if he didn't take a firm stance, this temporary alliance might quickly collapse. He hadn't hoped for Li Hu to understand or cooperate in pretending. Throughout the past few days, his impression of Li Hu had worsened. This person, although strong, was reckless, ill-tempered, and acted without much thought. And as he expected, Li Hu couldn't grasp his intent. It even seemed as though Li Hu felt he was personally insulted, and his anger only grew. "All right, Huzi, don't go too far." Fortunately, Yang Ning appeared and stopped him. Seeing Yang Ning approach, Luo Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, deep down, both Yang and Li clearly looked down on them. Whenever they spoke to them, there was always a strong sense of superiority. But in comparison, Yang Ning seemed to conceal it a bit more, his personality cooler, and he was far more mature and measured than Li Hu. His earlier words were ostensibly directed at Li Hu, but were truly meant for Yang Ning. Knowing that Yang Ning would surely understand the implications, cooperate in putting on a show, and stabilize Hong Gang's group. Regrettably, while Yang Ning cooperated, Ruo Ming had evidently misjudged the fury pinned up in Hong Gang over these past few days. Looking at his son's injuries, Hong Gang couldn't help but stand up, and with a fist salute to Ruo Ming, he solemnly spoke. "That's enough. Leader Luo, no need for further words. We at Dechuan Camp are merely useless trash, and staying here might only offend the two lords further. We'll take our leave here." More troublingly, once Hong Gang spoke up, Huang Yong, Lu He, and Chuning all joined in. "Same for us. We hope you'll forgive us, Leader Luo. That wood puppet monster probably won't appear anymore, and we can't kill anyways. Staying here is just a waste of time. Leader Luo, I'll be taking my people to leave as well." "I feel the same." Leader Luo, Huang Zhao Camp, is also taking its leave. Watching the four camps, which have been so hard to pull together just yesterday, all express their intention to leave, Luo Ming felt his head pounding. He wanted to persuade everyone to stay, but found himself at a loss for words and increasingly troubled by Li Hu's conduct. "Who is it over there, hiding? Come out." In the midst of everyone's silent tension, Yang Ning suddenly turned and shouted angrily towards the east side. The others assumed the wood puppet monster had appeared, and all looked in that direction. But as they looked, they realized it wasn't so. A burly young man quickly jumped down from a tree, approached them by over 10 meters, looked around, then bowed with his fists together, appearing urgent, and said in a deep voice, "Leader Xia Hong from Great Xia Camp. May I ask which one of you is Leader Luo Ming? I have urgent information to report to him." As Xia Hong was about to break through the boundary of 1,000 meters, he spotted the group. However, when he discovered the group, Xia Hong clearly sensed that something was off, so he didn't immediately come down. Since he was called out, he didn't hesitate to show himself. After glancing at the group, Xia Hong quickly judged that the person who called him out, along with the one standing beside him, should be Yang Ning and Li Hu. No other reason. The attire of these two was just too conspicuous. A brown fur bee skin coat, with a smooth white fur neck scarf, clearly made from the tail of a cold beast, and a pair of shiny black bee skin boots on their feet. Compared to them, everyone else, including Xia Hong himself, looked like beggars. Even though Xia Hong had seen countless luxurious clothes in his memories, seeing the complete outfit on the two of them still made him feel a twinge of envy. God knows, after wearing bee skin skirts for 4 months, his desire for a complete outfit was how strong. While Xia Hong observed the crowd, Luo Ming also stepped forward, took a moment to ponder as he looked at Xia Hong, and then asked with some speculation on his face, "Xia Hong, are you the son of Old Ding?" Seeing Xia Hong nod, Luo Ming immediately showed a smile. He had previously thought that the Great Xia Camp had fallen to the wood puppet monster, but unexpectedly, it was still there. Recalling Xia Hong's earlier words, he hurriedly continued, "I'm Luo Ming. What urgent matter do you have to inform me about?" Even though he sensed the off atmosphere, the urgency of the matter made Xia Hong not think much but speak directly. "Leader Luo, during this trip out, did the wood puppet monster fail to show up from start to finish?" It is highly likely that the wood puppet monster has already infiltrated your Rogel camp. Xia Hong was not unwilling to explain the cause and effect, but given the urgency, he didn't want to waste words and merely wanted to quickly get these people back to the Rogel camp. The sooner they returned, the more people they might be able to save. Therefore, he chose to speak succinctly. But evidently, the crowd did not immediately believe him. Even Luo Ming, upon hearing that the wood puppet monster might have entered the Rogel camp, tensed up at first, but then furrowed his brows at Xia Hong with a suspicious look. Beep! Upon seeing the expressions of the group, Xia Hong knew they didn't believe him. He first blew the bone whistle to summon Xia Chuan and others over, then quickly and succinctly narrated the events concerning Shi Qing, Shi Dong, and the fall of the Shi camp. By the time Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the other 6 arrived, Xia Hong had basically finished speaking. Seeing the extremely grim expression on Luo Ming's face, he urgently said, "If nothing unexpected happens, for those previous 4 times, the wood puppet monster was deliberately confusing you. It controlled Shi Dong to infiltrate the Rogel camp and likely left a trap before heading off with Shi Qing to the Shi camp. It killed over 100 people in the Shi camp and has already greatly increased its strength, with even more ordinary people in Rogel camp. If it continues to kill, I'm afraid no one will be able to handle it. Leader Luo, hurry and take people back to the camp to check. Otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable." Xia Hong focused on persuading Luo Ming to return to the camp, not even noticing that when he mentioned the wood puppet monster fooling them in the previous 4 instances, Li Hu's already unpleasant expression worsened even more. Just a moment ago, he got angry because of Hong Mu's comments, saying they were outsmarted by that wood puppet monster during the previous 4 outings. Now Xia Hong came out and repeated this, reigniting the unvented anger in his heart. "We've only been out from the Rogel camp for a little over 2 hours. If the wood puppet monster had infiltrated, how could we not have noticed? And since you claim Shi Dong is a fake, why didn't he stay inside Rogel camp instead of leaving with Shi Qing? Flawed logic, a babbling fool." Xia Hong was inexplicably scolded, and his expression stiffened immediately. But he didn't lash out right away. Instead, he looked at Li Hu with a somber expression, pondering why this person held hostility towards him. He could restrain himself, but Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others who had just approached couldn't hold back. It could be said that in the hearts of everyone at the Great Xia camp, Xia Hong was the absolute spiritual pillar. Those who had been following Xia Hong outside for a long time even revered him like a god. How could they tolerate an outsider insulting Xia Hong like that in their presence? Where did this fool come from to shout at our leader like that? Even when the words are spoken so clearly, if you still think there are holes, either your ears are faulty or your brain is. He might look presentable, but who knew he would spew filth like that? Stop! Seeing Xia Chuan and the others getting more and more excessive with their words, and Li Hu's face turning visibly redder, Xia Hong quickly stopped them. Of course, Xia Hong didn't think they were wrong. He only stopped them to prevent a conflict with the other side. Li Hu over there, his chest heaving, was clearly on the verge of lashing out. Xia Hong, worried that his outburst would waste more time, quickly said to Luo Ming with a serious tone, "Leader Luo, we are all trying to survive around Redwood Ridge. I don't want to see too many people die from Rogel camp, so I took the risk to come and inform you, even willing to lend you a helping hand. Even if you don't believe me, at least prioritize the lives of over 1,000 people in your camp and go back to take a look. If nothing happens, then everyone would be delighted, and I will personally apologize to you. Is that acceptable?" This statement finally enlightened Luo Ming. He then quickly raised his head, realizing the crux of the issue. Whether Xia Hong was lying or not didn't matter to him. What mattered most were the lives of over 1,000 people in the camp. "Everyone, let's head back and check. If it's true after all." The more Luo Ming thought, the more panicked he became. He couldn't finish a sentence before giving all his camp members a look and leading the charge towards the camp. Of course, Xia Hong wasn't going to object, as he was 90% sure that the wood puppet monster was indeed in the Rogel camp. So he gathered Xia Chuan, Yuan Chuan, and the others, and quickly followed Luo Ming. Hong Gang, Huang Yong, Lu He, and Chen had initially planned to leave, but after witnessing Xia Hong's actions, the four exchanged glances and, in the end, still decided to follow Luo Ming back to the Rogel camp. They harbored grievances against Yang and Li, but deep down, they respected Luo Ming. If something had indeed happened at Rogel camp, they wouldn't stand idly by. Whether they could help or not was another matter, but at least they would go take a look. Very soon, only Yang Ning and Li who were left at the scene. "Big brother, why did you hold me back just now when those little bastards were disrespectful to me? These ignorant country bumpkins deserve to have a few of them killed to teach them a lesson." Li Hu spoke in a harsh tone, clearly upset. He didn't hold back earlier because Yang Ning had restrained him, thus preventing him from making a move. Yang Ning looked down in thought for a while before raising his head to look at Li Hu and said, "Don't underestimate that Xia Hong. His strength is probably not much weaker than yours." Upon hearing this, Li Hu showed disdain and said, "Big brother, are you saying he hid in the side, and I didn't notice? Sure, he might just have some skills at concealing his presence. When he came down from the tree, I observed his chi muscle fluctuations. His strength barely surpasses 10,000 pounds. If he wants to compare with me, he has a long way to go." Yang Ning nodded, not disputing. "Let's go and see. If it's true, that wood puppet monster might be in Rogel camp. If it's not, then forget it, and we'll head back." "All right, but before we go back, I must teach those little bastards a lesson." What Xia Hong needed was actually just this bit of trust. What he wanted was simply for Luo Ming to go back to the camp and take a look. If nothing happened at Rogel camp, that would be best, and he also hoped so. While hurrying on the road, Xia Hong asked Luo Ming some questions, and after a thorough understanding, he realized where the animosity from Li Hu came from. Earlier, Hong Mu's discussions had already made Li Hu angry enough to hit people, and coincidentally, Xia Hong brought up being tricked by the wooden puppet monster 4 times. So it turned out that what he just said hit a sore spot. Nonetheless, Xia Hong shook his head slightly, feeling a bit disdainful toward Li Hu. Before coming here, upon hearing of Beishua town scale of 100,000 people, Xia Hong had some expectations of Yang Ning and Li Hu who came from there. After all, the more strong people in a place, the safer the human living environment and the higher the civilization level should be. In such a cruel world as the Ice Abyss, a place like that should be equivalent to a lighthouse for humanity. People coming out of the lighthouse should not be bad at all. But after listening to Luo Ming's description, it was clearly not the case. This Li Hu was not only narrow-minded, irritable, and angry, but also looked down on people, being arrogant as if one with many bad habits. Of course, Xia Hong wouldn't think that everyone in Beishua town was like this. For example, Luo Ming apparently had a good impression of Yang Ning and had words of praise for him. It seems that even though the world is different, human nature remains universal. The idea that it takes all sorts to make a world applies anywhere. In a large settlement with more than 100,000 people like Beishua town, it's normal to have a mix of good and bad. This also somewhat disenchanted Xia Hong about the so-called Beishua town in advance. "Leader Xia, are you at the earth-digging realm?" This sentence was asked by Luo Ming with a shocking tone. After running in the snow for so long, he just realized that, unlike others at the logging realm, who were trailing behind 100 meters away, Xia Hong had always been by his side. The improvement in basic strength represents a comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness, significantly elevating one's control over strength in all aspects. And the running speed in the snow is far beyond what logging realm can compare to. He was able to keep up with himself, naturally representing that he also broke through to the earth-digging realm. Xia Hong did not hide it, just nodded slightly. Looking at Xia Hong's unbelievably young face, Luo Ming took a deep breath, the shock in his heart even turning into suspicion. It's not that he has never seen someone as young as Xia Hong at the earth-digging realm, not to mention far away, Yang Ning and Li, who are 2 living examples. The problem is that around Redwood Ridge, and especially in a small camp like the Great Xia, it's absolutely impossible. No matter how extraordinary Xia Hong's talent is, he would not be able to pass the hurdle of cold beast meat. Even if Camp has had a steady income of cold beast meat over the years, it's still not enough to nurture someone as young as Xia Hong at the earth-digging realm. Could this Xia Hong actually be that wooden puppet monster in disguise? This thought arose in Luo Ming's mind, and he glanced back at Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the other 6 at the logging realm, also looking unreasonably young. He then cast a more wary eye on Xia Hong. Seeing the change in Luo Ming's expression, Xia Hong immediately realized what he was thinking. Although he felt somewhat helpless inside, he still appreciated Luo Ming's cautious character. Truth be told, if it were a different group of people instead of themselves, Luo Ming having suspicions about the wooden puppet monster wouldn't be unreasonable. Leader Luo, let's not overthink. Let's first return to the camp. I am 90% certain that something unfortunate has already struck your camp. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Xia Hong still said a sentence, also as a kind of heads-up for Luo Ming. Luo Ming naturally understood his implication, and his complexion changed slightly as his pace quickened significantly. Soon enough, the two arrived ahead of everyone else at the mouth of the valley where Camp is located. The group following behind wasn't actually far away and swiftly caught up. Discovering that the pile of rubble and wood at the valley's entrance was the same as when they left, without any changes, Luo Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. But it was only temporary. Luo Ming hurriedly circled the left side of the rubble pile and found a large round log blocking the entrance among a pile of rotten wood. The round log was over 5 meters in diameter and more than 50 meters long, made of the heaviest golden frost tree. Normally, it would take several people to pull it out together, but Luo Ming has earth-digging realm strength, so he can do it by himself. However, seeing Luo Ming was a bit struggling, Xia Hong went forward to help him pull it out together. The other 3 people at the earth-digging realm from Camp also joined in. With 5 people at the earth-digging realm, no matter how heavy that round log is, it would be nothing. Thud! The round log was pulled out straight and landed on the ground with a loud roar. But as soon as the sound echoed, Xia Hong, Luo Ming, and everyone else present instantly changed their expressions. Because the end of the round log leading into the camp was shockingly hung with 6 bloody arms, with a large area of scattered flesh and blood froth beside them. Something's wrong. Come with me quickly. This sentence was almost shouted by Luo Ming, whose face was full of fright as he rushed into the entrance in a single bound. Behind him, the 28 earth-digging realm and logging realm people from Camp all changed their complexions drastically the same way and followed in. Xia Hong's complexion also changed drastically, but he didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, he first took out a piece of solidified fire oil from his bosom and handed it to Xia Chuan. Chuan, don't go inside. Use the solidified fire oil to coat the outside of the entrance thoroughly, then hold on to what's left and stay here. No matter who comes out, greet them with it right in the face. Understood, leader. The rest of you, quickly come in with me. After saying this, Xia Hong also charged in with Yuan Cheng, Yu Feng, and the other 5. In fact, upon seeing those 6 bloody arms, Xia Hong already had an idea in his mind about the tragic scene inside the camp. But when he truly set foot into the interior of Camp, his scalp couldn't help but tingle. The ground was strewn with corpses. Wherever he looked, there were bodies, and the ground at every step was smeared with blood. The intense stench seemed to have gathered into a haze, drifting inside the valley. Severed limbs were everywhere, with scattered pieces of flesh readily seen. The bodies lying on the ground were not even whole. Some had half their heads chopped off, others were severed at the waist into 2 halves, and some had their legs cut off and were still struggling on the ground. These people varied in size, even including infants still suckling, but the infants' vitality was clearly not as tenacious as adults. They were either beaten into a heap of flesh or cut into pieces by sharp tools. The entire valley was filled with weak cries and wails, yet nowhere was there a single intact, living person on the ground. Terror, grief, anger, guilt, madness, disbelief. A multitude of emotions mixed together, and Luo Ming's piercing scream instantly broke through the valley, resounding through the clouds. Xia Hong took a deep breath, looking at Luo Ming and the others ahead, his eyes flashing with sympathy. In Luo Ming's long roar, others might not discern much, but he only heard the thick suffering and despair. Just like Shi Qing, who had previously witnessed the campsite slaughter with his own eyes. The most urgent thing now is to see if anyone is still alive. There are only about 500 or 600 people here, and there might be survivors inside. Also, that wood puppet monster might not have left yet. Xia Hong stood for a moment and saw some people from Rogel camp, already losing their minds, searching through the remains on the ground for their loved ones. He hurriedly stepped forward and woke up Luo Ming first. It's not that he wasn't giving Luo Ming time to process everything in front of him. The key thing now is that there is something more important. As he spoke to Luo Ming, he extended his hand with a grave expression, pointing to the large wooden house at the innermost part. Upon entering, he noticed the 5 large wooden houses inside the camp, 4 of which had already collapsed. It was obvious they had been forcefully destroyed from the outside. The one left standing was still relatively intact. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ming suddenly became clear-headed, giving Xia Hong a grateful look. He immediately put away his sadness and shouted to those still searching on the ground, "Everyone get up, stop searching for now, and check the main house. There might be survivors over there." The total population of Rogel Camp was over 1,300. The dismembered corpses and remains outside were appalling, but far from reaching that number. Others also reacted at this point. Those who hadn't found their relatives yet showed hopeful expressions and followed Luo Ming and Xia Hong, quickly approaching the direction of the main house. The wooden house was quite large, with sides over 50 meters long, potentially accommodating hundreds of people inside without any issue. Xia Hong looked at the wooden house, turned back to glance at the more than 50 people who had gathered behind him, and frowned deeply. "Leader Luo, the situation inside is unclear, and the wood puppet monster is incredibly cunning. I don't think we should all go in. How about you, these 3, and I go in first to check the situation, then notify the others?" As he spoke, Xia Hong pointed at the 3 people following behind Luo Ming. Luo Ming immediately understood. Knowing that the wood puppet monster was adept at impersonating others, he nodded and said, "Shang Ping, Li Baihe, Su Kong, you come with me. Everyone else, wait outside first." The 3 people Xia Hong pointed at were around the same age as Luo Ming. They were the 3 earth-digging realm experts Luo Ming had brought back on this mission. The 5 of them together approached the wooden house. Although the main door of the house was not closed, it was pitch dark outside, and no one could see clearly. They could only see the empty corridor through the faint campfire inside. Luo Ming turned to signal Shang Ping and the others. Without hesitating, the 3 dashed forward and stepped into the wooden house. Upon entering, Xia Hong immediately understood the internal structure. The central area of the wooden house was a hall centered around a campfire, with small rooms partitioned by wooden boards on both sides. The 5 had already reached the middle of the hall. Seeing the dim campfire, they were all puzzled. Shang Ping, who was at the front, turned back to Luo Ming. "There are signs of a struggle, but no smell of blood, and no people." Scattered around the campfire were many pieces of coal stone. Several chairs had broken in the hall, and there were clear signs of a struggle on the ground. So how could there be no people, nor any sound at all? Could they be in the side rooms? Realizing this was the only possibility, Luo Ming frowned slightly. It wasn't that he ignored the small rooms on both sides of the wooden house. Just after entering, he didn't consider those rooms because, first, the horrific scene outside proved that the wood puppet monster's ways of killing were extremely brutal. If there were people in those small rooms, they couldn't possibly be so quiet. Second, all 5 of them were earth-digging realm experts. At such a close distance, they could detect even the smallest insect, let alone 500 or 600 people. Lastly, most of these rooms were open, with only a few closed. The ones with open doors looked quite normal, with no bodies or smell of blood. Out of habit, They naturally didn't suspect the closed rooms. Open them and see. After all, time meant lives. Luo Ming dared not hesitate. He quickly pointed to the first room, still letting Shang Ping open it. Shang Ping nodded and walked toward the first closed door. Don't go in, run quickly. Just as he reached out to open the door, Xia Hong, standing beside Luo Ming, suddenly shouted, his face changing drastically, stopping him. Unlike the others, from the moment he entered the wooden house, Xia Hong focused his attention on the small rooms on both sides. Those rooms seemed normal. The open rooms were indeed ordinary. But it was this peculiarity that was most abnormal. There was no sound outside Rogel Camp, bordered by 2 mountains. It was impossible for 500 or 600 people to grow wings and fly away. Xia Hong had noted earlier that the 10 rooms on either side made 20 in total. Each was about 4 or 5 meters wide, accommodating 30 to 40 people at most. Only 5 rooms were open. The other 15 were closed. 15 rooms, each with 30 to 40 people, matched the 500 to 600 people. No matter what tricks the wood puppet monster used to cram people into those 15 rooms undetected, this number corresponded exactly, and that was enough for Xia Hong to issue a warning. As soon as he shouted, "Run quickly," Xia Hong had already started dashing outside. Although Luo Ming hadn't understood the reason, Xia Hong's prior behavior had already earned his unconditional trust. Shang Ping, retreat. Without hesitating, he called out to Shang Ping, leading the other 2 earth-digging realm experts in retreating alongside Xia Hong. Originally intending to search the rooms, Shang Ping reacted quickly, swiftly retreating to follow Luo Ming outside. But unfortunately, he was too close to the room. Crash! The door he had been about to open was suddenly shattered by a massive force from within, and a transverse knife sliced through the wooden debris, its sharp blade cutting through the air directly toward the trailing Shang Ping. Although Shang Ping was fleeing with all his heart, being so close made it impossible not to sense it. Yet he was back to the blade, leaving him too little time to turn and defend. The sound of the blade behind him made despair flash in Shang Ping's eyes. Whoosh clang. Run quickly. It was Li Baihe. Trailing behind Luo Ming, Li Baihe drew his curved bow and aimed at the large blade, releasing an arrow. His marksmanship was impressive, hitting the blade's flash that swung toward Shang Ping without missing. At this point, Xia Hong was just 2 or 3 meters from the wooden door. Seeing Shang Ping rescued, he sighed in relief, then looked up to see Xia Chuan and others preparing to rush in. He quickly shouted, "Don't come in, all of you get out." Until now, he didn't know the specific situation inside the wooden house. The more people there were coming in, the more complicated it would become. Furthermore, they were only steps from the door, nearly outside. However, as if fate played a cruel joke, Xia Hong's thoughts became a joke when the wooden house door suddenly slammed shut. When they first came in, the wooden house door was wide open. But at that moment, the wooden house seemed to come alive. The door frames on both sides directly seal the entrance right in front of Xia Hong's eyes. The wood puppet monster, it manipulates wood, and now we're in trouble. Suddenly recalling the monster's name, Xia Hong's heart trembled. The wooden house is made of golden frost tree. I can break through it. Hearing Luo Ming from behind, Xia Hong relaxed slightly and quickly made way. Luo Ming wielded the sword, slashing directly at the closed door. Crack! The hardness of the golden frost tree. Xia Hong had experienced it before. Though harder than the red frost tree, under the immense strength exceeding 10,000 pounds of the earth-digging realm, it was still inadequate. Moreover, this wooden house was not made from an entire tree, and unlike the golden frost trees on Redwood Ridge, it wasn't covered with a layer of frozen crystals outside. Luo Ming had broken through the earth-digging realm years ago. His strength was certainly more than 10,000 pounds. So when he chopped down, the wooden door should have been broken. But what actually happened left Xia Hong and Shang Ping all stunned. With a crunching sound, Luo Ming's blade did indeed break the wooden door, creating a half-meter-long crack, but it was merely a crack. How is this possible? Even Luo Ming himself couldn't quite believe it, instinctively questioning. But before everyone could react, the entire wooden house began to shake violently. It was as if Luo Ming's chop had harmed it. After the violent shaking, the crack that had originally been cleaved started to slowly heal as the surrounding wood writhed inward. Xia Hong took advantage of the gap during the crack's healing to cast an unintentional glance outside, and his pupils shrank immediately. He shouted to Yuan Sheng and others outside, "Look behind, those 4 wooden houses have come alive too. Be careful." Not only was the wooden house they were trapped in, but those 4 collapsed wooden houses they had just entered the camp also began to slowly stand up again, obviously the same as the one they were in, having been animated by the wood puppet monster. The wooden house crack healed completely, and Xia Hong could no longer see the outside, growing more anxious. Luo Ming also noticed the situation outside. There were more than 20 logging realm individuals in their camp still outside, making him even more anxious than Xia Hong. After failing to hack open the wooden door with one chop, he quickly withdrew the big knife and slashed 5 or 6 times in succession. But no matter how many cracks he cut, the wooden door repaired itself rapidly, just like before. They couldn't get out at all. And just at this moment, those 15 rooms, which were originally closed, suddenly opened, and a large crowd rushed out tumultuously. No, to be precise, some people rushed and some climbed. "Father, my neck is about to sever. Save me, save me." "Leader, save my son." His lower body was sliced off. "Baiha, Baiha, is it you who came back? My eyes were gouged, my legs were sliced off. Go check on my son, he is still alive." "Whoa, father, save me, my head has been split open. I am in so much pain. Save me, father." If the scene outside when they first entered the camp could be described as a sea of corpses and blood, then at this moment, the scene before their eyes was truly the inferno of the 9 hells. 500 or 600 people, all frantically rushing toward them. These people, while rushing, were also crying out for help. Roughly less than half at the front had extreme fear on their faces, but at least remained physically intact, with some even holding weapons in their hands. The vast majority trailing behind, however, were crawling on the ground. These people were invariably missing arms and legs, some without arms, without limbs, without lower bodies, missing half their bodies, and even those with half their heads severed, and some with only their heads and torsos struggling to wriggle on the ground. The wooden house space, which was devoid of any anomaly just now, was instantly suffused with a stench as these people either rushed or crawled out of the rooms, creating a river of blood flowing on the ground. To think that the wood puppet monster could control 500 or 600 people, all entrapped within these small rooms, completely silent, and even the scent was sealed off. The sight before him was shocking, and Xia Hong, though shocked, was quickly realizing that the wood puppet monster's means were becoming increasingly powerful. Could it be that it had already advanced to the intermediate level? If true, then today they might not stand a chance. Pulling his thoughts back, Xia Hong saw that Luo Ming and the other 4, unbelievably, were about to go meet the people rushing out from the rooms. He quickly pulled them back and shouted to Shang Ping and the other 3. "Don't go over there. It's uncertain whether they are human." "Then what should we do? Just sit back and do nothing." Although Luo Ming had been pulled back without advancing further, he roared angrily, his emotions already out of control. It wasn't just Luo Ming, Shang Ping and the other 3 were the same. Because the people rushing and crawling out of the rooms were their companions and relatives whom they had lived with day by day, including their wives and children, even their parents. How could they remain calm? Xia Hong naturally understood the 4, didn't say much more, swiftly took a piece of solidified fire oil from his pocket and applied it to his hands and the weapons of the 4 around him. This is solidified fire oil. If it touches a deceitful monster, it ignites. You can rescue people, but remain vigilant. Any who are controlled by the puppet monster will catch fire if they touch this oil. The anxious 4 of Luo Ming had no time to listen to Xia Hong in detail, only nodding before rushing to meet their relatives calling for help. In fact, there was no need for them to rush up when Xia Hong was applying solidified fire oil to them. Those people had already rushed over, only 5 or 6 meters away from them. "Wooer, how are you doing?" "I'm fine, father. Quickly save mother, she's behind." The first one to rush up was caught by Shang Ping. It was his son Shangwu. Seeing his son with all his limbs intact, his body seemingly fine, Shang Ping sighed in relief, pulling his son behind him as he hurriedly searched for his wife amidst the crowd. Luo Ming also saw his eldest son Luo Yun. Fortunately, he too, like Shangwu, had all his limbs and his body was intact. He rushed up, pulling his son's hand, wanting to get him out of the crowd. But as soon as he touched Luo Yun's hand, the panic and chaos on Luo Yun's face instantly turned to fright and ferocity, and then he pulled out a dagger from behind and slashed at Luo Ming's neck. Clang! Luo Ming hastily blocked with his knife. The immense force from the dagger forced him back 2 or 3 meters. Although he avoided a fatal strike, looking at the unfamiliar son, there was a flash of profound pain and sorrow in Luo Ming's eyes. Both behavior and strength unmistakably indicated that the one wearing his son's shell in front of him was not Luo Yun. Indeed, having missed the first strike, a look of viciousness appeared on Luo Yun's face, intending to charge forward again. But as soon as he took a step, he suddenly looked down at his arm, letting out a painful howl. The sound was hoarse, grating, nothing like a human. Whoosh! A fierce fire abruptly rose from his arm, the flames overwhelmingly intense, like a pestilence spreading rapidly, instantly consuming his entire body. In only a few breaths, that Luo Yun was burned to ashes. Watching his son's body burn to nothingness, Luo Ming's face held no semblance of joy. Instead, the sorrow in his eyes grew even deeper. Leader Luo, this is no time for dazing. Quickly discern the real from the deceitful monsters. There's no telling what else the wood puppet monster might have in store. If we don't act fast, the death toll will only increase. Seeing the deceitful monster-controlled Luo Yun being completely incinerated by the solidified fire oil, Xia Hong let out a huge sigh of relief, afraid that with the wood puppet monster growing stronger, the solidified fire oil could become ineffective. Though confirming the solidified fire oil's effectiveness remained unaltered, with the reality of facing hundreds, Xia Hong was still heavily shaken by the wood puppet monster's cunning and treacherous nature. Among these hundreds, some were real, some were fake. Was a solidified fire oil really sufficient? The wood puppet monster had been thwarted by solidified fire oil in the cave, and just days later, it had already come up with a countermeasure. Although it appeared solid, a gentle force could liquefy it. Xia Hong wasn't sure how many deceitful monsters one portion of solidified fire oil could kill, but he knew for certain that it wouldn't be enough to test on all the 500 to 600 people in front of him. While Xia Hong's mind was racing with thoughts, the stream of people rushing out of the room already reached the 5 of them. The problem was some of these people were real and some were not, making it impossible to guard against. The issue was that even the real ones were indistinguishable from the fake. They only knew to run towards the 5 of them, trying to hide behind them. In this critical situation, Luo Ming couldn't even spare a moment to mourn his eldest son's death. Leading Shang Ping and the other 2, he had to distinguish the real from the fake while guarding against sneak attacks by the imposters. Move back. Don't come any closer. Seeing many people heading his way, Xia Hong's expression tensed up as well. He raised his stone axe, commanding those people to retreat. It wasn't out of lack of sentiment for the people of Rogel Camp, but the key was, among these people, there were puppets controlled by the wood puppet monster, and if he wasn't careful, he could die. Of course, he wouldn't gamble with his life. The real people were naturally scared by him, but the fake ones couldn't hold back. Whiz! A gust of wind came from his right side. Xia Hong's eyes flickered, and he swiftly sidestepped to the left, swinging his axe horizontally to block the weapon of his attacker. Clang! On the left was an iron short sword, evidently a former item from Rogel Camp. The sword, almost without suspense, cut through his stone axe and then aimed upwards at his chin. The strength of these puppets is earth-digging realm. The moment Xia Hong caught the stone axe, his face changed, not because of the sharpness of the weapon, but because the puppet attacking him was exerting a force almost equal to his own. No time for shock. Xia Hong continued to retreat, avoiding the short sword aimed at his chin. He jumped backwards, pushed off the door panel behind him, and then lunged to grab the person who had ambushed him. Almost instantly, the solidified fire oil in his hand took effect. The one who attacked him was a puppet in the form of a woman. The flames from the solidified fire oil burned her fiercely, making her scream piercingly. Yet even so, she kept waving the short sword in her hand, trying to stab the gripping Xia Hong. Xia Hong moved nimbly, pulling the woman to the wooden wall, dodging her short sword while staying alert for other possible ambushes. The solidified fire oil was potent, reducing the woman to ashes in a short while, and once the woman's puppet turned to ash, the remaining flames would extinguish instantly even if they touched Xia Hong's body. The solidified fire oil, while igniting upon contact with the seat, was completely harmless to humans. However, watching the solidified fire oil burn the woman's corpse to nothing, Xia Hong's face didn't show any relief but turned more solemn than before. A woman? Around the camps of Redwood Ridge, even adult men couldn't get any cold beast meat, let alone women. All the women in the camps were absolutely ordinary people. But this woman who just ambushed and possessed the strength of the earth-digging realm. What does this mean? This means that the puppets manufactured by the wood puppet monster already wield the power of the earth-digging realm. Leader Xia, we're out of solidified fire oil. Can I get a bit more? Luo Ming's voice came, and Xia Hong turned to look, immediately feeling a tightness in his heart. Shang Ping and the other two were still strenuously distinguishing between real and fake. Each of the three had saved more than a dozen people, but the solidified fire oil on their hands and weapons was running low, and they were all carrying some injuries. And Luo Ming, who was seeking help from him, was surrounded, even taking a blow to his waist in a sneak attack, blood continually trickling down. Luo Ming, along with the three, had broken through to the earth-digging realm not just a day or two ago. Xia Hong had observed before that all four of them had a basic strength superior to his own. With his solidified fire oil, the four of them ended up like this, which could only mean that those puppets mixed among the real ones were indeed, as he suspected, all of the earth-digging realm. Leader Luo, catch this. Seeing Luo Ming in a dire situation, Xia Hong tossed the remaining piece of solidified fire oil he'd been using on his weapons to him. Luo Ming caught it, quickly breaking it into 4 pieces, handing one to each of Shang Ping and the other 2 behind him, then immediately applying it to their hands and weapons. Solidified fire oil, indeed, was effective. Any puppets intending to sneak attack them would scream in agony upon contact. Even if they wielded earth-digging realm strength, they'd gain no advantage over Luo Ming and the other 3. Having replenished their supply, Luo Ming and the others were reinvigorated. In just a moment, they'd rescued dozens more people, and in this little time, they'd distinguished nearly 100 people behind them. Since entering the camp until now, the look of despair plastered on the four's faces finally started to show some change at this moment. Though the number of people they saved was less than 1/10 of the total population, at least it was some salvage. However, there were simply too many people, and the solidified fire oil was running out. Leader Xia, give us a bit more solidified fire oil, and we can save more people. Seeing his solidified fire oil running out, Luo Ming looked towards Xia Hong with immense hope, expecting him to offer more. Yet, Xia Hong's expression shattered his hopes immediately. Leader Luo, solidified fire oil isn't something you find lying around. I only had 2 pieces in total. We've already used one, and with this last piece for you all, can we discern everyone at the back? That wood puppet monster hasn't shown itself so far either. Luo Ming glanced at the interior of the wooden house, estimating roughly 300 to 400 people still left, making his face turn grim. He knew Xia Hong wasn't wrong. It was impossible to identify so many people with solidified fire oil, and the wood puppet monster wasn't showing itself, probably fearing the solidified fire oil. Once they ran out of solidified fire oil, what would happen if the wood puppet monster reappeared? Leader Luo, let's give up. Use the solidified fire oil to open the wooden house. The crowd outside is also very dangerous, and if something happens to them, the situation will only worsen. Luo Ming clenched his fists, looking at the crowd inside the wooden house and those crawling on the ground nearby. Though his heart wavered, he immediately made a decision. Shangping, apply the solidified fire oil to your weapons and break open the wooden house. Let these people escape safely first. Yes, leader. Seeing Luo Ming so decisive, Xia Hong immediately felt relieved. He feared that the other would be indecisive and unwilling to give up on the people inside the wooden house. There were many people inside the wooden house, but saving them all just wasn't possible, and continuing to try would not only waste solidified fire oil, but also pose risks. After all, they had no idea how many puppets were controlled by the wood puppet monster. Moreover, staying inside longer would endanger those outside. All the logging realm individuals of Rogel and Great Xia, along with the logging realm forces of the four factions, including Huang Xiaohong and the others, were outside. If anything were to happen to these people, defeating the wood puppet monster today would be meaningless. The wooden house, imprisoning them, seemed only to confine people at the moment, with no other apparent function, but the other four houses were unclear. As Xia Hong pondered, Luo Ming and the other three had applied the last bit of solidified fire oil to their weapons and pulled together with all their might to chop at the newly sealed wooden wall. Crack! Just like before, their blades all sunk in without immediately breaking open the door, but unlike before, once the blades embedded into the wooden wall, sparks burst forth. The sparks, meeting the moving wooden wall, grew excited and rapidly expanded the flames, burning a large hole in the wooden wall with remarkable speed. The wooden walls, originally trying to close up again, hesitated upon contact with the flames from the solidified fire oil, relinquishing the burned parts instead. In no time, a flaming hole of 4 to 5 meters in diameter was burned into the wall. Everyone escaped quickly. At Luo Ming's command, the rescued people scrambled through the fire-lit hole. Xia Hong didn't rush ahead with those people. He merely observed the situation outside through the hole, and what he saw made his face grow increasingly anxious. Leader Luo, hurry up and help. Xia Hong ignored the remaining people inside, shouting to Luo Ming, then darted out first, bypassing those ordinary people. Luo Ming gritted his teeth, originally intending to stay and rescue more people inside the wooden house. But upon seeing the situation outside, his face tightened, and he dared not hesitate any longer, leading Shangping and the others to rush out together. In the valley, at some unknown time, a wooden puppet giant towering over 100 meters had appeared. The giant's body was extremely small, with its limbs almost making up 80% of its body. Its legs were like two colossal pillars reaching to the sky, each step causing the valley ground to tremble, making the surrounding vegetation sway precariously. Its arms were narrow and long, reaching 40 to 50 meters, almost taking up half of its body, and though its hands had no visible fingers, they clenched in a fist like two meteoric hammers with a diameter of over 10 meters, crazily smashing down on the people on the ground. You must know, the valley was only 300 to 400 meters wide, with the wooden giant blocking the middle, leaving little space on both sides for dodging. All 54 people from the 6 camps outside were now desperately fleeing in chaos. There were a total of 54 people who remained outside. Xia Hong stepped out of the wooden house, glanced quickly, and immediately realized more than 10 people were missing. His face tensed up, and he hurriedly searched among the fleeing figures for Yuan Cheng, Yu Feng, and others. "Leader, we're here." Yuan Cheng's voice came from the left side, and Xia Hong turned his head, a hint of relief appearing on his face. On the rock wall on the right side of the valley, Yuan Cheng, Yu Feng, and the other 6 were all there. But the relief on Xia Hong's face vanished instantly as he saw the situation the 6 were in. For the 6 were currently stuck in a stone crevice. And outside the crevice, the massive right fist of the wooden puppet giant was pounding down frantically. Although the crevice was 1 or 2 meters thick, under such bombardment, cracks began to appear on its surface, clearly unable to withstand a few more hits before breaking completely. The wooden puppet giant had no fingers to pull the six out from the crevice, so it could only attack with brute force, and it knew to aim at the only exit of the crevice, increasing its speed, clearly not giving Yuan Cheng and the others a chance to escape. Even more outrageous was that the wooden puppet giant was multitasking. Attacking the six was just a task for its right arm, while the other limbs targeted the other 40-something people in the valley. Leader Xia, catch the knife. Thank you. Xia Hong unhesitatingly rushed towards the six, with Luo Ming tossing a large knife to him, which he caught without turning around, quickly charging towards the stone crevice where the six were. As the wooden puppet giant's limbs pounded the ground repeatedly, the earth was quaking, and Xia Hong's body was staggering as he ran, the expression on his face growing ever more grave. The ground of this world is different, and the earth-digging realm isn't just a saying. To cause such a disturbance in the ground, the wooden puppet giant's power must be unimaginably strong. It's not just himself, but even Luo Ming might not be able to withstand it. As he pondered, Xia Hong had reached the crevice's edge. Seizing the opportunity as the giant smashed its hammer-like fist onto the crevice once more, he stepped onto the rock wall for leverage, raised his knife, and slashed down on the giant hammer-like fist. This wooden puppet giant, unsurprisingly, was transformed from the other 4 wooden houses of the camp, likely made from the golden frost tree. If he were barehanded, Xia Hong wouldn't be confident in chopping it down, but with a knife in hand, it was no problem. Crack! As the knife hacked into the wooden fist, the sharpness of the iron met Xia Hong's expectations, chopping open a crack over a meter long without any suspense. Yet facing the crack, Xia Hong was stunned. Beneath the crack lay a dense layer of transparent white threads. Before he could react, the giant puppet's right hand, which he had struck, seemed unaffected, lifting again and ignoring him as it continued pummeling the crevice where Yuan Cheng and the others hid. Boom, boom, boom. The crevice where Yuan Cheng and the six hid was already small, and after being smashed over a dozen times, it was teetering on the brink, with Yu Feng and Yuan Cheng standing at the forefront, even being crushed by the stones, blood leaking from their mouths. If the giant puppet continued like this, the 6 of them would surely die. Xia Hong lifted his head, observing that the crack he had just made in the giant puppet's descending right hand was already slowly healing. Daring not to hesitate further, he took the solidified fire oil from his breast, directly applying it to the knife's blade. The giant puppet's right fist alone had a diameter of over 10 meters. From the start, he hadn't intended to solve it with one strike, only to divert the wooden puppet's attention and assist Yuan Cheng and the others out of their predicament. But unexpectedly, the giant puppet didn't take the bait. Gripping the long knife tightly, Xia Hong seized the moment when the giant puppet was once again smashing downward, leapt up, and embedded the blade into its right hand, then exerted force with both arms, gripping the handle firmly. Accompanying the giant puppet's lifted right hand, Xia Hong was also taken up. The moment the blade pierced the giant puppet's right hand, the solidified fire oil already began to take effect, the white threads mixed in the wood igniting instantly, then spreading in all directions continuously. Success! Clutching the handle tightly, Xia Hong thought to himself. Just as a relaxed expression appeared on his face, it instantly changed in shock. The knife embedded in the giant puppet's arm seemed to be falling out. No, it wasn't the knife falling out, but the section cut by the knife, accurately the part burned by the solidified fire oil, detaching. The giant puppet was actually surrendering the small portion of its fist burned by the solidified fire oil, separating it from its body. Xia Hong, realizing he was about to fall with that fist segment, clenched his face, gritting his teeth as he yanked out the knife. Next, he leaped up, racing up along the giant puppet's elongated right arm. Despite the giant puppet's large fist, its right arm was thin and elongated, like a hammer handle to a hammerhead. Seizing the opportunity to sprint upward, Xia Hong applied another layer of solidified fire oil on the knife's blade. Racing to the thinnest part of the giant puppet's right arm, with a grim expression, he slashed downward. The giant puppet's focus seemed to always be on Yuan Chuan and the others on the ground, considering Xia Hong climbing its right arm as a mere distraction. Thus, it continued hammering at the stone crevice where Yuan Sheng and the others hid. Xia Hong's slash employed nearly all his strength, as it must, for even the narrowest part of the giant puppet's right arm seemed 2 to 3 meters in diameter, making him worry he might not cut through it without using full force. Luckily, the cut worked. Though not directly severed, the slash dug over 2 meters deep into the right arm. The white threads touched by the solidified fire oil burned instantly, the uncut centimeters incinerating along with the flames and breaking off directly. Boom! The giant fist, carrying its immense inertia, still struck the stone crevice where Yuan Sheng and the 6 were hiding. However, lacking the giant puppet's control, its force was as diminished as it could be. Crash! Crack! Still, even so, the stone crevice where Yuan Sheng and the others had fractured. Yuan Sheng, Yu Feng, and the others pushed away the stones, escaping with looks of fortunate survival on their faces. Had Xia Hong not severed the giant puppet's right arm, that punch landing normally would have crushed all 6 into a pulp. As he watched the 6 escape, Xia Hong glanced at the solidified fire oil in his hand, then at the giant puppet's remaining limbs still attacking Luo Ming and the others, his face showing hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and tossed it to Luo Ming in the distance. "Leader Luo, catch this, it's the last one. Cut its arm." Luo Ming took the solidified fire oil, and his face burst into joy. He hurriedly asked Shang Ping and the others to stand at the front, prepared the solidified fire oil, and immediately understood Xia Hong's intention as he fixed his gaze on the giant puppet's arm. Xia Hong handed him the solidified fire oil and turned to look at the west side of the valley. Seeing that everyone from the 4 camps, including Dechuan, were in a precarious situation, he quickly called the 6 from Yuan Sheng and rushed over. The 6 from Yuan Sheng and Yu Feng could save their lives in that rock crevice. It seemed like they arrived just in time, but luck played a larger part. After all, they had only recently broken into the logging realm, and not to mention the people from Rogel Camp. The strength of those from Dechuan, Huangzhou, and the other 4 camps was much greater than theirs. The giant puppet's strength aside, its size was truly enormous. Its attack range was extremely wide, combined with its terrifying power, leaving almost no untouched ground in the valley at that moment. The giant puppet had 3 remaining limbs. Its left arm blocked the ones from Rogel Camp against the right side of the valley. 2 enormous feet stomped frantically on the lumbering realm members of the 4 camps, including Dechuan. When they were trapped in the wooden house earlier, there were casualties among the 5 camps outside. Rogel Camp was better off. They still had 3 or 4 iron implements to hold out for a while. The other 4 camps weren't as fortunate. They were slightly weaker, and they didn't even have an iron implement at hand. In just a short time, 7 had died, leaving only 16 people. The remaining 16 were still struggling to survive under the giant puppet's feet. Boom! Old Huang, is the door not open yet? Hong Gang barely managed to dodge the giant puppet's right foot with his son, retreating to the side, and urgently shouted to Huang Yong behind him. They were on the west side of the valley, which was near the door. Huang Yong, along with 5 others, was moving the large stones blocking the door. Hearing Hong Gang's anxious voice, he didn't dare to stop and continued moving while yelling back. "The stones are too big and too many. I can't clear them all at once. Hang on for a bit longer." Upon hearing this, Hong Gang glanced back during a brief pause and saw that only half of the stone pile was cleared, and a thread of despair rose in his heart. When the 4 wooden houses merged into this giant puppet, realizing that they were not a match for the wooden puppet together, they immediately scattered, with the Rogel Camp choosing the left side, the 6 from Great Xia choosing the right, and those from the 4 camps, including him and Huang Yong, choosing the exit, which was the west side. This choice made sense. With the giant puppet being so terrifyingly powerful, staying in the valley was certainly a dead end, so running towards the exit was the safe choice. But the problem was, as soon as they ran, the giant puppet guessed their intention and punched the mountain above the valley entrance with one strike, causing countless rocks to fall and completely block the entrance. With the hope of direct escape shattered, even in despair, They quickly devised a strategy, continuing with two groups. He led people to restrain the giant puppet's legs, while Huang Yong and Chuning led 5 to clear the rocks from the entrance. The idea was sound, but in practice, the difficulty was apparent. The giant puppet's strength was overwhelming. Initially, there were 16, including him, tasked with restraining it, but in a short moment, 6 had died, leaving only 10. In all this time, only half the entrance had been cleared, while 6 of them had already died. By the time the entrance was cleared, everyone might be dead. It's no good. They had to think of a plan. Or call old Huang and the 7 back, and fight the giant puppet together. Father. Sun Hongmu's loud reminder brought Hong Gang out of his trance. He looked up sharply to see the enormous right foot of the giant puppet descending on him, the violent force compressing the air above, the momentum remarkably terrifying. Hopelessness flashed through Hong Gang's eyes. If that foot came down, he would surely end up as the 6 before, crushed to a pulp. Get out of the way, father! In a split second, his son Hong Mu rushed over from the side, crashing into him and knocking him 4 or 5 meters away. Fool! Who told you to save me? Mu! Hong Gang shouted angrily in midair, berating his son's rescue. But watching the colossal foot descend on his son, his face finally showed panic. As his anger turned to heartbreak, he let out a sorrowful cry calling his son's name. Boom! The giant puppet's foot stamped down without suspense, almost touching the ground. This foot not only shook the ground incessantly around, but shattered Hong Gang's heart completely. Muir. Throughout his life, his proudest achievement was his son, Hong Mu. At 24, a logging realm, among all the camps surrounding Redwood Ridge, he was undoubtedly a standout, largely due to Hong Gang giving up his own cultivation. Whenever he had some cold beast meat, he prioritized his son. Such a carefully nurtured son now perished right before his eyes. His feelings were imaginable. Father, I'm okay. A voice from beneath the giant puppet's foot made Hong Gang pause, filled with disbelief. But as he looked up, the sadness on his face immediately turned into great joy. The giant puppet had suddenly separated a portion on the ground, then withdrew its foot. The part that separated burst into flames on the ground out of nowhere. Boom! The wooden part was pushed open from below, and 2 figures appeared in front of Hong Gang. Seeing Hong Mu only spitting blood, still alive, Hong Gang's face overflowed with joy. He then turned to the one wielding a blade next to his son and solemnly bowed. Leader Xia, your great kindness cannot be thanked enough. In the future, should there be any commands, I, Hong, will go through any death to fulfill them. Realizing Xia Hong might not know him, Hong Gang hurried to add, I am Hong Gang, leader of the Chuan camp. The one who saved Hong Mu was naturally Xia Hong, who had just rushed over. Xia Hong waved his hand bitterly at Hong Gang. Whether there will be a future is uncertain. I didn't rescue him intentionally. Leader Hong need not be so. Hong Gang knew it wasn't the time for talking, so he didn't speak, simply pulled his son over with gratitude still strong in his eyes as he looked at Xia Hong. Meanwhile, Xia Hong's attention was entirely on the giant wooden puppet. His rushing over wasn't actually to save Hong Mu. Risking one's life for a stranger, he wasn't that noble. His target was the giant wooden puppet. While charging, he noticed that the giant wooden puppet, with its right arm severed by him, was left with only its legs and left arm, causing it to move erratically. He realized that damaging the key parts of the giant wooden puppet's limbs might indirectly affect the control of the wood puppet monster, so he ducked under its feet with the remaining solidified fire oil on his blade to disrupt its balance. Sparing Hong Mu was merely incidental. Just as he anticipated, things went as planned. After the giant wooden puppet shed part of its foot, its legs became even more unbalanced. Its stomping movements began to deform, and its strength was far less than before. On the other side, Luo Ming, who had received the solidified fire oil, seized the opportunity just like Xia Hong. He climbed the giant wooden puppet's left arm, found its slimmest part, and chopped it down smoothly. The severed left arm still showed many transparent white threads. Those white threads, when touched by the solidified fire oil on Luo Ming's blade, instantly ignited into sparkles, scattering everywhere. The giant puppet's balance was already compromised by Xia Hong destroying its right foot. With its left arm now severed, its body became teetering. Luo Ming wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He raced along the yet unbroken part of the left arm towards the puppet's head. As he neared the head, he threw the last bit of solidified fire oil in his hand toward the puppet's face, followed closely by a slash of his blade. The broken oil splattered across the giant puppet's face, and flames roared up. As Luo Ming's blade plunged into the head, the flames seeped into the wooden puppet's skull. Ah! An elderly, slightly enraged cry echoed above the valley. Xia Hong looked up, his eyes turning immensely grave. The voice, though aged, carried a curious rasping from with chips that sounded hoarse yet abrasive, unmistakably to him. The wood puppet monster had finally shown its true form.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.